Introduction. In a twist of fate, the despondent Dream Three Kingdoms player Xiao unexpectedly acquires a hacking system, thus becoming a formidable Dream Three Kingdoms player in the annals of League of Legends. Chapter 1. The Clash of Dream Three Kingdoms and League of Legends. After an exhilarating live broadcast by the renowned Dream Three Kingdoms streamer Xiao Qi, he surprisingly refrains from his usual exuberant outburst of joy and instead adopts an unexpected calm demeanor. In reality, Xiao Qi is Xiao, a young man with short black hair, bare shoulders, and clad in oversized shorts that reveal his furry thighs as he sits before his computer. Despite his somewhat unkempt appearance, he possesses a certain charm, though his skin bears a sickly pallor from prolonged exposure to the indoors, a quintessential amalgamation of a reclusive gamer and an underachiever. With a cigarette in hand, Xiao gazes at the enemy's main base as it explodes like fireworks, lost in contemplation. Dream Three Kingdoms, an instant strategy online game developed by Dianhuan, shares its lineage with the later Tencent-operated League of Legends, both being competitive online games featuring hero battles. Xiao has been engrossed in this online game since its beta release in 2010, becoming utterly captivated. Upon graduating from university, instead of pursuing conventional employment, he ventured into the burgeoning yet fiercely competitive realm of online streaming as a Dream Three Kingdoms broadcaster. Thanks to his commendable gaming prowess, he quickly established himself in the Dream Three Kingdoms streaming industry and earned a modest income. However, since the advent of League of Legends, which has soared to unimaginable popularity, the Dream Three Kingdoms streaming scene has been in a steep decline. To put it plainly, while League of Legends burns with the intensity of a blazing fire, Dream Three Kingdoms has become as frigid as ice water. In his school days, Xiao relished the camaraderie of playing in internet cafes, but now, upon visiting one, he finds it filled exclusively with League of Legends players, leaving him to awkwardly open the Dream Three Kingdoms icon in solitude. To make matters worse, he discovers he must download the game anew. From that moment, he has refrained from visiting internet cafes, opting instead to play in the rented confines of his home. Gazing at his Douyu streaming room, he finds it devoid of newcomers eager to learn or pay homage. Only a handful of loyal followers remain. In stark contrast, League of Legends streams draw thousands of viewers, rendering his situation pitiable. Naturally, with no audience, Xiao finds himself devoid of any income. Many of his fellow streamers have transitioned to the thriving League of Legends industry, yet he remains steadfast, unable to relinquish his affection for Dream Three Kingdoms. Extinguishing his cigarette, Xiao bids farewell in his streaming room, shuts down his broadcast, and powers off his computer, for he has an interview tomorrow and can no longer indulge in the game he loves. Just as he prepares to rise, the previously black screen flickers to blue, displaying a line of white text. Will you abandon your passion? Taken aback, Xiao contemplates the notion of abandonment. How could he possibly forsake the likes of the demigod Lu Bu, the enchanting Jiao Chan, the dark manipulator Cao Cao, and the emperor like Liu Bei? It was merely a matter of reduced playtime. One must confront reality. Seemingly sensing Xiao's reluctance, another line of white text promptly materializes on the screen, initiating the hacking system for League of Legends and Dream Three Kingdoms. At that moment, a beam of blue light emanates from the computer screen, illuminating Xiao's astonished face. Binding hacking system. Binding successful. What nonsense is this? Xiao rolls his eyes as the screen turns black again. Is that all? No discernible change? He chuckles to himself. Perhaps he is just imagining things. He decides to take a shower before bed, for he has no desire to appear with dark circles under his eyes at tomorrow's interview. Initiating hacking system. Task. Stream a League of Legends match within 1 hour. A synthetic voice, neither male nor female, suddenly resonates in Xiao's mind. What the heck? Xiao is taken aback. How could there be a voice in his head? And stream League of Legends? He doesn't even possess an account. Failure to complete the task will result in a death penalty. If you lose this League of Legends match, you shall face a death penalty. The impassive synthetic voice echoes once more. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? Winning or losing is part of the game. How can losing mean death? What a ridiculous system. Can I just opt out of this? Negative. Friendly reminder. The host has 58 minutes remaining. The emotionless voice continues. Frantic, Xiao rakes his fingers through his short hair and hastily opens his computer, logging into his Douyu account and entering his streaming room. To his astonishment, he discovers that League of Legends is not installed on his computer. Friendly reminder. The host has 56 minutes remaining. The voice chimes in again. Rolling his eyes, Xiao wastes no time and promptly begins downloading the game. Upon opening the League of Legends interface, he realizes he lacks an account. The host may log in using their Dream 3 Kingdoms account. Friendly reminder, the host has 25 minutes remaining. The voice persists like a relentless specter, counting down the time. All right, can you stop nagging? You just want my life, don't you? Xiao quickly logs into his account, and it surprisingly works. As he enters the interface, Xiao finds himself still within the Dream 3 Kingdoms realm, embodying the adorable skin of one Sheng Miao Nu, dancing with her 5-element wings. He cannot help but reflect on how League of Legends champions pale in comparison to the cuteness of characters in Dream 3 Kingdoms. However, the entire town is deserted with no one else in sight. Friendly reminder, the host should start the broadcast and engage in battle immediately. The host has 23 minutes remaining. The voice announces once again. Xiao hastily initiates the broadcast. His life depends on it. Barely 5 seconds into the stream, a flurry of Xiao's fans floods the room. Xiao Qi, didn't you log off? Why are you back online? A legendary Zhuge Liang in the room asks Xiao. In truth, this so-called legendary Zhuge Liang possesses a combat power of only 5. Hardly impressive. Brother Qi, what's up? Can't sleep? Want to play another game? Honestly, you should just quit the job hunt and become a professional gamer. I can guarantee you success. The only female in the room, Qiyu, chimes in. She is adorably pretty, and Xiao has seen her photos before. However, in this day and age, photographs can be deceiving. One must see the person without makeup. Qiyu is a junior in college, studying in the same city as Xiao. She has teased him more than once, but she can afford to do so as a rich second generation. Xiao has no time for idle chatter. Time is of the essence. He plays his battle anthem, the Undead Prelude. As the melody of the Undead Prelude plays, Xiao's deep yet magnetic voice resonates. Brothers and sisters, today Xiao Qi leads you once more in a battle for an extraordinary clash. Dream 3 Kingdoms versus League of Legends. Upon hearing the battle anthem, Xiao's devoted fans are transported back to the moment they first followed him, reminiscing about the glory days of dominating in Dream 3 Kingdoms. They hardly register what Xiao has just said. In that instant, Xiao feels a long-suppressed surge of emotion welling up within him, rejuvenating his spirit once more. Although the appearance of Xiao Qi is shrouded in mystery, as he never reveals himself during his live broadcasts, his magnetic voice allows Qiyu to envision the fervent expression on his face at this moment. A tear unwittingly slips from the corner of Qiyu's eye. Her beloved Xiao Qi has finally returned. In everyone's heart, there exists a hero, regardless of their origins or profession. It is a moment when they touch your heart. Chapter 2. Gan Ning and Yasuo. What the hell is wrong with this electric soul? It's absurdly lagging. There's only one person in the entire town, exclaimed the master-level Zhuge Liang in astonishment upon seeing Xiao's screen. Xiao remained silent. This was perfectly normal. If Electric Soul were ever to run smoothly, it would signify the demise of Dream of the 3 Kingdoms, even though this lag was due to his own cheating. There was no time for explanations. Xiao casually clicked into a room and commenced a game. Time is of the essence, and for the first time, he truly comprehended this phrase. Big brother, we are the 4 black elementary school students. We've got the top and bottom lanes covered, so feel free to do as you wish. Upon reading the public chat, Xiao's expression darkened. Could it be that his youthful vigor would be squandered at the hands of these 4 children? Today isn't even Saturday. Why aren't they getting some sleep instead of teaming up to ruin the game? The most critical part was that they were dragging down his team. The opposing blue team selected characters. Riven the Exiled Blade, equipped with Flash and Ignite. Yasuo the Unforgiven, also with Flash and Ignite. Nidalee the Wild Huntress, known as the Cougar, with Flash and Ignite. Lucian the Purifier, also referred to as Obama, with Flash and Ignite. And Thresh the Chain Warden, with Flash and Exhaust. On the purple side, the elementary players chose Gnar the Missing Tooth, with Flash and Ignite. Kale the Righteous, with Flash and Ignite. Tristana the Yordle Gunner, known as Little Cannon, with Flash and Ignite. And Blitzcrank the Steam Golem, with Flash and Exhaust. After reviewing both teams' compositions, Xiao pondered which character to select. He had played League of Legends before and was familiar with its champions. He now realized that there was a 90% chance his teammates would be incompetent, and time was not on his side. Unlike Dream of the 3 Kingdoms, where a 5v5 match could end with the defeat of 60 enemies or destruction of the base, League of Legends only allowed victory through the annihilation of a nexus. However, causing the enemy team to surrender also counted as a win. Friendly reminder, host has 19 minutes remaining. A neutral voice chimed in once again. What a predicament. It seemed he would have to focus on pushing towers. Who should he select? Glancing at the hero interface, a light bulb went off in his mind. This was the one. Gan Ning. Hearing that familiar name, Qi Hao smiled, knowing he had made the right choice. At this moment, everyone in Qi Hao's live stream was taken aback. What was happening? Could it be that Xiao Qi is cheating? My goodness, what kind of hack is this? I want to play too. Brother Hao, where did you buy this hack? I want it as well. The chat exploded with excitement, overflowing with comments and requests for sponsorship. With a wry smile, Qi Hao refrained from elaborating further. They could not comprehend his struggles. Perhaps this could be his final outing as a streamer. At that moment, he deeply regretted his response to Qi Yu's affection. How splendid it would have been to have succumbed to the allure of this woman, rather than facing the misfortune of dying a virgin. Gan Ning, what kind of hero is this? Is it newly released? I'm not sure. It should be, right? I've never seen it before. The 4 elementary students, along with the opposing team, began to discuss, but as the screen transitioned into the game, they lost interest, intending to check the official website afterward. Once Qi Hao entered the game, he glanced at the interface. Just like in Dream of the Three Kingdoms, he began by selecting talents. In League of Legends, there are runes and champions possess innate skills, whereas Dream of the Three Kingdoms lacks such features. However, in every battle, one could choose talents, thus compensating for the absence of runes and skills. Yet, champions in League of Legends could select 2 summoner spells, such as Ignite, Exhaust, or Smite, which Dream of the Three Kingdoms lacks. Therefore, in comparison, the heroes in Dream of the Three Kingdoms are indeed at a disadvantage. After enhancing various abilities, he increased all attributes by 10 points, purchasing 2 health potions, 1 mana potion, a last-hitting wolf tooth stick, and a spirit stone before embarking on his journey. The last-hitting wolf tooth stick literally means it can be used to strike a single ordinary minion once, though it is ineffective against champions. It is a unique item. The spirit stone adds 2 points to all attribute scores. It possesses a passive skill called Spirit Capture. Whenever an enemy champion uses a skill within a 1,000 unit radius, it grants 1 energy point with a maximum accumulation of 10 points. Its active skill, Healing, restores health and mana instantly based on the number of energy points, recovering 15 health and mana per point. It is a unique item. Arriving at his tower, Qi Hao surveyed his skills and activated his W skill, Clone. This skill summons 2 identical clones of Gan Ning, which possess 15 of the main body's attack power and can absorb 300 of the damage. As the level increases, the attack power will also rise. For convenience, Qi Hao altered the original skill shortcuts from WERF to QWER. Glancing at the minimap, he noted that Nar and Kale were in the top lane, ADC Little Cannon, and Support Robot. To his dismay, there was no jungler, causing Qi Hao's expression to darken. Observing the opposing team, he was astonished to discover that Riven and Nidalee were in the top lane, Obama and Thresh in the bottom lane, with Yasuo in the mid lane. Seeing this classic 2v1v2 lineup, Qi Hao felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could indeed win. Although he was uncertain about the caliber of players in the room, he speculated that there were no experts among them. Upon inspecting Yasuo's starting items, Qi Hao noticed he had a Doran's Blade and a health potion. In League of Legends, the health potion restores 150 health over 15 seconds, while in Dream of the Three Kingdoms, it restores 400 health over 10 seconds. Seeing this, Qi Hao couldn't help but smirk. Yasuo sensed something was amiss. Why did Gan Ning's equipment differ from his own? Or that wolf tooth stick and spirit stone? At this moment, he had yet to notice the difference in the health potion. As the minions clashed, both players rushed to engage, initiating combat. Yasuo utilized his Q skill, Steel Tempest, which only dealt 20 physical damage at level 1. After Yasuo struck down a low-health minion with Steel Tempest, he smirked at the seemingly skill-less Gan Ning. Brother, your skills don't consume mana. This must infuriate you. Qi Hao, controlling Gan Ning, remained unhurried as he last hit minions, waiting for level 2. A golden light illuminated the screen. Gan Ning reached level 2. Yasuo grew anxious, realizing he had only killed 2 minions while Gan Ning had already last hit 6, with 3 denied. Could someone enlighten me on what last hitting means? As Gan Ning's blade felled an enemy minion, the player controlling Yasuo stared in disbelief. Why could that guy strike down his own minion? Am I still playing League of Legends? Indeed, in Dream of the Three Kingdoms, heroes can last hit their own low-health minions, which adds a layer of complexity to the last-hitting mechanic, surpassing that of League of Legends. Qi Hao leveled up Gan Ning's Q skill, Flying Grapple. Flying Grapple is a targeted immobilization skill that prevents the ensnared target from using any skills or attacking. lasting 2 seconds at level 1. At this point, there were no minions nearby, and it would take another 2 seconds for the next wave to arrive. Qi directed Gan Ning to ensnare Yasuo, who was waiting for the minions with a Q skill, then activated W, summoning the 2 clones to charge toward the ensnared Yasuo, raising his blade for a simultaneous strike, as if mincing meat. Chapter 3. The Weeping Yasuo, ensnared in the clutches of his adversaries, witnessed the opposing Gan Ning multiply into 3 figures. After enduring a relentless assault, he found 2/3 of his health depleted within mere seconds. The trio of foes continued to slash at him with their blades. In a moment of desperation, he activated his flash and retreated to the safety of the tower, silently consuming a health potion and gazing mournfully at Gan Ning, much like a young girl who had been ravaged by 3 brutish men. Qi, observing that Yasuo had fled with a mere 1/3 of his health remaining, let out a regretful sigh. With no allies in sight and his own level at a mere 2, he found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate a fully healthy Yasuo. He commanded his 2 clones to conceal themselves within the grass by the river, preventing any surprise attacks, and then boldly positioned himself on the lane to farm minions, alternating between attacking and counterattacking. As Yasuo, having regained half of his health, watched the red minions fall one by one, he felt a pang of sorrow for only acquiring half the experience. Suddenly, 2 beams of golden light flashed, signaling Qi's ascension to level 3, while the opposing Yasuo, benefiting from his half of the experience, leveled up to 2. With newfound vigor, Yasuo, having learned the skill Wind Barrier, finally mustered the courage to approach the minion wave. The Wind Barrier created a wall of air that could withstand all enemy projectiles and abilities for 4 seconds. Glancing at the now level 2 Qi, Yasuo wasted no time and hurled a flying tether in his direction. Startled, Yasuo swiftly deployed his Wind Barrier to nullify the tether, glancing at Gan Ning, who remained focused on dispatching minions. Relieved, Yasuo cautiously stepped forward to farm. Qi, fixated on the screen and counting down the seconds in his mind, paid no heed to Yasuo's approach. As the tether cooled down, he launched it directly at Yasuo. Caught off guard, Yasuo hastily attempted to evade but despondently realized that his own abilities were still on cooldown, and his flash had already been expended. He could only watch helplessly as the tether ensnared him once more. Qi charged forward, accompanied by his 2 clones, each possessing 30% of his power. With swift precision, he delivered 3 decisive strikes, reducing the now vulnerable Yasuo to mere remnants, gifting him a free ticket back to the realm of the fallen. First blood. A double kill. A double kill? Qi was momentarily taken aback. How could he achieve a double kill with just 1 opponent slain? He glanced at the system notifications, only to discover that the 2 champions on the top lane, Nar and Angel, had both perished in a pool of blood, with Riven and Nidalee each claiming a kill. The 3rd notification confirmed that Gan Ning had indeed slain Yasuo. Shortly thereafter, another system notification appeared. Obama had eliminated the robot. Qi turned his gaze to see Obama and Thresh in frantic pursuit of the little cannon. Could this be any more frustrating? His heart ached as he lamented the situation. How splendidly clever was little Qi's feigned skill, luring the enemy into a trap. Yet, it was regrettable that little Qi had lost the opportunity for first blood. Indeed, what a troublesome band of teammates. Let us not be harsh. They were quite honest, declaring themselves as 4th-grade novices right from the start. Even the fervent supporters of Qi found themselves indignant on his behalf, fervently typing their support. Taking a deep breath, Qi composed himself in the team chat, urging, play cautiously, avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Victory is within reach. To which he retorted, who has made such blunders? Can't you see they are nearly defeated as well? Do you understand? Indeed, they were a team of 4 formidable players. It was merely a momentary lapse. Do you comprehend anything? Observing the nearly intact health of the opposing heroes while his teammates boasted like novices, Qi sighed and shook his head. It was futile to reason with the unreasonable. In contrast, Yasuo's teammates merely advised him to be less careless, and no further inquiries were made regarding his demise. They had discerned that their adversaries were utterly incompetent, likely a group of inexperienced players. Yasuo had probably perished while attempting to tower dive. Qi glanced at his gold, summoned his pet to procure the agile Phoenix dance sword, and resumed last-hitting minions, occasionally striking the tower when no minions were present. In the game of Dream 3 Kingdoms, one need not return to the fountain to purchase items. Each player possesses a pet egg. Qi spent his gold to hatch the egg, resulting in a young Azure Dragon. However, his funds were depleted, preventing further upgrades. The Azure Dragon, adorned with the agile Phoenix dance sword, wobbled its way toward Qi. The Agile Phoenix Dance Sword granted an additional 10 agility points, 6 main attributes, enhancing movement speed by 8% and attack speed by 10%. Given that Gan Ning was an agility hero, this effectively augmented his agility by 16 points, significantly boosting both his attack power and speed. When Yasuo returned to the lane, Gan Ning had already reached level 4. At this level, Gan Ning acquired the skill Quick Blade, a passive ability with a chance of dealing 15 times damage, boasting a 15% probability at level 1. Noticing Yasuo's meager purchase of a few health potions before returning to the lane, Xiao chuckled and swiftly launched a flying grapple. Yasuo quickly employed Wind Barrier, deciding to retreat after last hitting a minion, awaiting his teammates' assistance. Upon dispatching the low-health minion, he was taken aback to see Gan Ning activating his doppelganger and charging towards him, brandishing his sword with intent to slaughter. If you can't defeat me, then retreat. At that moment, Yasuo's Steel Slash had gained the effect of launching enemies into the air. Upon executing it, he saw 3 Gan Nings ascend, which spurred him to walk triumphantly towards the tower, thinking, "You wish to slay me? Not a chance." Yasuo soon realized that while his skill damage was modest, the doppelgangers inflicted significantly more damage than he did himself, allowing him to discern the real Gan Ning from the illusions. As the 3 Gan Nings landed, Xiao disregarded the Yasuo retreating beneath the tower, directing all minions towards the tower to commence its siege. Seeing this, Yasuo seized the opportunity. With his Steel Slash on cooldown, he aimed it at the 3 Gan Nings, only to find them utterly uninterested in him, focused solely on demolishing the tower without acknowledging his presence. "If you ignore me, then I shall not hold back." Yasuo brandished his sword, furiously stabbing at the Gan Ning with the highest health, taunting, "Come at me, strike me if you dare." Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, he heard a resounding crash. His tower had fallen. As Gan Ning turned his head, he ensnared the unsuspecting Yasuo with a flying net, and the 3 Gan Nings descended upon him with reckless abandon. Yasuo, having just regained his freedom, found himself once again relegated to the confines of a black and white television at home. What a pathetic Yasuo. What kind of nonsense are you playing? Is this what it means to be solo? Others chimed in, "If I were to solo, I wouldn't allow this. They talk about not giving, yet they just hand it over. What utter garbage." They observed his level, merely 2, while they were nearing level 4. Yasuo felt tears welling up in his heart, wishing to defend himself, but at a loss for words. "You don't understand. It's not that I'm not trying. It's just that the enemy is too cunning. What kind of hero is this Gan Ning?" In Chapter 4, after slaying several waves of minions and demolishing a tower, Xiao glanced at his gold, sufficient for a crown of the sovereign. Coupled with his feathered dance sword and a scroll, he crafted a phantom spear of the doppelganger. This spear bestowed an enhancement of 10 strength, 26 agility, and 10 intelligence, increasing both attack speed and movement speed by 10%. It possessed an active skill, Phantom, which created 2 illusions that dealt 35% of the original's attack, while absorbing 300% of the damage, lasting 15 seconds with a cooldown of 40 seconds. Noticing he still had some gold left, he purchased a pair of swift boots, boosting his movement speed by 50 points, his sole equipment. The Return Scroll, featuring an active teleportation skill, allowed him to transport to allied structures or their vicinity with a cooldown of 65 seconds. This active skill resembled the teleportation in League of Legends, albeit Dream 3 Kingdoms required a monetary investment. However, the Return Scroll also possessed a passive skill, Fortified, which, when activated on a structure, granted it invincibility for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds before it could be used again. This ability was indeed a divine skill. If utilized effectively, it could significantly sway the outcome of a match. With a swift motion, he leveled up his pet, the Azure Dragon, which finally exhibited a semblance of dragon-like prowess. The Azure Dragon soared from the heavens towards Gan Ning, delivering equipment with a speed that eclipsed terrestrial movement, akin to the distinction between a luxurious private jet and a tractor. During this time, Xiao glanced at the score, 8-2. "Well then, esteemed players, you have triumphed." Observing the 4 younger players huddled beneath the tower, he recognized the urgency of time. Unlike the 4 young ones, who squandered mere moments, he was expending his very essence. With the phantom spear of the doppelganger in hand, a satisfied smile graced Xiao's face. As the infinite doppelganger tower-pushing strategy had yielded a small success, he consumed the 2 red potions, replenishing his health while waiting for it to reach its zenith. By the time Xiao's health was fully restored, the minion wave had reached the second tower. He had attained level 5, while the second-level Yasuo staggered to the base of the tower, witnessing Xiao's relentless assault. Indeed, he could only watch helplessly, unable to approach. And the sensation was profoundly unsettling. It was akin to witnessing another man flirt with one's girlfriend while being utterly powerless to intervene, merely observing as she was subjected to indignities, all the while she berated those unrelated to the situation, overlooking the very rogue who dared to tease her. As the second tower was on the brink of collapse, Yasuo, in a state of despair, called for assistance. Brothers, great ones, please come to mid lane and lend a hand. The second tower is about to be pushed down. Hold on, just a few more seconds, and we will take down their first tower. Then we will come to your aid, replied the top lane. The bottom lane chimed in. We are caught up in the heat of battle as well. We need a moment. Frustrated, Yasuo muttered under his breath, berating his teammates, as he watched the imminent downfall of the second tower, and he could only grimace and charge forward. Nervously approaching Gan Ning, Yasuo thrust his sword repeatedly at him, only to find that this rogue paid him no heed, instead choosing to flirt with his girlfriend, or rather, push the tower. As seconds ticked away, the minions slain by the tower had elevated him to level 3, yet Gan Ning had only lost half his health. The disparity in their economy and levels was insurmountable. Just as his two allies signaled their readiness to assist, the second tower crumbled before Yasuo's eyes. Then, in a familiar routine, the rogue, having toyed with his girlfriend, swiftly dispatched Yasuo, who returned home to watch the black and white television. Although his flash was ready, Yasuo found himself ensnared and unable to use it, retreating to the fountain, silently shedding tears. Meanwhile, a familiar voice echoed in Xiao's ear, announcing his triple kill. Damn it, the second tower has fallen again. Not only did we lose the tower, but I also died. How could you be so useless? He lamented. How could you die even with flash? Were you previously playing Dance Dance Revolution? Despite the verbal onslaught from his teammates, Yasuo offered no rebuttal. Without hesitation, he made his way to the bottom lane. Leaving the mid lane to whomever dared to venture there, he would no longer serve them. Seeing Yasuo's lack of enthusiasm, the other four were left with no choice but to redistribute their positions. They recognized that Gan Ning must be a skilled player, as he had so thoroughly suppressed Yasuo, and thus they decided to send 2 players to confront him. The leopard woman asserted her readiness to handle the top lane, while Obama volunteered to accompany the struggling Yasuo in the bottom lane. Riven and Thresh had no choice but to head to mid lane, resigned to the fact that facing a skilled opponent was far less exhilarating than bullying weaker foes. In contrast to the beleaguered Yasuo, the two had reached level 5, with commendable economies, bolstered by the unfortunate demise of a few unwitting players. Riven equipped herself with a significant item, the Ravenous Hydra, along with the Boots of Lucidity. Thresh, too, donned the Hill of the Warden and a pair of Boots of Swiftness. It is worth noting that in League of Legends, Boots of Swiftness grant an additional 25 movement speed, whereas in another game, it provides 50. One is domestic, and the other a Lamborghini. When the two arrived at the lane, Gan Ning had already reached level 6 and was nearing level 7. Upon seeing Riven and Thresh approach, Xiao raised an eyebrow. Slightly disappointed, he had expected a level 6 encounter, but it seemed he had not yet mastered the art of flamboyance. Alas, the landscape of the game was breathtaking. Yet he still felt a sense of restraint. As Xiao observed the two figures approaching with an air of arrogance, he realized that he had ascended to level 6 without allocating any skill points. This time, rather than enhancing Gan Ning's ultimate ability, he invested a point in the grappling hook. In that moment, the grappling hook transformed to level 2, extending its control duration from 2 seconds to 3. Riven and Thresh, arriving on the battlefield, displayed no fear of Gan Ning, especially upon noticing that he was at half health. Was it truly so easy to wield a new hero? Come, let the illustrious Riven impart some wisdom on how to conduct oneself. Just as Xiao anticipated their range of attack, he deftly maneuvered Gan Ning to retreat towards the left side of the second turret, pausing intermittently, as if his movements were somewhat disjointed. In truth, he alone understood that his speed was excessive, potentially leaving the two behind. Riven and Thresh, perceiving Gan Ning's flight, were quick to pursue, suspecting no trickery. With the opposing heroes stationed on the lane and Gan Ning at half health, his retreat was entirely justifiable. As the duo witnessed Gan Ning dart past the second turret and swiftly veer into the brush, they panicked. Was the prize slipping from their grasp? Thresh, disregarding all caution, executed a flash and unleashed a cunningly angled death sentence, hurtling into the foliage. When he realized that his scythe had not returned swiftly, a broad smile spread across his face. His timing was impeccable, a display of masterful skill. Was this not the mark of a true expert? Riven, witnessing this spectacle, was similarly inspired. She charged forward with unyielding determination, reaching Gan Ning, who was ensnared by Thresh's grasp. However, upon her third leap into the air, She was dismayed to find that Gan Ning had already perished. How could he have been so fragile? Her most cherished ability, the speed of light, had scarcely been showcased before his demise. What a disappointment. With no option left, she could only release a futile attack. Yet, Thresh, observing from the sidelines, noted that the system had not announced the kill. Just as he intended to notify the still-pleased Riven, a grappling hook was suddenly hurled from the brush, transforming into a net that ensnared Riven. In swift succession, Gan Nings emerged, wielding their cleavers with no hint of mercy, effortlessly dispatching Riven as if she were mere vegetables, sending her back to the fountain to witness the black and white television. Unstoppable, he had claimed 4 lives. After tossing a soul lantern that proved ineffectual, he watched in horror as Gan Ning, having dispatched Riven in mere seconds, turned his gaze upon him. Thresh, in a state of panic, immediately cast weakness and fled. This was extraordinary. As a mere support, his best course was to escape. In his flight, Thresh noted Gan Ning's astonishing speed. Hadn't he been stumbling just moments ago? Now, he moved with such fluidity, as Gan Ning struck him repeatedly, reducing his health to a precarious 1/5. Thresh finally reached the safety of his turret. Just as he was about to catch his breath, he was astounded to find himself unable to move, ensnared tightly by the grappling hook, reminiscent of a bound pig. Then, he was met with the sight of 3 Gan Nings approaching, their blades poised to strike. And he too was sent back to the fountain to join Riven in watching the black and white television. Fearless, he had claimed 5 lives, standing outside the lane. Witnessing his 3 avatars being obliterated by a single shot from the high ground turret, he calmly clicked on the return scroll and headed home. Little Qi's skill was indeed masterfully deceptive. Indeed, Brother Qi's maneuvers remained as fluid as ever, with thoughts as unique as his gameplay. At first, I couldn't fathom why Brother Qi refrained from using his skills, but now the reason is crystal clear. Certainly, with a powerful strike, a double kill could have been achieved. Yet Thresh Flash and Ignite could not be accounted for. Just as expected, Brother Qi is truly courageous. It is a perfect reflection of Little Qi at this moment. Little Qi chuckled, he said. Observing the words on the public screen, Qi Hao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate, but instead directing Gan Ning, who stood by the fountain, to purchase items. Chapter 5. Unmatched Valor. Yasuo laughed upon seeing Riven and Thresh returning together to the fountain. 2 esteemed players. What brings you both back to the fountain? He jested. You two are indeed formidable, unlike me, whose turret remains unscathed. I can only feel inferior. Yasuo wore a mocking expression. At that moment, Obama furrowed his brow. He had noticed Riven and Thresh pursuing the half-health Gan Ning, but had paid little heed, focusing instead on farming. To his dismay, within a mere minute, news arrived of 2 of his teammates falling. What happened? Obama inquired solemnly. We were careless. This new hero Gan Ning has some peculiar skills. It won't happen again, Riven and Thresh assured him. Seeing their confidence, Obama felt reassured, returning his focus to the bottom lane, eager to secure another major item. After all, when the time came to group up, no matter how powerful Gan Ning was, League of Legends is a team game, not a solo hero endeavor. The 4 elementary school students on Gan Ning's team finally realized they had a master among them. Though they remained silent, they couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Well, Gan Ning is doing quite well. He reminds me of my own glory days. Indeed, I played Gan Ning in a similar manner. The last time I played Gan Ning, I achieved a pentakill. These youngsters continued to boast within the team, seemingly convinced of their prowess. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted like a bombshell. They've all been decimated. It's truly a cooked duck, left with nothing but stubbornness. Have you even played Gan Ning? Do you even know which game he belongs to? This is hilarious. These 4 elementary school students are utterly adorable. Their shameless demeanor bore a striking resemblance to my own past. Haha, the devoted fans of Qi Hao laughed together in the live stream. The one making these remarks was the legendary Zhuge Liang, who, despite being a liability, remained unyielding every time they finished a game. He would ignore the results and focus solely on the chat, always believing he had won. Qi Hao directed Gan Ning to restore his full health and mana at the fountain, purchasing a Blood Mage's banner and a return scroll before swiftly heading to his jungle. He dared not utter a word of complaint about these 4 masters. If they had even a hint of grievance, they would simply log out or leave the game, and he would find it amusing. After all, the 4 players were also a source of fire-drawing prowess. League of Legends, akin to Dream of the 3 Kingdoms, is a team-based game. The Blood Demon Marshal's banner grants an additional 14 points of attack power, accompanied by 2 passive abilities. The first, the Arrow Formation, enhances the basic attack of allied units within a range of 900 by 15%, capping at a maximum increase of 50 points. The second, the Wild Goose Formation, augments one's own lifesteal by 15%, while granting other allied units within an 1100 range a 12% lifesteal enhancement. Having cleared the jungle, I ventured to the top lane. My mid lane was momentarily of no concern, as Riven and Thresh had yet to respawn, while my minion wave had reached their turret. At this juncture, my team members, Gnar and Angel, were huddled beneath the second tower. The Leona had just acquired a Rabadon's Death Cap and a Ladin's Echo. Boasting an absurd amount of ability power and a swift cooldown, she hurled a spear towards Gnar and Angel. Upon entering the battlefield, Gan Ning witnessed Angel stumbling due to a misstep. The level 7 Leona swiftly depleted half of his health, prompting a hasty retreat, during which he cast a divine blessing to restore his health, though the healing was minimal due to his low ability power. At that moment, a flash of yellow light enveloped Gnar and Angel as they reached level 6. Chi Hao's eyes brightened, and he quickly signaled to his teammates, urging them to engage. Although lacking in skillful maneuvers, the two were emboldened by their newfound level, no longer intimidated by the Leona, especially with the formidable Gan Ning lurking behind. With Angel leading the charge and Gnar following closely, they lunged at the overconfident Leona. Noticing the advancing duo and realizing Gan Ning was absent from the minimap, the Leona felt a twinge of doubt. Yet, reassured by her available flash and ultimate ability, she confidently believed she could secure a kill and escape unscathed, anticipating that a successful takedown would grant her the Void Staff. With this thought, the Leona arrogantly gazed at her opponents, launching an attack that brought Angel down to half health before retreating into the nearby brush. Once concealed, she activated her ultimate, bathing herself in radiant light, rendering her invulnerable as she entered the brush, unafraid of any traps the Leona might lay therein. Upon witnessing this, the Leona felt a rush of excitement. With Angel's ultimate now expended, she awaited her cooldowns, planning to ignite Angel and secure the kill. At this moment, Gan Ning appeared behind her, and the Leona smirked disdainfully, envisioning slaying Angel before swiftly escaping, leaving Gan Ning, who lacked a flash ability, helplessly watching her flee. As she reveled in her fantasy of vanquishing the enemy and escaping unscathed, the Leona's eyes widened in realization. Her ultimate was no longer available, and her ignite had not activated. Moreover, she noticed a strange net ensnaring her. Suddenly, Gan Ning transformed into 3 figures, surrounding her and unleashing a flurry of attacks. Gnar and Angel joined in with their abilities, unleashing a torrent of damage that finally broke through the Leona's defenses. Desperately attempting to flash away proved futile. Her ultimate ability was also ineffective. Within mere seconds, the relentless assault from the two culminated in the Leona's demise, returning her to the fountain to witness the game in black and white. It's merely a matter of being at a higher level than us. We are merely at level 6, and that leopard woman was instantaneously dispatched. Gnars proclaimed with pride. Indeed, a level 7 leopard woman appears as nothing but a mere target in my eyes, the angel scoffed. Oh, you two are truly formidable. The 2 lower-ranked players immediately showered them with compliments. However, the principal contributor, Gan Ning, was conveniently overlooked by the 4. How careless of me. I was caught in a 3-on-1 ambush, the leopard woman explained, though her tone betrayed a sense of triumph, as if to suggest that it took 3 to take her down. Obama remained silent. Indeed, the leopard woman had been ambushed, and he too would have met a similar fate. Yasuo, Riven, and Thresh felt a surge of anger, directing their resentment towards Gan Ning. What's this? To kill us? You need but 1 person, yet to defeat the leopard woman, it requires 3? Do you look down upon us? Gan Ning had not anticipated that his momentary exploitation would incite such fervent animosity from Yasuo, Riven, and Thresh. Braving the odds, he had slain 6 foes. With the bounty of kills, Gan Ning ascended to level 8, and his doppelganger gained an additional level, reaching its pinnacle at level 4. The doppelganger's attack power had already reached 70% of Gan Ning's own. Notably, in the realm of Dream of the 3 Kingdoms, abilities could only be leveled up to 4, unlike in League of Legends, where the maximum is 5. Gan Ning paid no heed to the boasting of the 4 lower-ranked players. He simply activated his cooldown reduced recall item in the brush, teleporting directly to the first tower in the mid lane, standing before Riven and Thresh, who were aggressively assaulting the tower. Upon seeing Gan Ning, Riven and Thresh's eyes blazed with enmity, and without hesitation, they charged at him. The recall item permitted only Gan Ning to teleport. His doppelganger remained in the top lane. Observing this, Gan Ning remained silent and unleashed a powerful move, the Dance of the Golden Bells. A melodious chime resonated as Riven and Thresh succumbed to slumber, each marked by a sleep status. The Dance of the Golden Bells, an active skill, could cause surrounding targets to enter a sleep state lasting for seconds. If any target suffered damage, all would awaken simultaneously, significantly diminishing their attack and movement speed, and it was effective against structures. While asleep, the targets enjoyed 1 second of invulnerability. At level 1, it reduced attack and movement speed by 30% for 2 seconds. After consuming a blue potion, Gan Ning activated his doppelganger's phantom spear, positioning 3 Gan Nings before the now vulnerable Riven. With a swift move, he ensnared Riven, who possessed a flash, powerful output, and escape skills. Within moments, Riven found herself back at the fountain, staring at the black and white screen. 1 against 1,000, 7 slain. Upon awakening from her slumber, Thresh realized the gravity of the situation after losing the initiative. With no flash available, he attempted to retreat, but found himself slowed, moving as if in a leisurely stroll. The 3 Gan Nings who had just dispatched Riven swiftly advanced upon Thresh. In desperation, Thresh unleashed his ultimate ability, conjuring a dark prison around him. The damage from the dark prison caused 2 of Gan Ning's doppelgangers to dissipate, reducing Gan Ning's speed to a crawl, rendering him unable to escape as Thresh made his way back to base. The slow skill of Thresh is truly formidable, reducing speed by an astonishing 99%, albeit for only 2 seconds. After this brief period, the nimble Gangplank hastily dashed a few steps forward, and as his grappling hook cooled down, it ensnared Thresh. With the cooldown of his clone also complete, 3 Gangplanks converged upon Thresh, who inevitably retreated to the fountain, reduced to watching black and white television. An overwhelming triumph ensued, resulting in a double kill, with Gangplank having already claimed 8 lives. Chapter 6. Undefeated. Alas, how careless of me to return to the fountain once again. Having fared well in the bottom lane and leveled up, even securing a kill against Yasuo, he expressed his frustrations to his 2 teammates, lamenting their persistent annoyance. Damn it. How can you still have the audacity? If you hadn't nurtured Gangplank so well, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Riven, with her fiery temperament, hastily shifted all blame onto Yasuo. Alright, enough of that. Once the 3 of you respawn, let us unite and swiftly conclude this battle. I wish to log off and study this new champion, Gangplank, Obama declared. Agreed. We shall regroup upon our revival, came the response. Indeed. I too must investigate how he became so formidable. Isn't it suspicious? I'm almost convinced he's using hacks, another teammate chimed in. Nonsense. There are no hacks in League of Legends. The teammates were eager to log off immediately to explore the capabilities of the new champion, Gangplank. Why was he so powerful? And what of that clone item? Why was it absent from their shop? Had they perhaps neglected to download the patch? Meanwhile, Gangplank, advancing steadily with the minion wave towards the enemy tower, glanced at the time, gauging the condition of his opponents. Prepare for a team fight, everyone. We shall obliterate them in one fell swoop. A team fight? Excellent. My funds are sufficient, and I can finally purchase a significant item. I will join you shortly. NAR responded. This time, let me demonstrate how I achieve a pentakill, said Tristana with enthusiasm. It is my moment to shine. Watch how I secure a pentakill with my ultimate, declared the support robot, suppressing his urge to retch. Xiao skillfully controlled Gangplank to farm minions while also claiming a few jungle monsters. Upon reaching the enemy's high ground tower, he acquired an additional piece of equipment bestowed by the Azure Dragon pet, the Guardian's Dual Armor. The Guardian's Dual Armor grants an increase of 7 points to armor, enhances attack speed by 40%, and includes 3 passive skills. The Circular Formation, which provides 5 points of armor to allied units within a radius of 900. The Charge Formation, which reduces enemy armor by 4 points within the same radius. And the Wolf Fang Formation, which boosts the attack speed of friendly units by 15% within that range. Upon reaching level 9, Gangplank allocated a skill point, raising his critical hit rate to 25%. With the Guardian's Dual Armor equipped, his attack speed surged significantly. As Gangplank's teammates cheerfully gathered at the base of the tower, the opposing 5 positioned themselves accordingly. Seeing his minions diligently pushing the tower, Xiao encouraged the robot. Come on, go hook one of them. Oh great robot. He shamelessly dubbed the robot a great one in jest. The elementary school student operating the robot took great pleasure in this title, charging forward without any evasion. Noticing that the opponents remained motionless, a surge of joy filled his heart as he launched an attack. This skill left Xiao astonished. Brother, they are still beyond the range of your abilities. As expected, the robot's punch halted just before Obama, making futile attempts to grasp the air before retreating empty-handed. Opponent Thresh seized this perfect opportunity, stepping forward to ensnare the robot, gradually pulling the cumbersome machine towards him. Huh, look at that foolish robot. It still needs to learn what a proper hook is. just as Qi Hao intended to encourage his teammates to charge forward for a sacrifice, before he could even type. He witnessed his teammates recklessly storming past the turret, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the enemy. Skills were cast as if they were devoid of mana, frantically flinging at the foes in a desperate bid to rescue their good friend. After exhausting all their abilities and withstanding a few seconds of resistance, they were ultimately obliterated. However, their contributions were not to be overlooked. They successfully drew the enemy's fire, tricking them into using numerous skills, even to ensure the survival of the invulnerable angel. Thresh unleashed his ultimate ability. Obama, in a bid to claim kills, also employed his ultimate, resulting in a commendable 3 takedowns. While their side suffered no casualties, the enemy lost 4, and the triumphant 5 soon realized one of their opponents was missing. Just as a hint of unease began to settle in, a melodious chime resonated in their ears, and the names of heroes appeared above their heads, including that of the high ground turret. Without hesitation, Gan Ning executed his doppelganger ability, summoning 5 phantoms of himself to rush towards the nearest Yasuo, who succumbed within a second, returning to the fountain to watch black and white television. Unparalleled, he achieved a 9-kill streak. Witnessing his screen go dark, the player controlling the overpowered Yasuo felt a wave of despair. Why is it always me who suffers? He lamented, drawing a circle to curse his fate. Next, the 5 Gan Nings approached the newly awakened Nidalee, whose spell damage was overwhelming. The bewildered Nidalee barely had time to react before she was swiftly dispatched, unable to even use her flash, feeling more frustrated than Yasuo. Double kill, invincible, 10 kills achieved. Following this, Gan Ning ensnared Riven, who had dashed towards him with her skills, disregarding the attack speed reduced Obama and Thresh, and unleashed a flurry of strikes. In less than 2 seconds, Riven, with her lightning-fast abilities, had no chance to showcase her prowess before she too returned to the fountain to join her 2 fallen comrades. Triple kill, invincible, 11 kills achieved. In a span of 4 seconds, while Gan Ning's ultimate reduced attack speed by 30%. Along with the 15% reduction from the Guardian's armor, a desperate Obama finally managed to slay one Gan Ning, only to discover it was merely a doppelganger. As the cooldown of skills expired, all attention was directed toward Gan Ning, who was revealed to be the true form. However, the initial joy was quickly overshadowed by the realization that only a fraction of Gan Ning's health had been depleted. Nevertheless, Obama remained unperturbed by Gan Ning. Fortified by his possession of both the Endless and the Ghost Blade, and his attack speed had returned to normal. With Thresh's shield bolstering his confidence and his own adept footwork, he felt no fear toward Gan Ning. Yet, a twinge of regret flickered within Obama for not having acquired the Electrocute, for with a stroke of fortune, he could have annihilated all of Gan Ning's clones. Qi Hao cast a glance at Obama, raising an eyebrow before commanding the clones to charge at him. While he himself nonchalantly sauntered away, there was little choice. The turret had now turned its fire toward him, and hesitation was not an option. In that moment, Gan Ning appeared to Obama and Thresh as a quintessential rogue. He had incapacitated one ally, ensnared another, and left behind 3 shadows as a parting taunt. With a fiery glare, Obama observed Gan Ning withstand 2 cannon shots from the turret, his health dwindling to a mere 10th. Ignoring the presence of Gan Ning's clones, he executed a flash to pursue the fleeing figure. With his high damage output, a single strike would ensure Gan Ning's demise. Thresh, invigorated by the sight, had also refreshed his flash and resolutely followed in Obama's wake, eager to redeem himself. Neither of them noticed the smile creeping across Qi Hao's face as he manipulated Gan Ning, unfazed by their pursuit. Oh, we have set the stage for Gan Ning's triple kill, he mused. Yet this Gan Ning is lacking in resolve. Why flee when a death would suffice? Cowardice. Were I in his position with half health, I would undoubtedly vanquish Obama and Thresh. With an eye roll, Qi Hao acknowledged the skill levels of the 4 players. He chose to disregard them and continued to guide Gan Ning in his escape. As Obama and Thresh ventured beyond the turret's range and made their way toward the red buff, they hurriedly followed, occasionally lamenting the speed of their quarry. Upon reaching a fork in the path, they split up to intercept, attempting to encircle Gan Ning from the red buff's direction. With their considerable health pools, they paid little heed to the brush, plunging headlong into it, confident that Gan Ning's abilities had already been exhausted and were still cooling down. However, upon regrouping at the red buff, they were dismayed to discover that Gan Ning had already vanished, leveraging his superior speed. Thresh had no choice but to retrace his steps to the mid lane for minion farming. Meanwhile, Obama, captivated by the red buff's dance, succumbed to temptation and approached it. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a massive net descended from the sky, ensnaring Obama and rendering him immobile. Then Obama beheld the scoundrel Ganning emerging from his right, ruthlessly assailing him alongside Red Daddy, until he found solace in the fountain with his teammates, watching black and white television. Meanwhile, Ganning swiftly dispatched Red Daddy, and rejuvenated, he advanced toward the mid-lane Thresh. Unmatched, Obama, fixated on his monochrome screen, was suddenly enraged. Thresh, for heaven's sake, last hit some minions. Did you not witness my demise? Thresh, en route to the scene of the incident, could only respond with a perplexed, "Is this my fault?" Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, every one of the greats has fallen. It is all my fault." At this juncture, Yasuo, no longer incensed, began to mock these so-called masters. "Curse it! How dare you speak, you worthless Yasuo? Had you not nurtured Ganning to such opulence, would we be in this predicament?" Obama's ire shifted to Yasuo. "Your incompetence is one thing, but you still dare to prance about? Surely, there must be a void in your intellect, indeed, a profound abyss." Riven, brimming with indignation, chimed in. "Curse you all, play amongst yourselves, for I shall not serve any longer," a gaggle of elementary schoolers. With that, Yasuo typed his farewell and exited the game. Observing Yasuo's departure, the eager Nidalee sought to rally her remaining comrades. "Now that the fool has left, let us focus. Ganning is formidable, yet victory remains within our grasp." "Victory, you jest. I shan't play any longer. What a wretched match, a collection of rubbish. I shall take my leave for ranked games, damn it." With his wrath boiling, Obama too exited. Riven and Nidalee, possessing speed yet lacking the opportunity to shine, coordinated decently, comforting Nidalee. "Do not mind that fool. He is likely a mere child. Come, let us befriend each other and queue for a match." Nidalee surveyed the battlefield and, relieved that this was merely a casual match, reluctantly acquiesced to Riven's proposal. And the two departed. Thresh, still vacillating between confronting Ganning or retreating, resignedly realized he was now a solitary figure. Casting a glance at Ganning, who approached brandishing his blade, he muttered in disdain, "What nonsense." He too withdrew. The would-be assailant, Xiao, was astonished to find that all opponents had exited the game, leading his side to an unexpected victory. He touched the tip of his nose, pondering, are they truly that fragile? Where's the competitive spirit? This is just the beginning. Having finally ignited some enthusiasm, these players had chosen to depart before he could achieve a pentakill. Indeed, our formidable assault has compelled the enemy to flee. Sighing, he mused. Such solitude accompanies greatness. By the way, what of Ganning? Will he continue playing? We could guide him once more. It is nearly bedtime. Perhaps one more game at most. Xiao, with a furrowed brow, witnessed the enemy crystal erupt like fireworks before promptly exiting the game, unable to tolerate these childish players. Xiao Qi, that was exhilarating. Alas, I lament the absence of a pentakill. Xiao Qi, where did you acquire that cheat? Xiao Qi, how much does it cost per month? I wish to purchase it. Xiao Qi, it is better to enjoy together than alone. Quickly share the cheat. Xiao Qi, if you provide me with the cheat, I can ensure that Qi Yu is rendered unconscious and brought to your room for your disposal. Are you seeking death, Zhuge Liang? Do you truly wish to toy with me? Nevertheless, Xiao Qi, should you hand over the cheat to me, I might consider granting you an opportunity to be my backup. Xiao did not rush to respond to the messages in the live stream. Instead, he attentively listened to the androgynous voice resonating in his mind. The preliminary task has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have attained the privileges of an account that will never be banned, a Douyu room that will remain unsealed, and personal information that will never be disclosed. Please continue to strive and fulfill the daily tasks assigned. What does this mean? It is so vague. Xiao inquired several questions, yet the disembodied voice did not respond, leaving him perplexed. Forget it. It seems tomorrow will present another opportunity for inquiries. Upon logging back into League of Legends, he discovered that his Dream 3 Kingdoms account was still functional, which brought him some relief. This cheat system appears to be operational, as long as he completes his daily tasks. He glanced at the rapidly filling room, home to more than a dozen individuals, and gave a wry smile. Unsure of how to explain the situation. This cheat is bound to me alone. It cannot be sold. After some contemplation, Xiao attempted to clarify, though he anticipated disbelief. Xiao Qi, what kind of cheat binds itself to a single individual? Are you trying to deceive us? I am not deceiving you. Xiao replied with a rueful smile. Indeed, you cannot possibly claim that you possess a cheat from an extraterrestrial source that allows you to use Dream 3 Kingdoms within League of Legends. Can you? How did you know? Xiao's situation did indeed mirror that of a novel. Surely, you are not suggesting that the piece of earth will rest upon your shoulders in the future? That has not been stated, Xiao admitted candidly. Haha, Xiao Qi. Can you not be so juvenile? We are all adults here. If you do not wish to share the cheat, simply say so. Do you really expect us to believe in aliens? Indeed, Xiao Qi, you have profoundly wounded our fragile hearts. Xiao Qi, will you speak? If not, I shall report you. This threat was even more severe. I have made myself perfectly clear. If you do not believe me, what can I do? Observing his loyal fans threatening to report him over the cheat, Qi Hao felt a chill run through him. Is human nature truly this fickle? Ignoring the clamor in the room, Qi Hao abruptly ended the live stream, lit a cigarette, and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 8. Let us meet the somber chime of a requiem startled Qi Hao from his reverie. He picked up his phone to find it was a call from Qi Yu. In reality, only Qi Yu knew his personal information. Suddenly, Qi Hao was struck with alarm. The purpose of Qi Yu's call was unmistakable. She sought the cheat. What if she insisted that he surrender it? The outcries of those in the live stream were of no concern to him. After all, had not the cheat system assured him that his account and Douyu room would remain forever unsealed? Yet, what if Qi Yu revealed his true identity? The existence of external assistance is undeniable, yet the ability to produce it remains elusive. What will become of oneself in such a scenario? Will Tencent show leniency? Will Douyu be merciful? If some avaricious individuals were to discover the truth, what fate would await? For the first time, Qi Hao felt a profound sense of fear and regret for revealing his true identity. What should he do? As he gazed at the incessantly ringing phone before him, indecision plagued his mind. Finally, gritting his teeth and raising an eyebrow defiantly, he resolved, to hell with it. After all, what is the worst that could happen? Hello. The line is currently busy. Please try again later. The automated message elicited a chuckle from Qi Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she playfully remarked, "Little Qi. There's still English to follow. Do continue." Upon hearing this, Qi Hao realized he had slipped up, yet he maintained his composure, stating nonchalantly, "My English isn't up to par. I feared you might detect a rural accent from the UK, so I refrained from embarrassing myself. What brings you to call me at this late hour, Qi Yu beauty? Is the long night leaving you in need of a warm, strong embrace? Oh, spare me your wit. Am I not aware of you? You've been avoiding my calls. Are you drenched in cold sweat?" Qi Yu's tone turned teasing, her cheeks flushing as she boldly questioned him. This woman seems to know everything, Qi Hao thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hey, Qi Yu, we aren't that familiar, are we? I don't even know what you look like. Besides, in this sweltering heat, if I were to break out into a cold sweat, at least I'd feel cooler. Didn't I send you my photo before? Qi Yu replied, going along with his banter. You know as well as I do that Japanese makeup and Korean plastic surgery pale in comparison to the wonders of Chinese meitu. Qi Hao continued jesting. On the other end, Qi Yu rolled her eyes, her expression exuding an enchanting allure, yet Qi Hao was oblivious to her charm. All right, Qi Gu, let us stop the frivolities. Let us meet tomorrow. Some matters are better discussed face to face. Qi Hao understood that evasion was futile. After all, what did he, a grown man, have to fear? If worst came to worst, he could always confront the situation head-on. Fine, propose a time and place, he replied readily. Let us meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the CAF across from our school. You won't forget your alma mater, will you? Qi Yu inquired with a hint of concern. Of course not. See you tomorrow. With his intentions laid bare, Qi Hao hastily ended the call, pondering how this woman seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read his thoughts. After hanging up, Qi Hao took a shower and went straight to bed. The next morning, he made a modest effort to present himself well, focusing primarily on cleanliness rather than excessive grooming. He donned a white short-sleeved shirt and slightly faded blue jeans. Though they were inexpensive, they were impeccably clean. The reason for his financial constraints stemmed from his inability to earn money through live streaming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be seeking employment. He rented a place conveniently close to his alma mater, just a 10-minute walk away, still the same residence he had occupied during his university years. As Qi Hao gazed upon his alma mater, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. A year had passed, yet the school remained unchanged, and so did he. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips. He made his way to the CAF opposite the school, a charming establishment catering to students. Known for its affordable yet delightful offerings and tasteful decor, it was a favored rendezvous for young couples from the school, ensuring a bustling atmosphere. Although it was still morning and patrons were few, upon entering, Qi Hao retrieved his phone and dialed Qi Yu, uncertain of her appearance and eager to see if she had arrived. Qi Yu, are you there? By the way, what do you look like? How will I recognize you? A hint of anxiety lingered in his heart. What if Qi Yu turned out to be one of those picture-perfect individuals who faltered under the scrutiny of reality? Turning left, Qi Hao was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a vision of beauty, bright eyes and radiant teeth, long hair cascading like silk. She wore a short-sleeved checkered shirt in shades of white and purple, paired with a black skirt that revealed a glimpse of her fair thighs, complemented by sporty sneakers. She exuded an aura of youthful vitality. Though her expression bore a teasing glint, with her lips curving into a slight smirk, Qi Hao, caught off guard, wore a foolish grin. As Qi Hao stood there, awestruck, Qi Yu approached him, playfully pinching his arm. He turned, wiping away the drool that had threatened to escape, and offered her a silly smile before they made their way to the table she had reserved. Once seated, Qi Yu, with an air of poise, smiled and introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Tianyu. I am Qi Hao. You are even more beautiful in person than in the photos." He replied, slightly flustered. "Your name is lovely too, Tianyu, like a natural gemstone. Truly, you embody your name. It is a perfect match." Returning to reality, Qi Hao gazed at Qi Yu, who chuckled softly. All right. You are not too shabby yourself. I would consider you a handsome fellow." Surprised to learn that he was merely deemed handsome in her eyes, Qi Hao slumped against the sofa, fixated on Qi Yu. They each ordered a cup of coffee, the silence enveloping them as they exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak first. After a moment, Qi Yu, feeling a tad bashful under his gaze, shot him a playful glare and remarked, "All right, enough of that smirk. I need to know, Qi Hao, were the things you said in the live stream genuine?" Sighing, Qi Hao nodded, realizing the moment he had dreaded had finally arrived. He refrained from elaborating further, curious about Qi Yu's intentions for inviting him. "Please, don't be so wary of me. I assure you, I am not like the others," Qi Yu said, casting him an exasperated look, her annoyance evident. Feeling somewhat awkward, Qi Hao scratched his nose. "I am not being wary of you. You saw the comments yesterday in the live stream. They were indeed a bit excessive. You underestimate them too much," Qi Yu retorted, reaching behind her to retrieve a laptop. She opened it and placed it on the table, inviting Qi Hao to examine the information displayed on the screen. Chapter 9. The Thoughts of July. A mysterious individual has reported the use of cheats in League of Legends, providing undeniable evidence. In a casual match, an encounter with a cheater unfolds. What kind of hero is Gan Ning? The tales I must share about my experiences with Gan Ning during matchmaking. The existence of cheats in League of Legends is corroborated by video evidence. Qi Hao promptly opened the video and, as expected, it depicted the very match he had participated in. The comments beneath the video were in an uproar. Gan Ning must be a newly released hero, right? Judging by the above, it's confirmed. This is definitely cheating. Gan Ning is a hero from Dream of the Three Kingdoms, and all his equipment is also from that game. I've played Dream of the Three Kingdoms, so I know. Please, give me a thumbs up. I agree with the above, but I can't help but ask, what is Dream of the Three Kingdoms? Wow. This guy is asking for the cheat selling address. I want cheats too. Same here, I'm in search of cheats. Trash Tencent. Didn't they claim League of Legends had no cheats? What is this? A great game emerges, only to be infested by cheats. Will League of Legends be next? As Qi Hao read through these trending topics, he glared furiously at Qi Yu, his white teeth clenching audibly. This was pushing him towards a dead end. How could he continue to play League of Legends under such circumstances? Without playing, how could he complete his tasks? Failing to accomplish them could lead to dire consequences. The voice in his head, along with the current technology, suggested it might be extraterrestrial in nature, which was undeniably plausible. If death was in the cards, that too was a distinct possibility. What? Do you want to bite me? Qi Yu noticed Qi Hao was genuinely angry and quickly clarified, I didn't post it online. It was someone else. Please don't actually bite me. Getting rabies shots is quite painful. Unable to contain himself, Qi Hao chuckled at Qi Yu's words but quickly stifled it, taking a couple of deep breaths before turning to her and stating, let us be serious. We are discussing a very grave issue here. Qi Yu picked up a spoon and slowly stirred her coffee, pondering before saying, Little Qi, at first, I didn't believe your cheat was linked to you. I thought it was a hacker assisting you. However, eventually, I came to trust this. Do you know why? Qi Hao, bewildered, shook his head in confusion. From the information I gathered, both the technical departments of Tencent and Douyu found no trace of you, no data at all. It's as if you never existed, yet in reality, you did participate in the game. If it weren't for alien assistance, then perhaps your hacker is simply too formidable, rendering Tencent's technical team useless? Qi Yu inquired, fixing her gaze on Qi Hao. I'm equally perplexed, but I can assure you that the cheat is indeed bound to me. Moreover, when I won yesterday, it was during task completion, and the reward was that my information would never be banned or leaked. Qi Hao glanced at Qi Yu, suddenly invigorated, and broke into a silly grin, chuckling. Qi Yu stared at Qi Hao's unexpected laughter, feeling a twinge of anxiety, as if she had overlooked something, yet could not recall what it was. She inquired, What are you laughing about? Nothing. Uncertain of Qi Yu's intentions, Qi refrained from revealing his trump card. The more he remained silent, the more anxious Qi became. Her impatience mounting. All right, enough with the foolish grin. I ask you, what are your plans moving forward? Qi directed her gaze at Qi. He paused momentarily, pondering what else there was to do but stream. After all, by utilizing cheats during his broadcasts, his popularity would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary streamers, leading to substantial earnings. Of course, it's streaming, he replied. Satisfied that Qi's response aligned with her expectations, Qi nodded approvingly. Little Qi, your intention to stream is undoubtedly to earn money. However, since Douyu is incapable of tracing your information, it indicates that all your data is concealed. Thus, I must inquire, how will you access the money you earn from your streams? Upon hearing her words, Qi was taken aback. Indeed, what was the point of streaming if he couldn't receive any money? Possessing a cheat system, yet living in constant fear of losing his life without any financial gain, would transform his situation from mere misfortune to outright tragedy. Observing Qi, who was leisurely sipping her coffee, he sought her counsel. Beautiful Qi, what do you suggest I do? Not feeling so confident now, are we? Qi teased, arching her elegantly shaped brows as she regarded the pleading Qi. Please, just tell me. I beg you, beautiful Qi. He acknowledged the need to humble himself under her roof. You could seek a platform that will not disclose your information and will ensure you receive your streaming earnings. Qi proposed. If Douyu won't suffice, what platform would? Qi retorted. Tencent is wealthy and will undoubtedly invest heavily in combating cheats. What if, for the sake of profit, they decide to expose me? I thought you might have a better suggestion, but this is disappointing. Qi's enthusiasm deflated like a punctured balloon. Rest assured, the platform I recommend will absolutely safeguard your personal information. I guarantee it with my reputation. How does that sound? Qi assured him with confidence. Qi scrutinized Qi, withholding further commentary. We are not well acquainted. This is merely our first meeting. How can I trust your reputation? Just because you are beautiful. Should I blindly leap into a pitfall? Noticing Qi's evident distrust, yet recognizing her need for this opportunity, Qi reluctantly revealed, Little Qi, the platform I mentioned is mine. Are you satisfied now? Don't you trust me? If I intended to disclose your information, I would have done so long ago. Upon realizing that the platform belonged to Qi felt invigorated. She was already privy to his real information and could sell it at any moment. Moreover, regarding his particular situation, he was certain that Qi would never betray him, as it directly affected her as well. Oh, if it's your platform, then I can agree to this. Having come to a decision, Qi recognized this as a rare opportunity and readily acquiesced. Upon hearing that it was his own platform, Qi readily agreed. And Qi felt a surge of delight, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, her smile blooming like a flower. Very well, you shall move in with me today. My place boasts exclusive internet access and top-notch facilities, Qi cheerfully declared. Are you so eager to cohabit with me? Qi gazed at Qi, who resembled a blossoming flower, feeling a sense of joy swell within him, unable to resist voicing his thoughts. Go to hell. I hold a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. So you ought to keep your little thoughts to yourself. Otherwise, with your petite frame, a single punch could leave you in pieces. Qi waved her tiny fist. Observing Qi's complexion turn pale, she then cast him a flirtatious glance and added, all right, if you behave well, I might just grant you the opportunity to be my backup. Wait, so one must perform well to earn the title of backup? You truly underestimate me. With my looks, it's only a matter of time before I win you over. ISNT there is saying, the one near the water gets the moon first? He contemplated altering the trajectory of his life, gaming, earning money, supporting his family, and pursuing the charming Qiyu. Let us go, I'll help you pack. And then we'll move into my place. After settling the bill, Qiyu and Qi stepped outside. Unbeknownst to Qi, this seemingly ordinary morning would herald a monumental shift in his life, a change beyond his control and foreknowledge. Chapter 10. Qiyu's live streaming platform once outside. Qi waited for a moment, only to witness a brand new blue sports car come to a halt before him. Its sleek lines accentuated by the emblem of a rearing black stallion, exuding an air of luxury. As a mere commoner, he was oblivious to the car's make. ISNT this the vehicle of our university goddess, Lin Tianyu? Good heavens, what is she doing here? Is she picking someone up? Surely. She was there for her close friend. He had yet to see any man ride in the goddess's car. Lin Tianyu was undoubtedly a goddess. Not to mention affluent and beautiful, with countless admirers at university. It was likely that even the most trivial details about her had been unearthed by her infatuated followers. However, the matter of her measurements was one he deemed necessary to discuss with those envious suitors, he mused while absent-mindedly touching his nose. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and get in. Qiyu called out, completely unfazed by the admirers outside. Qiao waved to the crowd of admirers, then, amidst their envious and resentful gazes, cheerfully took his seat in the passenger side, leaving a throng of astounded admirers behind. Upon returning to his rented residence, Qiao exited the vehicle, declining Lin Tianyu's request to come take a look inside. After all, could a goddess simply waltz into a home belonging to a recluse? Then, under Qiyu's disapproving gaze, he swiftly returned to his room to tidy up. In truth, there was little to arrange, merely a few changes of clothes and his live streaming equipment. Everything else was inconsequential. Even the computer was furnished by the landlord. After a telephone conversation with the landlady, they exchanged pleasantries upon her arrival. Having shared several years of life together, a bond had inevitably formed. However, Qihao's primary concern was to inquire whether he could reclaim the rent for the remaining half-month. Ultimately, under the poignant gaze of the landlady and the intimidating presence of her broom, Qihao found himself retreating awkwardly to his luxurious vehicle, departing with great haste. He drove to an affluent neighborhood, characterized by rows of splendid villas. Coming to a halt in front of one of these opulent residences, Qihao followed Qiyu inside. The interior was resplendently adorned, prompting Qihao to gaze at Qiyu and express, in a house such as this, "If you were to keep me as your hidden treasure, I would have no objections." Qiyu cast a dismissive glance at his self-indulgent sentiment, shattering his daydreams with a blunt retort, "You don't even qualify as a backup, so stop dreaming." She then instructed him to choose any room downstairs, warning him sternly not to ascend the stairs, lest she evict him. "Very well, but mark my words, one day you will be begging me to come upstairs," Qihao declared with a touch of bravado, dragging his luggage towards a room adjacent to the bathroom. The proximity to the restroom would save him countless trips. He would appreciate this convenience while engrossed in his gaming. The room was impeccably clean, suggesting frequent upkeep, although it was evident that Qiyu was not the one responsible for it. Once he settled his belongings, he discovered that the room was equipped with superior computer and streaming tools, far surpassing his previous setup. Qiyu had mentioned that the refrigerator was stocked with ingredients for cooking, and she left promptly thereafter, the purpose of her departure unclear to him. Nonetheless, Qihao felt at ease. After a simple meal, he decided to explore Qiyu's streaming platform. Upon logging into the newly established Qiyu streaming site, he quickly realized he had been misled. The platform was virtually unknown, lacking any semblance of popularity. There were no viewers but himself, leading him to ponder whether Qiyu truly intended to treat him as a canary in a gilded cage. If she wished to support him, terms must be negotiated first. He could not naively surrender his integrity to the allure of this femme fatale. Exiting the platform, Qihao perused various social media sites, only to find himself trending. The internet buzzed with reports of his supposed cheating in League of Legends, revealing that he had underestimated the fervor with which fans cherished the game. Yet, he was baffled by the derogatory terms, mysterious figure, loser, trash, directed at him. Even if they did not know his name, they should at least refer to him as Little Qi the streamer. As Qihao fumed at the envious and spiteful comments from various users, he stumbled upon a new piece of news that was rapidly gaining traction, soon eclipsing the attention garnered by his earlier gaming incident. The sensational headline read, "Cheating Little Qi signs with Qiyu streaming platform, live broadcast scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight." Upon clicking, he discovered that the comments had nearly reached a staggering 100,000. Oh my, this is a blatant affront to Tencent, is it not? Does Tencent not proclaim that League of Legends is free from cheats? To those above, may I inquire about the price of the hacks sold by Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi, I adore you. Grant me the hacks, and I shall comply with your every wish. What on earth is this Qiyu platform? I had never heard of it before. Upon visiting the Qiyu platform, I found myself to be the sole spectator, while that individual named Xiao Qi ought to exit League of Legends. It does not require such detritus. Let us collectively resist Xiao Qi, refrain from visiting that Qiyu platform for live broadcasts. Qiyu is merely a devoted fan of the old Dream Three Kingdoms, as we all know. Qihao, having taken a glance, realized that those desiring hacks were primarily players of Dream Three Kingdoms, past or present, unable to relinquish their affection for the game. The detractors, on the other hand, were fans of League of Legends, with both factions nearly equal in number, perhaps 50,000 to 20,000. Alas, there is little to be done. Such is the overwhelming popularity of League of Legends. Of course, many harbor pure envy and malice to these individuals. Qihao has but one retort. The sun is far away, so kindly distance yourself accordingly, no farewell needed. At this moment, Qihao understood Qiyu's intentions. She was undoubtedly out promoting herself. No wonder she rushed out without even pausing for a meal. Never mind the intricacies of how live streaming platforms operate. It is best not to complicate matters further. He simply needed to gather his energy and focus on the competition ahead. With ample time at hand, Qi logged into Dream 3 Kingdoms to practice, yet he found it impossible to enjoy the game, despite his renown as a prominent streamer in Dream 3 Kingdoms. Upon logging into his Xiao Qi account, he was besieged by requests for hacks from all corners. After a lengthy wait for a match, he found that 9 out of 10 players were inactive, and the chat was inundated with pleas for hacks. Choosing silence, he was met with curses. In resignation, Qi had no choice but to exit the game. Very well, if not to play, then he would await Qi's return. At 7 in the evening, having just finished dinner, Qi witnessed Qiyu bursting into the villa. Her radiant smile was marred by a hint of fatigue. After all, Qiyu was merely a year younger, still a university student. He could not fathom her relentless dedication. When the time permits, he must ask her about it earnestly. With all matters settled, she could stream in peace, free from any disturbances henceforth. Qiyu beamed at Qi, seemingly seeking acknowledgement for her efforts. Qiyu, why do you assist me so? I have no way to repay you, so I shall bestow upon you my first kiss. Qi gazed at Qiyu with heartfelt emotion, leaning in for a kiss. Get lost, Qiyu playfully exclaimed, pinching his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. If you wish to express gratitude, then simply stream well and earn a fortune for me. In that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with ambition. You are already so affluent. What further need have you for money? Qi inquired, puzzled. Qiyu's previously joyful expression dimmed, yet she chose not to elaborate. As Qi gazed at the silent Qiyu, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He found it perplexing that, despite this being their first encounter, such emotions could arise. Yet, the tightly furrowed brows of Qiyu evoked a deep sense of empathy within him. Perhaps it is human nature to cherish beauty while despising even the slightest imperfection. He longed to embrace Qiyu, but feared she might question his intentions, leading to an unfortunate result given her formidable prowess. A beautiful woman skilled in martial arts leaves a rogue like him with little recourse. As the clock approached 8, Qi and Qiyu settled before the computer, activating her streaming platform. After a flurry of activity, Qi discovered that he had become the host of Room 1. Despite not having begun his broadcast, a steady stream of viewers had already filled the room, with the number nearing 10,000. It seemed many were drawn by curiosity regarding his use of external aids for streaming, although some may harbor ulterior motives. Logging into his Dream 3 Kingdoms account within League of Legends, Qi noted that it was indeed 8 o'clock. He commenced the broadcast, letting the haunting melody of Requiem of the Undead play. As the rhythmic beats resonated, his mood began to elevate. His deep, resonant voice filled the streaming room, silencing the previously boisterous audience as he began to speak. Brothers and sisters, welcome to Qiyu's live stream here on her platform. Whether you are a devoted fan of League of Legends or remain steadfast in your affection for Dream 3 Kingdoms, today, Qiyu will guide you through a unique battle, showcasing the gallant figures of our domestic games and the heroes of the Three Kingdoms in Chinese history. The clash between Dream 3 Kingdoms and League of Legends begins now. Observing Qi, whose face shone with radiant enthusiasm, Qiyu could not help but smile brightly. In Chapter 11, a voice reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's issued a proclamation. Engage in a matching game with Zhuge Liang. Failure to complete the task results in a death penalty. Should this League of Legends match be lost, a death penalty shall be imposed. The androgynous voice, as usual, threatened dire consequences. Qi rolled his eyes, his fervor somewhat dampened by this disembodied voice. Opting for a casual match, Qi entered a room. The selection phase commenced, and he found himself on the blue team. Typically, such matches consisted of random players or groups of friends, reminiscent of the 4 elementary school students he had encountered previously. As champion selection began, the blue team finally boasted a jungler, moving beyond the simplistic 2-1-2 formation, introducing greater complexity. Mid lane, no one is contesting, right? He pondered, his eyes widening at the on-screen text. You're mid, and I'm big Zhuge, what now? Should I jungle or support? With no explanation forthcoming and no champions to spare, Qi reluctantly resorted to his ultimate strategy. Qiyu, observing from behind, was baffled by his insistence on mid lane, yet found his audacity amusing, stifling a giggle. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the players prepared for their match. Is this a joke? Are we really not starting with a free win? One exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was a rather amusing spectacle as the tension between the players unfolded. Despite the light-hearted banter, they were determined to play their best, each vying for victory. In the blue team, there was Garen, the Might of Demacia, taking Flash and Ignite. Zhuge Liang in mid, Sand Summoner spells. Lee Sin, the Blind Monk, wielding Flash and Smite in the jungle. Misfortune, the bounty hunter, equipped with Flash and Ignite, and Nunu, the Snow Knight, as support. Utilizing Flash and Exhaust. On the purple team stood Renekton, the Butcher of the Sands, also known as the Crocodile, with Flash and Ignite. Karthus, the Deathsinger, with Flash and Ignite in mid. Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver, armed with Flash and Smite in the jungle. Caitlyn, the Sheriff of Piltover, with Flash and Ignite, and Malphite, the Monolith, as support, bringing Flash and Exhaust to the fray. Once the champions were selected, a moment of silence enveloped the room. Wait, Zhuge Liang? What is happening here? One player gasped, realizing the implications. The chat erupted with excitement and disbelief, as viewers speculated about the potential for cheating. How has Tencent not banned him yet? Is the company on the verge of collapse for failing to manage such blatant cheating? Another remarked, while others sought information on where to download the supposed hacks. The stream was flooded with gifts, notably coins worth $1 each, and one extravagant viewer gifted a bicycle, amounting to $100. As the game loaded, Zhuge Liang, controlled by Xiao, stood poised at the fountain. He opted for the skill Wishing, which would enhance his ability damage by 15% while ignoring 10% of the target's magic resistance. With a last-minute purchase of a cleaver and a few potions, he made his way to the mid lane. Observing the skill set, Xiao noted 7-star Lantern, a targeted ability capable of dealing bounce damage to multiple enemies without diminishing returns. As the minion wave approached, he glanced at the mini-map, noticing the absence of ganks, a smirk forming on his face. Soon, the enemy Karthus appeared as the minions clashed. The two individuals maintained a serene coexistence as they commenced the replenishment of their troops. When the adversary's forces dwindled to a mere 4, Zhuge Liang decisively eliminated a wounded soldier. He then summoned the 7-stars lamp, unleashing a brilliant conflagration from the white-feathered fan in his grasp, which soared towards the nearest enemy unit. The fiery projectile erupted upon contact with the Grim Reaper, inflicting a substantial blow of 100 health points. The Grim Reaper, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes. How could such a distance be breached? Attempting to retaliate with his skill, he found himself thwarted. Zhuge Liang had already vacated the range of the impending damage, having merely dispatched a feeble soldier. After witnessing the explosion of his skill, Zhuge Liang giddily advanced 2 steps, his ability ready for use once more, as he scorched the Grim Reaper again. Observing Zhuge Liang's irritatingly flamboyant dance, the Grim Reaper could only retreat in frustration. As he watched the blue minions fall one by one to Zhuge Liang's calculated strikes, his fury intensified. Why must he be so shameless? Even replenishing his own troops? With a heavy heart, he approached to unleash his skill, successfully hitting the minion, yet was immediately singed by Zhuge Liang's fiery attack. As the yellow glow enveloped Zhuge Liang, he reached level 2. While the Grim Reaper lamented his own predicament, one minion stood between him and the next level. You shameless cheater, he muttered. Xiao clicked on his skill. Burning of Baoang Slope, a single target damage ability that grants vision of the enemy and stuns for 0.01 seconds, with a cooldown of 7 seconds, inflicting 100 damage at level 1. Noticing the Grim Reaper's half health, Xiao smirked. When the minion wave arrived, Xiao employed his previous strategy. As only 3 minions remained, and the level 2 Grim Reaper showed no signs of retreating, he hurled the 7-stars lamp once more, yet did not withdraw. Instead, he advanced 2 steps. The Grim Reaper braced himself for the impact, casting Wall of Pain to slow Zhuge Liang's advance, laying the desolation at his feet. Unfazed by the slowing effect, Zhuge Liang stepped forward into range for a basic attack. Before the light emitted from his fan could reach the Grim Reaper, the 7-stars lamp was ready again. In an instant, Zhuge Liang unleashed a flurry of attacks. A conflagration of fire and crimson lightning converged upon the Grim Reaper, culminating in a decisive first blood. Stunned to find himself transformed into a spirit, the Grim Reaper pondered the unexpected turn of events. Upon reaching level 2, his health had restored to 2/3. How could he have perished so swiftly? Bewildered, he gazed at Zhuge Liang, who had sustained some damage from his skills and minion attacks, but remained at half health. Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, he unleashed his abilities repeatedly, only to watch in despair as Zhuge Liang departed, bloodied yet alive, leaving him to return to the fountain and his monochrome television. Such is the nature of a cheat. First blood achieved effortlessly. Not even needing my assistance, lamented the jungle-dwelling monk with a look of dejection. You are indeed formidable. It seems my concession of mid-lane was not in vain. The support character, the snowman, remained silent. Despite the demise of the opposing hero, Death Song, there was little blame or vitriol expressed. It was well understood that the enemy Zhuge Liang was utilizing hacks, and given the unfamiliarity with his skills, there was little that could be done. All one could offer was consolation. You should play cautiously. I will come to assist you shortly. The jungler, Mantis, reassured Death Song. This exemplified the essence of a good teammate in China, and Death Song was moved to tears. The live stream's chat overflowed with enthusiasm. 666666666. The first blood was indeed spectacular. The underestimation of the Dream Three Kingdoms players led to such a fate. This moment was impressive and fluid. The typical attacks were ineffective, allowing Death Song, equipped with Flash, to evade. Such is the loyalty of the Dream Three Kingdoms players. After all, Zhuge Liang is a mage with a slow attack speed, necessitating mastery of a mere 0.2 seconds of attack timing. 66666. The electric scooter has arrived. Money is no object. If you secure a pentakill, I shall gift you a car, haha. Such were the words of the wealthy, promptly offering an electric scooter valued at 1,000. Not bad at all. A grand gift right from the start, enough to sustain a month's supply of instant noodles, Kiheo thought, brimming with delight. Chapter 12. An unexpected double kill? Kiheo directed Zhuge Liang to consume all his red and blue potions, hatched his pet egg, and purchased a bloodstone to increase his health by 250. He also acquired a health potion and 3 blue potions, allowing the little azure dragon to slowly crawl over and deliver them to him, while he focused on farming minions to widen the gap between himself and Death Song. By the time Death Song arrived on the lane, Zhuge Liang had reached level 3 and effortlessly upgraded his skill, Fire Burning on Baoing Slope, to level 2, inflicting 175 damage. Kiheo instructed Zhuge Liang to continuously last hit and trade blows while occasionally glancing at the minimap. My teammates seem fairly reliable this match. They are not feeding recklessly. In fact, we are exchanging damage evenly with the opposition. In such circumstances, it is merely a matter of who makes the first mistake. Each player resembled a ravenous wolf. Revealing their fangs, one error would surely lead to their destruction. At this moment, Kiheo's Zhuge Liang had replenished a significant portion of his health and mana, watching as the level 2 Death Song occasionally tossed a skill to harass him, eliciting a slight smile. You think I'm foolish? You're so eager for my attention. Yet I am well aware that your Mantis is lurking, preparing for an ambush. Zhuge Liang was fragile. Should he be ambushed by Mantis, coupled with Death Song's slow, he would certainly meet his end. Reluctantly, he focused on farming minions to bolster his economy. During this time, the blind monk inquired if he needed assistance, to which Kiheo declined. He currently held an advantage over Death Song and had successfully stalled the enemy jungler, which was a significant advantage in itself. So Kiheo instructed the blind monk to assist Garen in the top lane instead. Garen and the blind monk did not disappoint Kiheo, although they did not secure the crocodile. It was forced to use Flash and retreat home. Garen continued to dominate the top lane, while the blind monk engaged in the purple side's jungle. At this juncture, Zhuge Liang ascended to level 4, while the opposing Death Song reached level 3. Xiao effortlessly activated his skill, summoning Kong Ming to borrow the eastern wind. This passive ability diminished the health of enemy heroes within an 800-unit radius, reducing their current life by 6% at level 1. This skill is indeed Zhuge Liang's divine talent, particularly pronounced against tanky foes or those equipped with anti-magic gear. Observing the purple side's Mantis, who found Zhuge Liang's tactics rather insidious, he noted his own top lane being pushed back home. With a muttered curse, he instructed the Reaper and proceeded to the top lane, preparing to ambush the incoming crocodile alongside Garen. Xiao, witnessing the Reaper's newfound humility, could not help but smile knowingly. He promptly alerted his teammates that Mantis was heading to the top lane and began to mercilessly harass the Reaper, initiating a torturous farming experience for him. As they approached level 6, Zhuge Liang had yet to engage in any fervent encounters with the Reaper, primarily due to the latter's evasive maneuvers. Upon sensing Zhuge Liang's aggressive intent, the Reaper would promptly flee, and after returning home once, he inexplicably purchased boots, allowing him to outpace the barefoot Zhuge Liang. At level 5, Xiao utilized the skill Burning the Battle of Baoing, achieving a damage output of 275 points. He directed his companion, the Azure Dragon, to procure a bloodstone, augmenting his health and mana by 200, alongside another mana stone that added 250 mana, as well as a pair of speed boots, all delivered into Zhuge Liang's hands. The Bloodstone, Blood Magic Stone, and Mana Stone combined to form the Blood Magic Qilin Heart, which enhanced health by 450, mana by 400, and improved health regeneration by 1 point per second, along with a 10% mana recovery rate. Casting a cold smirk at the still-bounding Reaper, Xiao thought to himself that if he could not defeat him, he would have wasted years of his life as a veterinarian. Observing his experience, Xiao calculated silently, tossing blue orbs towards the Reaper. For each blue potion thrown, The Reaper, cunning as ever, maintained his health at around 80%. After enduring for such a duration, the Reaper had discovered the means to evade Zhuge Liang's onslaught. By keeping a safe distance from the minions, the skill would fail to ricochet onto him. This realization filled him with pride over his cleverness. As long as he maneuvered well, Zhuge Liang's prowess would prove to be merely a triviality. Noticing that Zhuge Liang was unable to eliminate him, the Reaper grew increasingly arrogant. Even though he occasionally suffered from ricochet damage, it was inconsequential, as his predictions remained sharp. The level 3 wasteland occasionally inflicted damage upon Zhuge Liang. However, it vexed the Reaper that Zhuge Liang showed no signs of retreating, as if his potions were inexhaustible, and he pondered the source of Zhuge Liang's superior equipment, which offered him a third more health than his own. As Qi Hao's experience surged, a light flickered in his eyes. Zhuge Liang took 2 swift steps forward, hurling an orb at the Reaper, which ricocheted off a minion and illuminated the battlefield with a yellow glow, signaling Zhuge Liang's ascension to level 6. He then activated the skill Wulong Emerges from the mountain, summoning a colossal lightning bolt from the heavens to strike all enemy heroes, inflicting tremendous damage while granting vision of the targeted area for 5 seconds and revealing any hidden foes. The first level inflicts 210 points of damage with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Upon witnessing Zhuge Liang reach level 6, the Reaper hastily retreated. However, after taking just a single step back, he was struck again, leaving him with merely 60% of his health. At this moment, the Reaper was astonished to find that the normally slower Zhuge Liang was now moving at an extraordinary speed. In desperation, he deployed a slowing effect to hinder Zhuge Liang's mobility. Yet, as he turned back, he was met with a basic attack, and, noticing Zhuge Liang being decelerated, he found himself hastening towards the safety of the turret, feeling a sense of relief. Qi Hao observed the Reaper nearing the edge of his skill range and calculated the damage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fiery strike upon the Reaper, a blazing red lightning bolt crashing down from the heavens, inflicting significant damage. The Reaper gasped in surprise, seeing his health dwindle to a mere 65 points. Should another attack land, it would surely spell his demise. With no other option, he activated his flash ability, retreating behind his turret. Noticing Zhuge Liang, devoid of summoner spells, helplessly last-hitting minions, the Reaper could not suppress a chuckle. What if you're cheating? This is League of Legends, you know? You possess Flash, and I would be finished. You carry Ignite, and I would perish, but you have neither. Huh. With just 65 health points, what can you do to me? After consuming a health potion, I am rejuvenated. Your mana, however, will allow you only a few more spells, perhaps even failing to cast twice. Once I reach level 6, you will discover who reigns supreme in the mid lane. Qi Hao glanced at the Reaper, who was courting disaster, and cast a fleeting look at the minimap. With a gentle press of a key, a bolt of lightning materialized above Zhuge Liang's head, splitting into 5 branches that struck outwards, one of which targeted the Reaper, who was slowly regaining health. Upon witnessing his transformation into a spectral form, the Reaper was left speechless. This grand effect was eerily familiar. He regretted his earlier brashness. Glancing at the system messages, he suddenly realized that Caitlyn had also fallen to the lightning strike, igniting a spark of joy within him. Huh, this time, I have company in my demise. Not bad at all. A double kill. A massacre. Qi Hao had dispatched 3 opponents. Through undeniable evidence, he illustrated to the Reaper a crucial lesson. Do not feign strength when you have none, for the heavens may strike you down. Staring at the on-screen notification, Qi Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to discover that he had inadvertently claimed the life of Caitlyn in the bot lane. Ah, Zhuge Liang, why did you steal my kill? The bounty hunter was nearly driven to madness. He had meticulously seized the opportunity to exploit Caitlyn's mistake, reducing her to a sliver of health, only to have a bolt of lightning snatch the kill away. I truly did not intend for that. It won't happen again, I assure you. Qi Hao sheepishly typed on the screen, rubbing the tip of his nose. Hearing his repeated apologies, the bounty hunter calmed down and continued with the game. Unbeknownst to the bounty hunter, the viewers in the live stream were fully aware. They had witnessed what should have been an immediate ultimate from Zhuge Liang, who instead waited a second, allowing Caitlyn to absorb the damage before his ultimate descended from above. Alas, the poor bounty hunter had been deceived. If only he knew that Zhuge Liang was famously dubbed the first blood dog of the Dream 3. Without further ado, let us observe a moment of silence for the pure bounty. I disdain Xiao Qi. One who would seize the head of such an adorable sister is no true man. Is it for you to decide who is a man? Qi Hao asserted. If you doubt my manhood, feel free to test it for yourselves. At that moment, Qi Yu, unable to bear the scene, smote Qi Hao atop his head with her delicate hand. "What are you doing?" she scolded. In a moment of impulsiveness, Qi Hao momentarily forgot that he was not in a rented space and that others were present. He muttered softly, "I am merely proving my masculinity. Why not give it a touch? Do you dare to challenge me to a bone-breaking contest?" Seeing Qi Hao's unabashed demeanor and casting a glance at his lower body, Qi Yu's beautiful visage flushed a deep crimson, like a ripe apple, whether from embarrassment or anger remained uncertain. Chapter 13. Only I am most unsteady. Just then, news arrived of a breakthrough on the road. The top laners and junglers had been locked in a stalemate until Zhuge Liang's ultimate ability disrupted the calculations of the mantis and the crocodile. Both lost approximately 180 health points, allowing Garen and Lee Sin to seize the opportunity and eliminate the fragile mantis, while the crocodile, left with scant health, managed to flash away. The blue side surged ahead, the situation looking promising. Qi Hao glanced at Zhuge Liang's health. It had not diminished significantly, and the blue mana was completely depleted. Well, no blue means no blue, he mused, sipping the last blue potion as Zhuge Liang began to farm slowly. When the Requiem returned to the lane, the two stared at each other, roles now reversed. The Requiem unleashed a barrage of skills upon Zhuge Liang, who relied on his swift movement and robust health to maintain the stalemate. After learning the skill Desecrate, the Requiem's sustain became formidable, much to Qi Hao's frustration. During this time, the mantis made an appearance, and Zhuge Liang, already under pressure, would not fall for the Requiem's baiting tactics, adopting a rather sneaky approach. This infuriated the opposing Requiem, who hurled a barrage of curses across the screen. When Qi Hao reached level 8, Zhuge Liang, replenished and farming in the mid lane, was suddenly ambushed by the level 7 Requiem, who flashed directly beside him and unleashed a skill to slow him down. The Requiem proceeded to unleash a relentless barrage of abilities upon Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, from the brush on the right, the level 7 mantis sprang forth and leapt onto Zhuge Liang, clawing at him with reckless abandon, seemingly fueled by a vendetta. Though Zhuge Liang had considerable health, the 5-second slow proved fatal. After releasing one skill, he resisted for 3 seconds, but ultimately fell valiantly. The blue side's jungler, Lee Sin, peeked from the brush and, upon witnessing Zhuge Liang's demise, felt his heart race as the mantis and Requiem, blinded by rage, turned their gaze upon him. Nevertheless, he charged forward, targeting the defenseless Requiem, now devoid of flash and mana. With a swift sound wave striking the Requiem, he then executed Resonating Strike, closing the distance. Unfazed by the mantis's relentless assault, he activated Iron Mantle and unleashed Thunderclap, opting not to follow up with Cripple, but instead delivering a powerful ultimate, Dragon's Rage, sending the Requiem hurtling back beneath his tower. The turret, unyielding, retaliated with a shot that obliterated the Requiem into a spectral form. The spectral figure of the Death Song remained utterly indifferent, directly tarnishing Zhuge Liang with disdainful remarks in the chat. The blind monk, realizing he could not vanquish the mantis, noticed that the Death Song disregarded him entirely and leisurely ventured into the jungle. Observing that the Death Song was preoccupied with typing rather than utilizing skills on the blind monk, the mantis could not help but curse silently. Watching helplessly as the blind monk, with half his health depleted, retreated to the jungle, the slain Qi Hao was unfazed. Given that Zhuge Liang lacked mobility and he himself had not purchased teleportation boots, his demise was quite ordinary. What could one expect when the enemy had summoner spells at their disposal from the outset? During the brief intermission while watching black and white television, Qi Hao acquired a Lord's crown and a synthesis scroll for a unique weapon, combining them with the blood demon Qilin heart he possessed to forge the exclusive armament. In the realm of Dream Three Kingdoms, every hero is bestowed with an exclusive weapon, requiring identical items for synthesis, with consistent attributes. The exclusive weapon augments all attributes by 12 points, increases health by 450 points, and mana by 400 points. Its passive skill, Awakening of the Ultimate, enhances the hero's ultimate ability by 1 level. At that moment, the system announced that Caitlyn had slain the bounty hunter, and Qi Hao glanced at the bottom lane, where Caitlyn and the stone golem were pursuing the snowman through the dense foliage. However, Caitlyn had only 210 health points and seemed reluctant to return home. Instinctively, Qi Hao activated the already resurrected Zhuge Liang, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the 4 enemy heroes. Double kill. Qi Hao was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Upon checking the system, he realized he had eliminated both Caitlyn and the mantis. With Caitlyn at 210 health and Zhuge Liang now equipped with the exclusive weapon, he had ascended to level 2, capable of inflicting up to 335 points of damage. Caitlyn met her fate unresentfully, having assumed Zhuge Liang was still at level 1. Seeing the advantage in the bottom lane, the Mantis decided to engage the dragon. But with health already compromised, attacking the dragon further depleted his vitality, leading to an unfortunate demise. The snowman expressed gratitude to Xiao, while the stone golem, unable to pursue due to its short reach, could only watch as the snowman safely returned to the tower. In a stroke of serendipity, Xiao, having secured 2 kills, joyfully synthesized the teleportation boots, enhancing his movement speed by 65 points. This item possessed an active skill allowing instantaneous teleportation to a target point, with a minimum range of 200 and a maximum of 1200. However, unlike Flash, the teleportation boots could only be utilized if no damage from other players had been sustained within the previous 3 seconds. The cooldown was rather brief, lasting only 15 seconds, each with its own merits. With the acquisition of 2 kills, Zhuge Liang reached level 9, fully maxing out his skills. His 4th level ability could inflict 350 points of damage, and the skill Kongming summons the East Wind had reached level 3, diminishing current health by 10%. After purchasing 2 red potions and 2 reconnaissance lanterns, Zhuge Liang returned to the mid lane, placing a lantern on each side of the river. Subsequently, he diligently began to farm minions, accruing gold while dealing damage to the defensive tower. By the time the resurrected Death Song returned to the mid lane, Zhuge Liang had already demolished the first tower. Gazing at the fallen defense tower, the Requiem was filled with a sorrow that could not manifest in tears, his economic standing having plummeted significantly. Xiao upgraded his pet, the Azure Dragon, by 1 level, subsequently purchasing the Seal of the Returning Governor, which augmented his attack by 10 points, enhanced his health regeneration by 5 points per second, and provided a 125% mana restoration, thus bolstering his sustainability in battle, while last hitting minions against the Requiem. Xiao glanced at the minimap and noticed that the top lane Garen and Lee Sin were engaged in a standoff against the enemies Renekton and Kha'Zix, with neither side gaining an advantage. The bottom lane was similarly stagnant, both teams resorting to various underhanded tactics, with the supports provocatively swaying their forms to entice the opposing team, yet nothing of consequence transpired. In the midst of his lane, Zhuge Liang observed that the Requiem had suddenly ceased movement, swaying as if preparing to unleash his ultimate ability. The Requiem was typing on the screen, inviting everyone to sway together. Without hesitation, Zhuge Liang executed a swift teleport, bypassing the minions in the skirmish, and positioned himself near the Requiem, unleashing a burning of Baoang Slope upon the swaying figure. The Requiem, poised to cast his Requiem, was abruptly halted, ceasing his swaying. Zhuge Liang's skill, Burning of Baoang Slope, possessed a brief stun of 0.01 seconds, adept at interrupting abilities with a channeling time. Watching his ultimate ability enter cooldown without being cast, the Requiem glared at Zhuge Liang, who returned to the minion line, the screen displaying only I sway the most. Infuriated, the Requiem spat blood in frustration. You have harmed me, yet you laugh it off. The Requiem lamented to the heavens. Oh, sky and earth, who shall rid me of this vile creature? Chapter 14. Pentakill. Noticing the Requiem's fury, Xiao smiled and directed Zhuge Liang towards the top lane via the minimap. A fierce battle had recently erupted there, with Garen and Lee Sin succumbing to Renekton and Kha'Zix. The latter had retreated home in a critically wounded state, having been the target of the Requiem's ultimate. Garen, now at half health, cowered beneath the tower, facing 2 half-health foes, Renekton and Kha'Zix, too fearful to make a move. Upon Zhuge Liang's arrival in the top lane, Renekton was trading blows with Garen, while Kha'Zix lurked in the shadows. Assessing the situation, Xiao sent a message to Garen. Without hesitation, Garen rallied, shouting for Demacia, and charged forth, delivering a decisive strike towards Renekton. Unperturbed, Renekton sidestepped with a swift maneuver, evading Garen's assault, and retaliated with a ferocious strike, his dual blades dancing menacingly against Garen, who was spinning in his courage skill. Despite the exchange, both combatants emerged unscathed, Renekton having regained health while Garen was shielded, sustaining minimal damage. Seeing Garen cease his spinning, Renekton seized the moment, stunning Garen with a brutal capture. At that instant, Kha'Zix leapt from the brush behind Renekton. Garen watched helplessly as his health dwindled rapidly, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Brother, where's the promised camaraderie? Must I bear this alone? My life is forfeit. Witnessing Kha'Zix's emergence, Qihao's eyes lit up. He teleported beside Kha'Zix, casting Burning of Baoang Slope to interrupt the skill aimed at Garen, followed by the 7 Stars Lantern of Revival, heralding the emergence of the sleeping dragon. The half-blooded mantis had yet to make its mark when it was struck by all of Zhuge Liang's skills. Under the forceful eruption of power, darkness enveloped its vision. returning it to the fountain to watch the black and white television. A massacre ensued, with Zhuge Liang eliminating 3 more foes in quick succession. Subsequently, with a cooldown-ready 7 stars lantern, he targeted the crocodile, reducing its health to merely a third. Left with no choice, the crocodile had to flash away to escape. Awakening from his stupor, Garen was relentless. Following suit with a flash of his own, he unleashed a Damatian justice upon the crocodile, igniting it with a burning spell. With no abilities left, the crocodile could only watch helplessly as its health was consumed by the flames, returning to the fountain alongside its ally, the mantis. After slaying the crocodile, Garen and Zhuge Liang proceeded to clear the minions, pushing down the top lane's first turret. Garen then retreated home to replenish his health and acquire equipment, while Zhuge Liang, glancing at the mid lane where the Requiem was threatening the turret, meandered towards the center. Upon arrival, observing the defenses faltering, Zhuge Liang teleported close to the Requiem. Without hesitation, he engaged, inflicting substantial damage that forced the Requiem to retreat, slowed and bewildered. After clearing the minions, and amidst the astonished gaze of the Requiem, Zhuge Liang commenced attacking the turret, delivering 3 or 4 strikes that resulted in the blue side's mid-lane turret crumbling, destroyed by none other than their own Zhuge Liang. Witnessing Zhuge Liang reach level 11, Xiao maxed out his skills, reducing current health by 12% and leveling up to 2. Coupled with his specialized weapon, his ultimate was now at level 3, capable of inflicting 450 damage. Is this a mistake? Not only can I last hit my own minions, but I can also last hit the turret? The Requiem, ashamed to face his teammates, felt the economic gap widen slightly and could only resentfully watch Zhuge Liang, who had returned home with almost full health. Contemplating advancing, he glanced at his own health, shook his head in resignation at the nearly full health of Zhuge Liang. After directing Zhuge Liang back to the fountain and assessing his own finances, Xiao purchased a scepter, enhancing his primary attribute by 5 points, boosting attack by 15 points, and increasing mana regeneration by 75% alongside a 10% increase in attack speed. Adding to his existing Guardian's emblem, he subsequently acquired a Refreshing Commander S emblem. The Refreshing Commander S emblem provided a 40-point attack increase, 5 health per second regeneration, and a 200% rise in mana recovery. It possessed an active skill that immediately reset all items and abilities cooldowns. The cooldown period for this item ranges from a minimum of 120 seconds to a maximum of 210 seconds, depending on the total cooldowns eliminated. With the possibility of initiating a team fight now available, Xiao suggested, "Let us force a fight and push through mid-WoW. Can we really manage? We are only level 9 and have barely built any substantial items." While the opposing team is no slouches, came the hesitant response within the team chat. "Rest assured, we will undoubtedly prevail. We can wipe them out." Xiao reassured his teammates. "All right, if the Great One says we can do it, let us try. For we hold the economic advantage," they agreed. Indeed, when one possesses an advantage, it is prudent to expand upon it and strike decisively. The blue team, comprised of 5 members, equipped themselves with the necessary gear, while their support, the snowman, carved a path forward. Following closely were Garen and Lee Sin, with Misfortune and Zhuge Liang bringing up the rear. As the quintet made their grand entrance in the mid lane, the enemy's Karthus found himself in disarray, urgently calling for reinforcements. The opposing team, despite their reluctance due to their overall disadvantage, recognized the necessity of intervening. They could not simply allow the blue team to breach the mid lane without resistance. As the blue team pushed the minion wave to the purple team's second tower, the opposing 5 had already taken their positions. In this scenario, the snowman unleashed Blood Boil, enhancing himself and the nearby Lee Sin. Then with a flash, he leapt into the enemy's ranks, directing his attack towards Caitlyn, heedless of the damage he sustained as he activated Absolute Zero. Lee Sin promptly followed suit, casting a protective shield of the storm around the snowman before executing a powerful Dragon's Rage, sending the encroaching Renekton flying. He then unleashed Sonic Wave towards the retreating Caitlyn, engaging her directly. In the meantime, the enemy's Malphite, reacting to the snowman's flash, also blinked into the midst of Zhuge Liang and Misfortune, unleashing Ground Slam upon Misfortune, which reduced her attack speed. Following this, he executed Unstoppable Force, launching both Zhuge Liang and Misfortune into the air. Garen, seizing the opportunity, struck with a decisive blow against the incoming Kha'Zix, silencing him before initiating judgment, relentlessly diminishing Kha'Zix's health. Karthus, unchallenged, activated his ultimate ability, and after a 3-second channel, a series of crimson explosions erupted upon all blue team champions. Overjoyed, he relished the moment, finally unleashing his ultimate ability in its entirety. Following this, Karthus assisted Caitlyn in eliminating Lee Sin. At this juncture, the snowman's ultimate ability became available, delivering one final burst of power that felled the stationary Renekton before succumbing to his attacks. As Misfortune landed, her attack speed debuff still unrelieved. She activated Make It Rain, unleashing a barrage of bullets accompanied by her triumphant laughter upon the recovering Kha'Zix. Observing the relentless assault from Malphite, Zhuge Liang, unfazed and with a wry smile, unleashed his own abilities upon the full-health Malphite, swiftly depleting half of his health. Kha'Zix, besieged by the combined might of Lee Sin and the snowman, succumbed under Zhuge Liang's formidable power, retreating to the fountain to witness the aftermath of their clash. Victorious, the blue team achieved a double kill, their audacity unmatched as they claimed 5 lives in total. Lee Sin, having rendered significant contributions amidst the onslaught from Karthus and Caitlyn, made the ultimate sacrifice. Following this, Xiao reset the commander's mark, refreshing all skills, and with precision, he targeted Malphite, subsequently executing the legendary dragon rising from the mountain. Malphite, having been battered by the indiscriminate attacks from Misfortune, fell swiftly, while Caitlyn, under Lee Sin's protection, also succumbed to the might of Zhuge Liang's onslaught. After Garen swiftly flashed to the front of Karthus post-Mantis' demise, he silenced him before delivering a decisive Damation justice, leaving Karthus with merely 1/5 of his health. Subsequently, Zhuge Liang unleashed his second ultimate, and Karthus, alongside his teammates, retreated to the fountain, seemingly entranced by the monochrome screen. A triple kill, a testament to valor. A quadra kill, 1 against 1,000, a pentakill, invincible against legions. Zhuge Liang had vanquished 8 foes. Chapter 15, Heart's Resonance 66666. This pentakill was truly magnificent and exhilarating. Alas, what a lamentable item, capable of refreshing even the ultimate. Must it be so overpowering? A pentakill, as promised, deserves a reward. My goodness. Even the most affordable domestic products demand 1,000. Would a wealthy patron truly spare such an amount? Indeed, if it were League of Legends, it might be acceptable. However, Dream of the Three Kingdoms has long faded. Where are the affluent now? Curse it, in League of Legends, rewards are given freely, a mere trifling for a female internet celebrity. A domestic vehicle glided through the livestream, circling about before halting at the center. Xiao, who sought to remain unseen, clasped his fists together, acknowledging the audience with respect. Despite their inability to see him, he expressed gratitude to the generous patrons. Not providing rewards was merely their prerogative, while those who did demonstrated camaraderie. Once again, he thanked the affluent brother, as well as the other supportive siblings. To claim he felt no excitement would be a falsehood. The live stream had yet to conclude, and already, such a sum had been amassed, stirring Qihao's heart with fervor. Qiyu glanced at the exhilarated Qiao, gently patting his shoulder with her delicate hand. Her crimson lips whispering, "Little Qi, a portion of that belongs to me. Do not be overly thrilled." The thought of surrendering half of the earnings to Qiyu felt like a knife to his heart. Yet, there was no alternative. Every platform operated in this manner. The wealthy display an overwhelming abundance of funds, a manifestation of their folly. Why do the words from above sound so bitter? Curse it. This wretched Tencent. My friends have reported for half an hour. Why has no one intervened? Is there no sense of professional ethics? It was now past 8 in the evening, and Tencent had long ceased operations. However, this night was destined to be sleepless. The technical department of Tencent had certainly not clocked out. With such a significant issue of cheating arising, anyone returning home punctually would surely find themselves without a job in the future. Yet, despite their efforts, they failed to uncover any anomalous data. Each faced the screen with a grim visage, occasionally glancing at Qiyue's livestream, their hearts brimming with resentment. Simultaneously, they harbored discontent towards their superiors, suggesting direct communication to ban him from any livestream platform. Surely, reducing visibility would be prudent. How could such a thought escape them? Alas, they failed to consider why they were employees, while others held leadership positions. Those who achieved such heights were undoubtedly the elite among elites. If silencing the platform were feasible, it would have been accomplished long ago. Even the highest authorities had intervened, yet to no avail. A glimmer of effectiveness remained. It was stated that purchasing the platform for 5 billion was possible. Was this not a classic case of desperation? Qiao turned his focus away from the live stream, redirecting his attention back to the match. With a swift motion, 5 beams of golden light erupted around Zhuge Liang, Bounty Hunter, Garen, and the lifeless form of the blind monk, as well as the snowman. Except for Zhuge Liang, none of them gained a level. While Zhuge Liang ascended directly to level 13, the 3 retreated, waiting for the minion wave to arrive. before decisively demolishing both the mid-lane second turret and the high ground turret. They emerged unscathed, pushing the towers with remarkable speed. As the purple team resurrected, the trio of unscrupulous developers, having wreaked havoc in their opponent's territory, reluctantly departed, leaving the barracks intact. Observing the gold amassed, Xiao, who commanded Zhuge Liang to return to the fountain, promptly acquired a level 1 Duke seal, augmenting his health by 200 points, mana by 150 points, enhancing skill power by 6%, reducing skill cooldown by 12%, and allowing for a 20% penetration of the target's magic resistance. This equipment, unique in nature, could be upgraded twice, each time adding 40 health points, 25 mana points, raising skill damage by 4%, increasing resistance penetration by 10%, and diminishing skill cooldown by 5%. The effects of magic resistance penetration could not stack, but would take the maximum value, while the cooldown reduction would also take the maximum value. Looking at his teammates, each had already acquired 2 substantial items. Despite Zhuge Liang's bounty in the early game, the 4 of them were still somewhat behind their purple counterparts in terms of skill, occasionally falling in battle, resulting in a slight economic disadvantage compared to Zhuge Liang. Once the 5 regrouped, they ventured forth again from the mid lane, waiting beneath the second turret for their adversaries. Caitlyn, noticing the cooldown of Zhuge Liang's refreshed Commander-S seal, pressed her team to engage the blue side. The battle commenced, mirroring their previous encounter. However, Zhuge Liang's refresh was unavailable, resulting in the demise of only the mantis and the crocodile. Unmatched, they secured a double kill, rendering them invincible. Meanwhile, their own snowman and blind monk also fell in battle, as bounty hunter, Garen, and Zhuge Liang vanquished the extraordinarily resilient stone golem. Zhuge Liang met his end at the hands of Caitlyn's bullet. Bounty hunter and Garen pursued the Requiem and Caitlyn, but the former's slow and Caitlyn's agility nearly turned the tables, forcing bounty hunter and Garen to retreat back to their mid-second turret, relying on its protection. The Requiem and Caitlyn, lacking tankiness, ultimately abandoned their aggressive pursuit. Once both teams had fully revived, they clashed once more in the middle. This time, Zhuge Liang held nothing back, unleashing his ultimate ability as both sides positioned themselves, instantly obliterating the fragile mantis. The remaining opponents, aside from the stone golem, were left severely weakened. In this advantageous state, the blind monk swiftly dispatched Caitlyn, while the snowman assisted in eliminating the Requiem. Demacia then flashed forward, delivering a decisive blow to the injured crocodile. The stone golem, desperately flashing in front of Zhuge Liang and bounty hunter, met a swift end at their hands, with bounty hunter claiming the kill. None of the 5 perished, their combat prowess formidable, as they rapidly advanced, toppling the barracks and subsequently demolishing both crystal towers. Upon witnessing the destruction of their crystal towers, the resurrected purple team opted to remain motionless, conceding the blue team the opportunity to destroy their crystal. After the game concluded, the teammates invited Xiao to play another round, but he graciously declined with a smile. Glancing at the clock, he noted that the previous match had lasted 12 minutes. 6,666, someone exclaimed. Let us play again. It was exhilarating. I wish I could experience it myself. Indeed. Let us all indulge in the thrill of cheating, another chimed in. I seek the live stream to share the hacks. It is better to share joy than to revel alone. Exactly. When everyone is well, it is indeed a good thing. Xiao mused as he observed the comments in the live stream chat. Turning to Qiyu, he wore an odd expression. What do you think about inviting them to join me in cheating? But your hacks are bound, aren't they? Qiyu questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. They are indeed bound, yet I can invite one person to my team, allowing others to enter the room and use the heroes from Dream 3 Kingdoms, Qiyu explained. Why didn't you mention this sooner? How many secrets are you keeping from me? Qiyu feigned annoyance, her surprise evident. Qiyu scratched his nose, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face. Today's task is complete. The reward is the ability to invite one person to cheat alongside me. A disembodied voice, neither male nor female, echoed in Qihou's mind after the game concluded. I wasn't aware this was possible until just now. It was the voice that informed me. As for how many secrets I hold, apologies, I am oblivious myself, he said apologetically, casting a glance at Qiyu, whose unwavering support he deeply appreciated. Though he could not fathom why, surely not for monetary gain, as her family was already affluent. Could it be that she truly had feelings for him? This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Should he acquiesce or feign resistance? If Qiyu were to discover his inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly unleash a whirlwind of fury, spinning him in a dizzying dance before plastering him as a portrait on the wall. I am only in it for the money. Then why just one person? Qiyu inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain, Qiyu replied with a shrug. his gaze wandering over Qi Yu's exquisite features, an involuntary flutter gracing his heart. She was truly beautiful. Chapter 16. Duo cheating upon hearing that only one person could be invited. Qi Yu nestled against Qi Hao's shoulder, her voice sweetly insistent. In that case, I want to be the first to experience the hack. Gazing at her adorable expression as she pouted, the sweet scent wafting from her presence, and the delicate glimpse of her fair skin, Qi Hao nearly succumbed to his primal instincts. Ultimately, he muttered a casual agreement and, covering his nose, dashed towards the restroom. Seeing Qi Hao's flustered state, Qi Yu's beautiful face nearly blossomed with laughter. When Qi Hao returned, having composed himself, he found the live stream bustling with excitement. Bicycles. Let me in. I want to ride a bicycle. Seriously, are you that stingy? Let me in. I want to ride 10 bicycles. Oh please, can you not embarrass yourself? I was talking about 20 bicycles. A bunch of losers leave. Let me in. Let's keep the domestic fun rolling. The female attendant from earlier. Hurry up and let me in. Qi Hao looked perplexed at the live stream, wondering what it meant and what the female attendant was all about. Turning to Qi Yu to inquire about the situation, he was taken aback to see her forehead lined with annoyance, making him hesitate to speak. Qi Yu assertively seized the microphone and shouted into the stream. I am the owner of this platform, do you understand? Not just an attendant. After a moment, she added, all right, I understand. Attendant, I will reward you with a vehicle. Let me in. This attendant was truly sluggish. Little Qi, if this continues, we should switch platforms. The service here is abysmal. Indeed, with only one host per platform, switching would leave us without anyone. Madam, hurry up and let little Qi back in. You should leave now. Little Qi, come back quickly. We cannot bear this any longer. As Qi Yu appeared on the verge of an outburst, Qi Hao hurriedly tugged at her and whispered, Qi Yu, what is this about rewarding and getting in? You don't intend to sell yourself, do you? That would be too cheap. It should be at least a Ferrari. Qi Yu, already on the brink of madness from the live audience's antics, could no longer contain herself. She smacked Qi Hao on the back, chiding him. You are the one selling yourself. You are the attendant. You are the one acting like a madam. How can a young and beautiful girl like me be a madam? I want to let you speak nonsense. After venting her frustrations, Qi Yu noticed Qi Hao slumped lifelessly in his chair and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. All right, stop pretending to be dead. I didn't even hit you hard. Consider it a complimentary massage. Your massage technique is utterly unprofessional, Qi Hao muttered quietly. Qi Yu shot him an annoyed glance before saying, earlier in the live stream, I mentioned that you could take one person to play League of Legends and let them experience your hacks. They would reward you based on their performance. After all, there are too many people. Don't you want to play? Weren't you just saying you wanted to go in first? Qi Hao looked at her, bewildered. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. For this first live stream, let them have their chance. Qi Yu's hesitance and reluctance were endearing. It's fine, I can still take them later. People always say the first time is the most beautiful, Qi Hao remarked, scratching the tip of his nose. Go away. Who is talking about first times with you? Let that guy accompany you on your first. I shall not partake, Qi Yu replied, turning her attention away from Qi Hao as she swayed her shapely figure towards the living room. Qi Hao swallowed hard, then glanced back at the rebellious live stream, declaring, well, wealthy brother, based on your previous reward of a domestic vehicle, I will now take you on a free ride. Ah, little Qi is quite the gem. This is what a good Chinese host should be like, far superior to that attendant. Free? Count me in. The wealthy brother chimed in. Little Qi is a straightforward person, and we keep our promises. After saying this, Qi Hao saw a domestic vehicle circle around the live stream before coming to a stop in the center. As Qi Hao observed the wealthy brother's demeanor, he could only clasp his hands in gratitude, thanking him without further ado, wishing him an enjoyable time. Very well. As long as you're happy, what shall we do next? Qi Hao inquired directly. Do you have an account in Taiyuan District? If so, let us get started. I will group with you. Yes, I will log in right away. After a brief minute, the wealthy brother posted his name in the public chat, and Qi Hao added him, forming a team. Wow, this is fantastic. Xiao Qi, please take me along. One player exclaimed. Indeed, whether it's one or two, a carry is a carry. Another agreed. Exactly. We have a 5-man team. Someone else chimed in. I want to cheat too. Please take me for a game, Xiao Qi. Faced with the requests in the live chat, Qi Hao apologized. I'm sorry, I can only take one due to the limitations of the game. However, it will be a swift match, and we can continue afterward. With that, Qi Hao proceeded to matchmake and entered the room promptly. Having completed his tasks for the day, Qi Hao was free to choose his character without any demands for specific roles. He found himself on the blue team, assigned as the top laner, while the wealthy brother took mid lane. Qi Hao selected the youthful character Meng Ling for the top lane, while the wealthy brother chose Ma Liang from mid, both without summoner spells. The jungler was a Mantis with Flash and Smite, while the ADC was Varus with Flash and Ignite. The support was a robot with Flash and Exhaust. On the purple team, there was King of War Pantheon in the top lane, also with Flash and Ignite, while Lux was the mid laner with the same spells. The jungler was Xiao Qi, equipped with Flash and Smite, and Quinn, the Dalmatian Wing, possessed Flash and Ignite. The support was the armored turtle, Ramos, with Flash and Exhaust. Both teams' heroes brought their unique strengths, rendering them equally matched. Victory would depend solely on their skills. The wealthy brother Ma Liang was among the most cunning heroes in the game, boasting impressive burst damage and mobility. Capturing him would require at least 2 or 3 players. Upon seeing the chosen heroes, the players were taken aback. "Wow, we VE encountered a cheater," one remarked. It appeared that Xiao's reputation for cheating had become well known. Upon entering a room, players recognized him immediately, unlike before when they thought he was a new hero. 6,666. How come there are 2 cheaters this time? It seems we're destined to win effortlessly. But what of the cheating? It cannot alter the game data. No worries. I've played before, and I will surely defeat that Mengling, Xiao Qi assured, bolstering his teammates. As they entered the loading screen and subsequently emerged at the fountain, Xiao noticed Pantheon's remarks and, with a slight smile, touched his nose, showing no concern. He selected his talents to enhance his abilities, gaining an additional 10 points to all attributes. He emerged with a Spirit Stone, a Blue Potion, and a Radiant Stone. The Radiant Stone granted an increase of 4 attack power and 60 mana, featuring a passive skill called Energy, which, after carrying for 90 seconds, would enhance attack power by 3 and mana by 30, up to 5 times. The initial investment in this equipment may seem unwise, yet after 5 upgrades, it becomes exceedingly worthwhile. After all, the youthful figure, Dreamling, is quite deficient in mana. Upon activating the skill, Radiant Luminance, a halo of light envelopes him, culminating in an explosion after 25 seconds, dealing damage and stunning nearby enemies. This active skill has a cooldown of 7 seconds. At level 1, it inflicts 100 points of damage and stuns for 25 seconds. Having readied everything, Xiao commanded Dreamling to advance to the top lane, intending to confront the Pantar who had previously played Dream of 3 Kingdoms. Chapter 17. The overconfident Pantar. As Xiao directed Dreamling to the first tower in the top lane, he observed Pantar frolicking near the brush. Clicking on Pantar revealed that he had learned the skill Shield Strike, eliciting a chuckle from Xiao. It was evident that the cunning enemy was lying in wait to ambush the young lad. Recognizing that his jungler was occupied in the bottom lane, Xiao remained unfazed, watching Pantar dance like a samba dancer, treating it as a pre-battle performance. As the minion wave advanced, Xiao Qi, seeing that Dreamling was not easily fooled, ambled out from the brush to resume jungle farming. With the minion wave, Pantar and Dreamling began trading blows, occasionally with Dreamling securing a last hit. At this juncture, Pantar executed a shield strike, leaping in front of Dreamling and stunning him before swiftly retreating. He was wary of Dreamling's potential counterstun, aware that the minion's aggro could easily turn the tide against him. Noticing that Dreamling had lost 1/5 of his health, Xiao disregarded Pantar and continued to farm silently. Upon reaching level 2, he opted for the skill Illusory Escape, creating a phantom that grants invisibility and increases movement speed. The illusion possesses 20 of Dreamling's attack power, but takes 300 damage, lasting for 5 seconds. As Xiao heard a notification chime, he glanced at Panther's inventory and noticed the absence of True Sight wards. This Pantar truly understands Dreamling's capabilities, knowing to purchase True Sight. With Pantar eager for confrontation, Xiao relied on his speed advantage to engage. As Xiao endured Panther's javelin throws with only half health remaining, both champions reached level 4. Xiao upgraded Radiant Luminance to level 2, enhancing its damage to 175 points and extending the stun duration to 15 seconds. He then learned the skill Feathered Cloud Spear. Each attack temporarily steals 1 point of all attributes from the target, converting it into 3 points of agility. If a hero is slain, 1 point of their primary attribute is permanently stolen. First Blood. Xiao noted that the jungler in the bottom lane, accompanied by the robot and Varus, had secured the first kill against the opposing Quinn. At this moment, Pantar appeared visibly anxious. His True Sight ward had just vanished, leaving no time to wait for Xiao Qi. Observing Dreamling's diminished health, Pantar wasted no time and lunged forward with a shield strike. Dreamling promptly activated Radiant Luminance. Upon being stunned by Pantar, he braved a javelin throw, retaliating with a stun of his own, while Pantar's skill, heart-piercing javelin, failed due to its casting time and entered cooldown. Upon glancing at his own health, reduced to a mere quarter, Dreamling swiftly activated his celestial escape, consuming a spirit stone to restore his vitality to half. Concurrently, two Dreamlings relentlessly assaulted Pantheon, incessantly diminishing his attributes and health. The acceleration of Dreamling's attack speed, bolstered by his agility, became increasingly formidable. As Pantheon emerged from his stupor, he launched another spear throw, inflicting a loss of 150 health on Dreamling. He then aimed to equalize the match. Although Dreamling's health had dipped further, his attack speed surpassed that of Pantheon significantly, aided by his duplicates. While their damage output was modest, it effectively reduced Pantheon's attributes, rendering their conflict evenly matched. Dreamling's abilities cooled down more swiftly than Pantheon's, and upon cooldown, he unleashed them immediately. Noticing Dreamling's precarious health, Pantheon opted against a retreat and instead ignited his spear throw, successfully vanquishing Dreamling, even as he himself fell victim to the lingering radiance of Dreamling's ethereal attack. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity for escape. Do you see? All reactionaries are mere paper tigers. What of cheating? They still succumb to my might. Pantheon proclaimed triumphantly after dispatching Dreamling. Such prowess, such dominance. As long as one does not throw the game, victory is assured, Pantheon boasted. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the affluent player found himself incessantly harassed by Xiao Qi and Lux, experiencing considerable distress. Fortunately, his character, Ma Liang, possessed a skill for rapid movement, allowing him to escape impending doom. Otherwise, he would have fallen prey to the relentless assaults. Xiao Qi, frustrated by Ma Liang's evasive tactics in the mid lane, reluctantly turned his attention to the jungle in the bot lane. Once Xiao Qi departed, the affluent player regained composure and resumed a normal confrontation with Lux. Thankfully, the opposing team was unable to secure minion last hits, sparing him from significant level disadvantage. Observing the persistent harassment in the bot lane, Xiao Qi, having failed to claim any kills in the mid lane, finished clearing the jungle and proceeded to the most intense battle occurring below. After eliminating one opponent, Dreamling, wielding his ethereal spear, siphoned a modicum of strength from Pantheon, augmenting his own power. Commanding Dreamling, Xiao directed the synthesis of spirit stones into spirit jade. This spirit jade elevated all attributes by 3 points and functioned similarly to spirit stones, but could accumulate up to 15 energy points, each restoring 15 health and mana, with a cooldown of 17 seconds. Furthermore, he procured a pair of fusion crystal boots, enhancing his movement speed by 70 points and increasing attack power by 10, along with an active skill that, when activated, boosted movement speed by 10 for 6 seconds, allowing traversal through all entities except structures and decorations. Casting or using items would terminate this status, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Xiao then acquired a return scroll, teleporting directly to the mid lane, marking the affluent player. With his exceptional speed, he stealthily approached Lux, who was focused on last-hitting minions. The moment was opportune. His aura erupted, stunning Lux. The affluent player, utilizing a swift movement, arrived before Lux and unleashed a barrage of attacks, ultimately combining with Dreamling's efforts. As Lux awoke from her stupor, witnessing her dwindling health, she attempted to flash to her tower. Yet, she ultimately succumbed to Ma Liang's final normal attack and the residual damage from the 5-fingered thunderstorm skill. The affluent player, brimming with excitement after securing a kill, exuberantly praised Dreamling for her beauty and expressed his satisfaction with the thrill of the hunt, even offering a reward. Observing the wealthy player's unreserved enthusiasm, Xiao shyly touched the tip of his nose, realizing that he had merely intended to assist when he saw the Radiant with half health, unaware that the affluent player had misconstrued his intentions. Nevertheless, a misunderstanding is merely a misunderstanding. Who would ever turn down a reward? Why are you still at home when you and Dreamling resurrected together, yet he is already online? The slain Radiant inquired, bewildered, directing his question to Pantheon. Pantheon glanced at the fallen Radiant, suddenly recalling the situation, and promptly elucidated. I forgot he could purchase a return scroll, which operates similarly to a teleport. No need to worry. Let Xiao Qi assist you upon your return. Realizing the circumstances, the Radiant replied, Oh, I see. No worries, great one. Just do your best. With the assist, Dreamling advanced to level 5, upgrading her skill to level 3, inflicting 250 points of damage and stunning her opponent for 1.75 seconds. Calculating the time, Xiao glanced at Xiao Qi in the bottom lane and proceeded to the opposing jungle, anticipating the respawn of Red Buff. Upon reaching the brush where Red Buff lurked, he was met with a cacophony of enraged roars. Xiao smiled. Ah, a buy one get one free offer. This is an event I relish. Chapter 18. Caring for the affluent player, Dreamling cautiously peered from the brush, hesitant to emerge, as she witnessed Red Buff furiously assaulting another thicket. Xiao, amused, noted that Red Buff still had a third of his health remaining. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, Radiant Illumination, followed by the elusive technique, and Dreamling, cloaked in shimmering light, stealthily approached the thicket. Arriving at the brush, she unleashed her radiant power, finding a clever angle to stun Pantheon, while unintentionally sparing Red Buff from the same fate. She then commenced her assault on the half-health Pantheon. Observing this, Red Buff gleefully relished the support, delighted that for once he was not destined to be mercilessly toppled, but rather had an ally to assist him. Unfazed by Pantheon, he lunged forward, claws slashing and jaws snapping, while relentlessly kicking at Pantheon's lower extremities. As Pantheon regained consciousness from the stun, he found himself critically wounded and, in desperation, used his flash to flee towards the crystal. Red Buff, unwilling to let him escape so easily, pursued with vigor. However, Dreamling was considerably faster, activating her crystal shoe skill, her speed soaring. After 3 seconds, she further activated her already cooled elusive technique, closing the distance to Pantheon and, beneath the tower, delivered a swift blow that sent him flying, offering him a complimentary ticket to the afterlife. Having vanquished Pantheon, Dreamling gained additional power before returning to charge at Red Buff, who, witnessing the valor of his former comrade, turned around to unleash his wrath upon the diminutive figure, roaring furiously as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. However, he ultimately could not escape his fateful destiny, lying upon the cold earth, his own life taken from him. Securing the coveted Dreaming Command, along with the experience gained from single-handedly defeating Pantheon, he swiftly dispatched 2 jungle monsters and ascended to level 6. Without hesitation, Xiao activated his skill, Crane Charge, spinning his body to execute 2 rapid lunges, inflicting damage upon any enemy unit struck, while the assault triggered the effects of Ling Yu's cloud-piercing spear. At level 1, it dealt 80 agility damage with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Upon returning to the top lane, Xiao observed that his companion's pet had already been summoned by the affluent player, allowing him to level up. He instructed the pet to soar into the sky and purchased a rejuvenation insignia and a recall token from the shop, summoning the little azure dragon to deliver them. He then focused intently on last-hitting minions while occasionally striking the tower. By the time Pantheon returned to the lane, Xiao had already depleted half of the tower's health. Cautious of being stunned by Pantheon, he retreated from the tower's attack range and concealed himself in the brush. At this moment, Pantheon was only level 4 and still relatively weak against the Dreaming Command. Suddenly, Pantheon noticed the level 5 Xiao Qi cleverly maneuvering through the jungle towards the back of the Dreaming Command, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Coordinating with Xiao Qi, he advanced the minion wave, baiting the Dreaming Command. Observing Pantheon pushing forward while Xiao Qi vanished from the map, Xiao couldn't help but smirk and teleported directly to the bottom lane. The Mantis was assisting Ma Liang in the mid lane, while he faced 2 opponents possessing crowd control abilities without any jump boots. Only a fool would recklessly charge into certain death. Upon arriving at the bottom lane, the Dreaming Command noted that neither side had assistance from jungle players, and both were cautiously last-hitting minions. Without hesitation, he messaged his teammates and stealthily entered the brush, unperturbed by the fact that the opponents were all level 4. Discovering the brush devoid of wards, having been cleared by the robot, he activated Ling Wang's Radiant Shot and then used the illusory escape to become invisible as he infiltrated the enemy's brush. Immediately, he unleashed his ultimate, Crane Charge, charging towards the enemies hiding behind the minions, Quinn and the Dragon Turtle, both wary of being ensnared by the robot. The Crane Charge inflicted damage upon both foes, while Ling Wang's Radiant Shot erupted, not only damaging them, but also stunning them. Without even glancing at the Dragon Turtle, the Dreaming Command aimed his spear at Quinn, delivering 2 swift thrusts that brought her to the ground with a pained cry. This skill granted him a boost in agility, as Quinn was an agile hero. Meanwhile, the robot ensnared the stunned Dragon Turtle with its mechanical claw, using Iron Fist to launch him into the air. Valor, standing nearby, unleashed his Dark Spirit Rain followed by a charged piercing arrow, striking the Dragon Turtle just as he was about to land, and depleting his last remnants of health. Meanwhile, Pantheon, still on the top lane attempting to lure the Dreaming Command, and Xiao Qi, lying in ambush in the brush, were utterly dumbfounded. How could it have been only a few seconds, certainly not even 15? How had this player managed to arrive at the bottom lane and assist in a kill? The Dreaming Command paid no mind to the bewildered duo, instead joining forces with Valor and the robot to push the minion wave, demolishing the bottom lane's first tower before finally retreating to the fountain. Upon returning, the Dreaming Command had reached level 8, enhancing his skills to level 4, dealing 325 damage and stunning targets for 2 seconds. With his skill upgraded to level 2, its cooldown was reduced, and he now possessed 30% of his attack power. Subsequently, a battle helm appeared in the shop, an equipment piece that bestows an increase of 10 points to all attributes and 10 points to the primary attribute. After purchasing a red potion and a teleport scroll, a request for assistance was sent to the mid lane player, Ma Liang, before proceeding directly to the second tower in the top lane. Unfortunately, when he ventured to the bottom lane, the agitated Pantheon and Xiao Qi took advantage of the opportunity to swiftly push down the first tower in the top lane. Meanwhile, the mid lane Kha'Zix had retreated to the jungle for development, and both Ma Liang and Lux had reached level 7. Observing the level 6 Pantheon and Xiao Qi, Qi refrained from advancing and instead lurked beneath the second tower, awaiting Ma Liang's arrival. The opposing Pantheon and Xiao Qi gazed ominously at Meng Lingtong, intentionally positioning themselves together, maliciously anticipating Meng Lingtong's stealth approach. They had already placed a control ward, eagerly waiting for Meng Lingtong to take the bait. Once Qi saw that Ma Liang was in position, he activated his ability, Luminary Ray, and then unleashed his ultimate, Crane Charge, charging toward the unsuspecting duo of Xiao Qi and Pantheon. The Luminary Ray detonated, stunning the bewildered Pantheon and Xiao Qi, and a second strike followed, inflicting substantial damage upon the two. Stunned and bewildered, they stared at Meng Lingtong, completely taken aback. Pantheon had initially planned to strike Meng Lingtong during his stealth phase, absorbing damage while allowing Xiao Qi to unleash a 3-hit combo, ensuring Meng Lingtong's demise. However, why had he charged in so recklessly? Did he not realize that his ultimate was typically reserved for securing kills? At that moment, the two suddenly noticed the signal sent by Lux, who was hastily approaching from the river and the vacant mid lane, at which point realization dawned upon them, albeit too late. Blinded by vengeance, they had neglected the fundamental wisdom of monitoring the minimap, a common error made by many players. Having suffered 3 instances of damage, the two were left with scant health. Ma Liang, using a swift movement, positioned himself near them and unleashed a super lightning wave, a dazzling blue lightning wave that obliterated their remaining health in a straight line, sending them back to the fountain to watch the game in despair. A magnificent double kill, a testament to Ma Liang's prowess, while Meng Lingtong was left empty-handed. For wealthy patrons capable of bestowing rewards, ensuring their enjoyment is an obligation for every streamer. If viewers are dissatisfied, who would continue to support them? Observing the vacant mid lane, Qi smiled faintly, instructing Ma Liang to return along the same route to mid lane, while he himself led his minions slowly toward the top lane. Additionally, Qi purchased a Phoenix Featherblade Synthesis Scroll and a Teleport Scroll, summoning the Azure Dragon to deliver them from the skies. Chapter 19. The circles on the ground in the bushes of the waterway in the middle of the top lane. Lux watched as Meng Lingtong approached from behind the minion wave, her heart brimming with delight. Now at level 7 and equipped with a Morello's Tome and a Rod of Ages, her ability power had surpassed 200. She felt confident that a combination of her skills followed by Ignite would surely be sufficient to eliminate Meng Lingtong. As Dreaming General approached the range of her attack, she suddenly noticed a soaring Azure Dragon fluttering beside him, pausing for a brief moment before darting towards the blue base. What an exquisite creature. After this match concludes, she intends to explore the game Dreaming 3 Kingdoms, which appears quite promising. Especially the hero Dreaming General, who resembles an adorable young boy. How utterly charming. Seeing that Dreaming General had entered her attack range, Radiant immediately unleashed a beam of light, binding him. She observed Dreaming General's body sway slightly before becoming ensnared, but she paid it no mind, casting Light's Singularity and Ultimate Flash. To her astonishment, before she even detonated Light's Singularity, she discovered that Dreaming General had already perished. How fragile. However, at that moment, the familiar sound of a kill did not resonate in her headphones. Just then, a Dreaming General emerged beside Radiant, thrusting a spear into her, inflicting 2 damage indicators and causing her to lose a third of her health. Such overwhelming output, without any skills at her disposal. Radiant swiftly flashed away towards the jungle, where her teammates Pantheon and Xiao Qi had just respawned and were making their way from the fountain. Qi glanced at the fleeing Radiant, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Moments earlier, the pet Azure Dragon had delivered a synthesis scroll, which he used to craft the Phoenix Featherblade. This blade bestows an additional 12 attack points, 12 primary attributes, and 12 overall attributes, along with a 6 point per second health regeneration rate and a 150 mana recovery rate. This equipment is unique and features a passive ability known as Blaze, which inflicts 30 primary attribute magical damage to the target and enemies within a 225 range after each skill use, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Xiao maneuvered Dreaming General to linger behind the minion wave, awaiting the delivery from his pet, while also providing Radiant with an opportunity should she lurk in the bushes. As Dreaming General neared the river's brush, he had already entered Radiant's skill range, prompting him to activate the Immortal Escape, leaving a doppelganger in place while he stealthily moved into the brush. As anticipated, Radiant concealed in the foliage unleashed her skill, obliterating his doppelganger, with ultimate flash striking Dreaming General himself. Although invisible, he could not evade damage, losing a third of his health. Approaching Radiant, he delivered a blow that triggered the Phoenix Featherblade's passive ability, Blaze, inflicting another third of her health. Radiant, recognizing her precarious position, decisively flashed away. Xiao smiled slightly. Could she escape? He activated the Crystal Shoes acceleration skill, closing the distance between himself and Radiant, who was equipped with nothing but cloth shoes. Utilizing his heightened speed to evade Radiant's recently cooled light's binding, he activated the Radiant Beam, reaching her in close proximity. With her teammates still far off, Radiant had no choice but to employ the curved light barrier, granting herself a shield while striving to reach her allies. Dreaming General approached Radiant, instantly stunning her. Although the skill's damage was mitigated by Radiant's shield, however, Meng Lingtong's decisive strike once again triggered the passive skill of Feng Yuan, igniting a blaze that reduced the health of Guanghui by a third. With a rapid attack speed, he swiftly dispatched Guanghui back to the fountain while she remained dazed. A massacre ensued. After claiming Guanghui's life, Meng Lingtong promptly activated his cooled-down Immortal Escape, vanishing and heading towards the mid lane. When Pantheon and Xiao Qi arrived shortly after, they were met only with the lifeless body of their ally Guanghui and a mere illusion of Meng Lingtong, which infuriated them to no end. Yet they found themselves powerless to act. Subsequently, upon spotting Meng Lingtong in the mid lane, they hastened towards the now deserted lane. Upon reaching the mid lane, Meng Lingtong and Ma Liang decisively took down the mid lane turret, and without hesitation, proceeded to the bottom lane. The jungler, Kha'Zix, noticing the situation, also made his way from the jungle towards the enemy's second turret in the bottom lane. On the opposing side, Quinn and Rammus, aware of Pantheon and Xiao Xi's signals indicating that the two had moved to the top lane, offered minimal resistance before abandoning the second turret, retreating to their high ground alongside the revived Guanghui, waiting for an opportune moment. Once the 5 members of the blue team regrouped, they immediately pushed down the second turret in the bottom lane. Observing that Pantheon and Xiao Qi had successfully demolished the mid lane turret, the two then advanced with the minion wave towards the mid lane second turret. Playing Dream of the Three Kingdoms is akin to League of Legends. To emerge victorious, one must establish a rhythm. This rhythm entails leading the enemies on a chase across the map rather than being the one perpetually in pursuit. Pantheon and Xiao Qi intended to compel the blue team to defend, for defense is often simpler than offense. Qi Haoming understood this principle and halted his teammates who were eager to retreat, resolutely declaring they should press on. The 5 followed the minion wave to the high ground turret, observing the opposing heroes, all concealed behind the minion wave, leaving the robot unable to utilize its mechanical claws to seize any enemy. As the minion wave approached the attack range of the enemy high ground turret, action was imperative. Otherwise, this wave would be squandered. To secure victory, sacrifices must be made. One cannot fear death. Qi Haoming signaled the robot, which comprehended its role, as a support is meant to sacrifice itself to create opportunities for teammates. With the high ground turret's attention drawn by the first minion, the robot initiated an overload function, accelerating forward, taking a few rapid steps before flashing beside Guanghui. A powerful energy fist hurled Guanghui into the air, followed by the activation of an electrostatic field, silencing 3 opponents. Following closely, Varus flashed to the turret, ensnaring Quinn with a corrupting chain, then unleashing a rain of arrows to slow and continuously damage her. Upon landing, Guanghui ensnared Varus with a binding light, then threw a prism barrier towards Quinn while the light singularity lingered on Varus. An ultimate radiant flash struck both the robot and Varus, inflicting significant damage, reducing the robot's health by half and leaving Varus on the brink of death. Kha'Zix also flashed in from behind Varus, executing a leap onto Guanghui, inflicting terror with a void spike and unleashing a relentless barrage of damage. With no skills left to defend herself, Guanghui stood no chance and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At this moment, the dragon turtle lunged forward, colliding with the nearby mantis. Then employed its armor-breaking taunt to ensnare the mantis. Subsequently, it activated its spiked defense to bolster its own protection, and unleashed a cataclysmic eruption that relentlessly inflicted damage upon both the robot and the mantis. The severely weakened Quinn, having evaded Vel'Koz's abilities, executed a dazzling offensive against Vel'Koz, swiftly followed by a basic attack that eliminated the vulnerable foe. She then initiated a sweeping assault, darting towards the robot, and subsequently activated a deep incursion, casting her skyward talon to inflict further damage upon both the robot and the mantis. At this juncture, Ma Liang instantaneously arrived on the battlefield, unleashing a lightning bolt that obliterated the injured Quinn. Undaunted, the wealthy player claimed a quintuple kill. Ma Liang then directed a 5-finger lightning strike at the dragon turtle, collaborating with the mantis and the robot to bring down the dragon turtle, which was left with merely a quarter of its health. The final blow came from the robot, whose powerful punch sent the dragon turtle soaring into the heavens, where it met its demise, entering the realm beyond. On the battlefield, the mantis and the robot were both on the verge of collapse, while Ma Liang stood unscathed, and Meng Ling, newly arrived at the tower, was at full health. The enemy team had been completely annihilated, and the opposing minions had succumbed to the onslaught of skills. The blue minions, having remained somewhat distant from the fray, still had 3 left, engaged in a duel with the defensive tower. However, the tower was indifferent to these persevering minions, directing its ire towards the rascals who had just slain its allied hero. Its primary target was the robot, as it had been the first to approach without regard, and thus it unleashed a barrage upon the robot. The battered robot, the mantis, and Ma Liang hastily retreated to the right, evading the tower's wrath, aware that their equipment was inferior and the tower's strikes were perilous. The health of the robot and the mantis dwindled rapidly under the tower's relentless assault. Meng Ling, not having secured any kills nor aggro, joined the minions at the high ground tower. With her swift attack speed, the tower's health plummeted like a thermometer placed in a freezer. Upon reaching a safe zone, the trio was astonished to discover a mysterious circle beneath their feet. Chapter 20. The Claim of the Dragon. Xiao, upon noticing the circle, felt no surprise. As he raced towards the high ground tower, he observed that only Xiao Qi remained at the second tower in the mid-lane, while Pantheon had vanished. It was evident that Pantheon had returned home, rather than idly farming the jungle. Nonetheless, Xiao acknowledged Pantheon's skill, as the ultimate ability required a countdown and provided a warning just before landing. Pantheon had expertly predicted the trio's movements, knowing they would seek refuge from the tower's aggro. His positioning was cunning, leaving them no time to escape. Given their lack of crystal shoes, the mantis and the robot, lacking flash and with their health critically low, were suddenly struck from above, only to be met with Pantheon's devastating arrival, which ended their lives. A double kill ensued, as they were both vanquished. Ma Liang, however, deftly evaded the skill range with a swift step, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Upon landing, Pantheon was brimming with pride, secretly commending his own remarkable performance, a truly divine maneuver. The fallen teammates, initially despondent, were invigorated by Pantheon's impressive display. Indeed, his prowess was reminiscent of a master, akin to those of diamond rank. In fact, I would argue that his flair was more akin to that of a king. Just as the triumphant Pantheon intended to use his shield to stun Ma Liang, he was taken aback by a sudden flash beside him, rendering him stunned instead. To his astonishment, a half-health Meng Ling Tong appeared nearby. What was this individual thinking? While others were retreating, he had the audacity to approach the area of skill damage. At that moment, Pantheon grasped the situation, undoubtedly. It was the fated Meng Ling Tong destined for demise. Under Xiao's command, Meng Ling Tong triggered the skill Phoenix Featherblade, dealing a third of Pantheon's health and damage, followed by a series of attacks. Meanwhile, Ma Liang, witnessing Pantheon's reckless bravado, showed no mercy. With a barrage of spells, he unleashed a devastating strike, finishing off the half-health Pantheon and sending him back to the fountain from whence he came. The teammates, who had intended to continue praising Pantheon, were left speechless as they witnessed him return alongside them to the fountain. After vanquishing Pantheon, Xiao noticed that the minions had perished at the high ground tower, forcing him to hide in a corner, awaiting the next wave of minions. Before pushing the high ground tower alongside Ma Liang, with golden light emanating from them, the two teleported home, while the opposing team had all 4 members resurrected. If they did not flee now, they would soon find themselves unable to escape. The blue side's middle tier 2 tower had also succumbed to Xiao Qi's assault. Glancing at the golden light of Xiao Qi's teleportation, Chi Hao sighed inwardly, pondering why he was so straightforward, not daring to take a risk and farm some jungle. Such a waste of potential. With that, Chi Hao observed Meng Ling Tong, who had reached level 11 and upgraded to level 4, granting her a substantial 50% increase in attack power. Enhancing Crane Assault to level 2, he achieved an impressive damage output of 120 with 12 agility, making her even more formidable. Checking his gold reserves, Chi Hao promptly purchased a dragon scale armor, which augmented all attributes by 15, improved health regeneration by 6 per second, and enhanced mana recovery by 150%. It possessed a passive skill, Spell Negation, allowing resistance to one targeted spell with a cooldown of 20 seconds. After acquiring a recall scroll and a scout lantern, Chi Hao directed Meng Ling Tong and the affluent brother to the middle lane. After advancing the minion wave to the middle lane, they veered off into the river's thicket, maneuvering stealthily toward the dragon area. Meanwhile, Pantheon from the opposing team was pushing the top lane, and the Luminary in the middle lane, wary of an ambush, remained cautious. The Mantis was jungling in the top area, while both teams clashed in the bottom lane, with only the enemy jungler Xiao Qi unaccounted for. Upon reaching the dragon's vicinity, Chi Hao promptly stationed the scout lantern at the dragon's location, confirming that Xiao Qi was indeed attacking the dragon. At this moment, Xiao Qi had reached level 10, adorned with commendable equipment, which included 2 significant items, the Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ruined King. However, Xiao Qi appeared somewhat oblivious to the current state of the battle. Under these circumstances, he ought to have prioritized tankiness, especially given that they were at a disadvantage. Casting a glance at the dragon, he noted it was a fire dragon, which was fervently expelling flames in an attempt to roast Xiao Qi like a Thanksgiving turkey. Yet, its health was dwindling, with more than half depleted. The opposing Xiao Qi was in a similar predicament, having lost about a third of his health. It seemed he was wary of potential ambushes, especially since the Luminary had reported that Meng Ling Tong was missing from the mid lane. Despite having placed a ward outside, he could not discern Meng Ling Tong's whereabouts. Observing his health, Xiao Qi activated the active ability of the Blade of the Ruined King, restoring a significant portion of his vitality, and then unleashed his triple strike, landing 3 successive blows upon the airborne dragon, fully replenishing his health. The player controlling Xiao Qi continued to chant, "The chrysanthemum wilts, the ground is marred, your smile has faded." He relished playing Xiao Qi, particularly enamored with the melodious moniker of Chrysanthemum Xin. Chi Hao observed the dragon's health and promptly executed Crane Assault, charging towards it. Meng Ling Tong successfully dispatched the dragon. The blue team was awarded a Hell Drakthar mark, permanent, along with an 8% increase in power. Upon seeing the system notification, Xiao Xian's eyes burned with rage. He had nearly vanquished the dragon himself, only to be denied the final blow at the pinnacle of the encounter. It felt akin to having prepared the wedding feast, paid the dowry, and yet, when the time came for the nuptials, the bride belonged to another. How could he endure such indignation? Unaware of Xiao Xian's turmoil, Meng Ling Tong executed another Crane Assault, inflicting damage upon Xiao Xian, before halting directly behind him. Enraged, Xiao Xian unleashed his berserker's roar and charged fearlessly. Yet, he was astonished to see Meng Ling Tong flash with crimson light, and nothing transpired. Why did I not advance? Xiao Xian pondered incredulously. Realizing he remained rooted to the spot, lowering his gaze to check his skills, he discovered they were on cooldown. Did I use them? What is happening? Oh, divine beings, enlighten me. Meng Ling Tong paid no heed to Xiao Xian's perplexity. He approached and delivered a strike, triggering the passive ability of Phoenix Featherblade, igniting a conflagration that reduced Xiao Xian's health to half. Subsequently, Meng Ling Tong activated Radiant Luminance, striking Xiao Xian once more. To Xiao Xian's astonishment, he discovered that Meng Ling Tong's attack speed matched his own. Though his damage was lower, Xiao Xian's health was already inferior to Meng Ling Tong's. Noticing the radiant aura encircling Meng Ling Tong, Xiao Xian felt a chill of dread. Should he be stunned, his demise would be imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed Crescent Sweep, repelling Meng Ling Tong and stunning him, before using Flash to escape. Meng Ling Tong's Radiant Luminance failed to stun Xiao Xian, allowing him to flee. Moreover, with Meng Ling Tong's movement speed, he could no longer catch up to fleeing heroes as effortlessly as before, even with the crystal shoes activated. Xiao Xian activated the active skill of the Spirit of Dream, watching Dreamling Tong lag behind, collecting dust in his wake, and he couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Alas, I only have 200 health left. Why can't you catch up to me? Come on, just one hit, and I'll be finished. Observing Xiao Xian's taunts on the screen, Chi Hao felt helpless. He simply couldn't keep pace. However, he soon realized that Xiao Xian's focus on typing had altered his course. And a smile crept across Qi Hao's face. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Chapter 21. The Tragic Pantheon. After emerging from the dragon pit, Xiao Xian made his way through the jungle, aiming for the position of the first tower in the bottom lane of the purple side. Although the tower had fallen, his teammates were still holding their ground. Yet, the minion waves would not remain static. The blue side was significantly ahead in economic strength. Varus and the robot were relentlessly pressuring the opposing Quinn and Dragon Turtle, forcing them into retreat. Had Xiao Xian devoted his attention to the game rather than typing, he would have faced no issues. He could have easily circumvented the jungle, returning behind the second tower and heading back to the fountain. However, due to his distraction, he unwittingly placed himself directly under the noses of the robot and Varus. The robot, seizing the opportunity, executed a well-timed mechanical hook to pull Xiao Xian closer, while Varus unleashed a fully charged piercing arrow that obliterated Xiao Xian's remaining health, sending him back to the fountain without the need for a slow retreat. Upon witnessing Xiao Xian's demise, Qi Hao promptly used a recall scroll to teleport to the blue side's second tower in the top lane, eager to confront his old adversary. Pantheon. To be frank, Qi Hao had played Dream 3 Kingdoms before and was quite familiar with Dreamling Tong. His personal skills were undoubtedly commendable. However, after such a long hiatus from the game, he was unaware of many updates and changes, realizing that not everything remained constant. Upon arriving at the top lane, Qi Hao clicked on Pantheon and noted that his equipment was quite impressive. At level 10, he had purchased a black cleaver, a pair of Mercury's treads, and a serrated dagger, seemingly aiming to craft the blade of the ruined king. Pantheon, noticing Dreamling Tong, assessed his gear, aware that Dreamling Tong's ultimate was still on cooldown. He boldly declared in the chat, "That cheater, dare you to challenge me to a duel in the jungle? I'm only level 10. What say you? If you dare, I'll show you how to be a player." Pantheon brimmed with confidence. He had a strategy in mind, relying on the quick cooldown of his spear throw, believing he could eliminate Dreamling Tong with a full combo and ignite. Even invisibility would not save Dreamling Tong, for Pantheon possessed true sight and a flash ability. Xiao Xian, watching on his monochrome screen, could not remain silent and chimed in, "Oh, Pantheon, don't be ridiculous. His ultimate is down. Would he really duel you? Cheating is merely a means to bully novices." Qi Hao touched his nose, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "As you wish." Without further ado, Pantheon strode confidently towards Blue Daddy, with Qi Hao directing Dreamling Tong to follow closely behind. As Dreamling Tong rounded the corner, Pantheon launched a spear throw that shattered Dreamling Tong's defensive skill, the Crimson Dragon Scale, before executing a shield of Durandal jump towards him. With unwavering composure, Qi Hao directed Meng Ling Tong to activate a celestial technique, enabling a doppelganger to evade Pantheon's attack. However, the doppelganger was swiftly shattered by Pantheon. It is a well-known fact in the realm of Dream 3 Kingdoms that a doppelganger can absorb one instance of damage. Yet few possess the skill to deploy such a tactic at the precise moment. Should one act prematurely, the attack would still strike the original, and should one falter, the outcome remains the same, due to the mechanics of skill targeting. Meng Lingtong thrust his lance into Pantheon, triggering the blazing effect of the Phoenix Featherblade, which inflicted a third of Pantheon's health. Pantheon, taken aback by the unexpected negation of his certain strike, quickly retaliated with his heart-piercing spear, launching it towards Qi Hao, who had just recharged his spear throw, dealing another third of Meng Lingtong's health. With a rapid succession of strikes, Meng Lingtong struck Pantheon twice, and upon the cooldown of the Phoenix Featherblade, initiated the Spirit Light Flare. Observing this, Pantheon hastily utilized his flash, unwilling to be incapacitated. Meng Lingtong activated the Crystal Shoes skill, pursuing the now teleported Pantheon. Pantheon's speed paled in comparison to Xiao Xian's, allowing Meng Lingtong to close the distance within 25 seconds. Although he merely grazed Pantheon with a skill, it was enough to stun him. Another basic attack, coupled with the Phoenix Featherblade's effect, left Pantheon with merely a fifth of his health. Despite possessing Mercury treads, Pantheon quickly regained consciousness, launching a spear throw at Meng Lingtong, followed by a shield strike that leapt towards him. After sustaining a hit, Meng Lingtong promptly activated his celestial technique once more, rendering Pantheon unable to retaliate. Meng Lingtong swiftly dispatched Pantheon with 2 decisive blows. Unstoppable, Meng Lingtong had claimed 4 lives, including his earlier mutual demise with Pantheon. He had secured 5 kills, a count that paled compared to the affluent brother's tally. No wonder Pantheon and Xiao Xian continuously provoked him. Alas, such is human nature. When one refrains from unleashing their fury, others perceive them as weak and ineffectual. Of course, jealousy towards Qi Hao's prowess also played a role. At level 12, Qi Hao effortlessly upgraded Meng Lingtong's Spirit Feather Cloud Piercing Lance to level 2, extending the duration of its time-stealing effect to 30 seconds, before efficiently clearing the jungle monsters and ascending to level 13. After another enhancement of the Spirit Feather Cloud Piercing Lance, extending its effect to 45 seconds, he led his minions to assault the top turret. The mid-lane first turret had already succumbed to him and Ma Liang, while the bottom lane's high ground turret had fallen. It was truly a source of embarrassment that his own top lane first turret remained intact. Leading the charge, Qi Hao advanced with unwavering determination, trailed closely by relentless minions. Before Pantheon could reach the first turret upon respawn, Qi Hao had already demolished the nearly depleted structure. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ma Liang, under the auspices of the Mantis, successfully eliminated Lux, whose flash proved futile against Ma Liang's mobility from his instantaneous boots and swift step. In the lower lane, Varus and the robot reaped the lives of Quinn and Drakengard, although Varus fell to their stubborn resistance. Subsequently, the robot, bereft of flash, was overwhelmed by the arriving Xiao Qi and met a grim fate. Overall, the blue team maintained a significant advantage. The Grandmaster has arrived. Do you dare to challenge me once more? Upon seeing the hasty approach of Pantheon, armed with the Knight's Edge, Qi Hao merely smiled indifferently, choosing to bypass any direct confrontation and ventured into the jungle instead. Observing that Meng Lingtong dared not face him and offered no retort, Pantheon became increasingly arrogant. What is this? Is the sight of me wielding the Knight's Edge enough to frighten you away? Are you merely relying on superior equipment? Come forth, you cowardly scum. As Pantheon pushed the minion wave, he boasted with unrestrained pride. As long as he activated the effect of the Knight's Edge, he would be immune to Meng Lingtong's stunning abilities, affording him the confidence to eliminate him in one swift combo. Come out. I know your ultimate ability has cooled down. Fear not. I can teach you your place without it. By heavens, the boss is indeed formidable and majestic. Xiao Qi, who had just secured a kill, chimed in support. Qi Hao said little, but the subtitles in the live stream began to roll furiously. Is this Pantheon unhinged? Surely he must not have taken his medicine before appearing. This is a case of rabid madness, and it's already in its late stages. There's no cure. You have your ultimate, so use it. I fear you may perish before you even get the chance. After being slain by Xiao Qi, how can he still have the audacity to boast, having exchanged blood with Xiao Qi just once at the outset? Qi Hao glanced at the subtitles, choosing not to respond to Pantheon. After clearing a few camps, he stealthily maneuvered to Pantheon's left flank, activating the Radiant Surge before dashing out of the jungle towards Pantheon. Upon reaching him, the Radiant Surge detonated, stunning Pantheon, who was then met with another strike from the Phoenix Featherblade. Qi Hao subsequently vanished using the Celestial Art, leaving a bloodied Pantheon bewildered in the wind. Pantheon, who had assumed Meng Lingtong would not dare to engage, now found himself critically wounded, his eyes reddened with rage. He planted a true sight ward, only to discover Meng Lingtong had not retreated far, lurking just behind him. With a swift attack, the Phoenix Featherblade was triggered once more, and Pantheon found himself retreating to the fountain, reduced to watching black and white television. With unyielding courage, Meng Lingtong secured an uninterrupted killing spree, all thanks to Pantheon. However, at this moment, Qi Hao felt less inclined to pursue Pantheon, not out of guilt, but rather due to a lack of gold. Pantheon's worth had dwindled to nearly that of a mere minion. Watching Pantheon in the fountain, the expression of his player was one of sheer frustration, contemplating the urge to smash the keyboard. After some thought, he refrained. After all, this was an internet CAF, and the consequences of such an action could be dire. Not to mention the risk of being banned. You cowardly backstabber, do you dare to face me in a true contest? Qi Hao refrained from commenting in the subtitles. Words were less effective than decisive action. Alas, each time he boasted, he was met with defeat. This child truly is infuriating, seemingly oblivious to his own limitations. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Even Xiao Qi, who seemed to be exploiting advantages, did not boast as audaciously. In competitive gaming, who would not seize the opportunity to ambush? Fool, this child is genuinely furious, driven by shame and anger. In the live broadcast, Qi Hao gracefully swept away Pantheon, akin to flowing water and drifting clouds, earning numerous accolades and a substantial influx of coins, which brought a bright smile to his face. After all, every penny counts. Chapter 22. Vengeance served. Following the demise of Pantheon, Qi Hao promptly advanced with the minion wave, demolishing the second turret in the top lane. Revived Pantheon refrained from re-engaging. For Dreaming Sovereign's skill had significantly diminished his attributes, reducing them by 1/5 after sustaining so much damage. Even in full form, he struggled, let alone in his current weakened state. Noticing Pantheon's reluctance to approach and the absence of further taunts on the screen, Xiao completed the turret destruction and proceeded to the jungle, clearing monsters until he returned to the fountain. At this juncture, Xiao had reached level 16. He upgraded the Spirit Feather Cloud Spear to level 4, which allowed for a tribute theft lasting 60 seconds, significantly enhancing its effectiveness. Subsequently, he leveled the Crane Assault to 3, inflicting 160 agility and 16 damage. By now, all skills of Dreaming Sovereign were mastered. Although there were no skills to upgrade at level 15, he could still enhance all attributes by a point. Future levels would similarly grant an increase in all attributes until reaching level 25. In League of Legends, the maximum level is 18, with 3 minor skills capped at 5. Upon reviewing the battle menu, Xiao noted a score of 21-12, with the purple side considerably trailing. In terms of levels, the blue side's Dreaming Sovereign and Ma Liang had more kills, both reaching level 16. The champions Kha'Zix, Varus, and Blitzcrank stood at level 15, while the purple side's Xiao Qi and Lux were at 16, with Quinn and Rammus at 15. The repeatedly slain Pantheon tragically lingered at level 14. Observing the equipment of all players, Xiao quickly acquired a magic-resistant steel lance, an item that augmented his attack by 18 and strength by 10, featuring an active skill, the Body of Magic Resistance, which grants spell immunity for 6 seconds with a cooldown of 65 seconds. With this equipment, he would be better equipped to confront Pantheon in their next encounter. Checking his gold, he also procured an Agile Phoenix Dance Sword and a Recall Scroll, then swiftly joined Ma Liang in the mid lane. He sent a message to Kha'Zix in the bottom lane, urging the three to push with the minion wave, while Dreaming Sovereign and Ma Liang focused on the mid lane, preparing to break through both lanes. Upon witnessing 2 opponents in the mid lane, Lux from the purple side became anxious and hastily sought assistance. Pantheon, having developed in the top lane, reluctantly made his way to the mid lane. Xiao Qi in the bottom lane, who had been consistently aiding his teammate, remained stationary, resulting in a 3-3 stalemate. After reuniting with Ma Liang, Xiao glanced at the bottom lane, noting the absence of the high ground turret, with a 3-3 score. Along with advantages in level and economy, they would surely be able to push the minion wave to the purple side's barracks. The success of breaking through both lanes hinged primarily on the mid lane's performance. This time, Pantheon did not demand a one-on-one duel. He had observed that Dreaming Sovereign had acquired the magic resistance. Engaging in a duel now would be nothing short of foolish. Lux, seeing Pantheon alongside her at the high ground turret, exhaled in relief. She feared that this so-called master might act irrationally and challenge Dreaming Sovereign. Meanwhile, she was being mercilessly oppressed by the economically superior Ma Liang in the mid lane. His shameless tactics were infuriating. Not only could he teleport with his shoes, but his skills also had remarkably swift cooldowns. Unable to match their opponent in combat or escape, she found herself nearing the Crystal Tower, yet her adversary relentlessly pursued her, ultimately leading to her demise. Her resentment towards Ma Liang was no less intense than that of Pan Sun towards Meng Lingtong. Go ahead, my affluent friend. Be mindful of the kills. With those words, the two sides clashed at the front line, engaging in a fierce battle beneath the high ground tower. We spread out, allowing Meng Lingtong to be unable to incapacitate both of us, Pan Sun remarked. Lumina, in agreement, observed Meng Lingtong's eager demeanor and quickly separated from Pan Senior. She cast a barrier of light upon both herself and Pan Sun, minimizing damage wherever possible. Pan Sun considered advancing, but feared Meng Lingtong's magic. Should he leap forward, he would likely meet a swift end, as the possibility of being eliminated was exceedingly high. He attempted to stun Ma Liang, but the timid Ma Liang stood too far away for him to reach, leaving him resigned to a defensive stance alongside Lumina. Meng Lingtong activated her Crystal Shoes ability, enhancing her movement speed. She dashed forward, utilizing the Radiant Shot to bypass Lumina, simultaneously unleashing her magic resistance skill, rendering her immune to Lumina's binding light. Subsequently, she dashed again, confronting Pan Sun, dealing damage while stunning him in the process. Seeing Meng Lingtong activate her magic resistance, Lumina could only resort to striking Meng Lingtong repeatedly. Meng Lingtong struck Pan Sun, triggering the Phoenix Featherblade skill, then struck again to withstand the first attack from the high ground tower, after which the Phoenix Featherblade skill was ready once more. Meng Lingtong activated her Immortal Escape to negate the tower's assault, subsequently landing 2 strikes on Pan Sun that triggered the Phoenix Featherblade skill again, leaving Pan Sun with merely half of his health. Observing Meng Lingtong's momentum, the affluent player wasted no time. He activated his teleportation shoes and instantly moved closer. Unleashing a five-finger thunderclap upon the awakening Pan Senator, the cascading projectiles struck Pan Sun while simultaneously eliminating the nearby minions from the purple side. When Pan Sun awoke from the brief 2-second stun, he realized his health had plummeted to below 200. With Ma Liang's five-finger thunderclap having detonated once, he was certain that 4 more would spell his doom. Deciding against fleeing, as escape would also mean death, he watched Meng Lingtong, cloaked in her magic resistance, evade the tower's attack as she pursued Lumina. The player controlling Pan Sun grimaced at his misfortune, countering with a holy shield strike that stunned Ma Liang. Following this, he hurled a spear, only to succumb to the explosive damage of Ma Liang's five-finger thunderclap. This marked the first time he had felt so constrained while playing Pan Sun, his emotions teetering on the brink of tears. Meanwhile, Lumina, witnessing Pan Sun incapacitate Ma Liang, felt a spark of hope. Ignoring Meng Lingtong, she unleashed her luminous singularity beneath Ma Liang, triggering an explosion, followed by a radiant flash, a beam of light erupting upon Ma Liang. Upon regaining consciousness, Ma Liang realized he was left with minimal health and hastily attempted to escape beyond the high ground tower. Yet, Lumina, seizing the opportunity, would not allow him to flee again. She blinked after him, ensnaring him in a radiant trap that ignited and began to scorch him. After assessing his health, Ma Liang realized he could not escape the effects of Ignite. He unleashed a super thunder shockwave, inflicting significant damage that brought Glory to half health, and subsequently collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Glory, having been struck multiple times by Meng Lingtong, also succumbed to Ma Liang's formidable power. Yet he departed this world with a smile. No one could truly comprehend the exhilaration that comes from avenging oneself after being slain 6 times, akin to the euphoria of consuming a ginseng fruit, with an aura of transcendence enveloping one's being. Xiao directed Meng Lingtong to evade the attacks from the high ground tower, consuming a spirit jade to restore some mana and health. Casting a glance at the ongoing battle in the bottom lane, he resolved to rush to the fray, aiding his teammates in an effort to obliterate the opposing team and devastate both the mid and bottom lanes. Chapter 23. The arrival of Qiyu. The skirmishes in the bottom lane were far more brutal than those in the mid lane, with both teams boasting aggressive junglers and commendable equipment, each assisted by their supports in eliminating the opposition. However, a moment of carelessness befell the Mantis, who, due to a miscalculation, found himself face-to-face with the Dragon Turtle, who utilized a flash to engage, drawing aggro with a taunt. Xiao Qi then executed a deadly 3-hit combo, ending the Mantis's life. At this juncture, Xiao Qi was left with minimal health, while the support Dragon Turtle was at half health, and the robot maintained a considerable amount of health. Initially, the lone robot contemplated fleeing through flash, but upon noticing Meng Lingtong approaching the bottom lane in stealth, he brightened and abandoned his escape plan. He cast a weakness debuff on Xiao Qi, who was still visible to Meng Lingtong, and then delivered a powerful mechanical punch that sent the Dragon Turtle soaring into the air, leaving it disoriented. Meng Lingtong, having stealthily approached Xiao Qi, unleashed a basic attack that triggered the Phoenix Featherblade skill, swiftly eliminating Xiao Qi. With valor unmatched, Meng Lingtong had secured a remarkable 6 kills. The bounty for slaying Xiao Qi was significantly greater than that for slaying Pantheon. Following Xiao Xi's demise, Meng Lingtong activated the Spirit Light Ray and advanced towards the grounded Dragon Turtle, initiating a series of basic attacks. With no flash available, the Dragon Turtle resorted to a power dash, but the robot, smirking, thought otherwise. He swiftly ensnared the Dragon Turtle with a mechanical claw, dragging him back into his grasp. The helpless Dragon Turtle could only watch as he was stunned, subsequently falling victim to the combined assault of the wolf-like Meng Lingtong and the robot. With the enemy team vanquished, the robot claimed the glory of the kill. Although he was a support, he certainly had the right to secure some kills. Xiao paid little mind to this. After all, the support had already contributed significantly throughout the match, and acquiring 1 or 2 kills was well-deserved. Moreover, the match was nearing its conclusion, and it was not a matter of indiscriminately snatching kills at the outset, which was inconsequential. With no interference from the opposing heroes, Xiao and the robot swiftly pushed the bottom lane barracks. At that moment, the minion wave in the mid lane arrived. Without hesitation, they proceeded to demolish both the mid lane high ground tower and the barracks. As the enemy heroes resurrected, they left behind a scene of devastation, and the duo gracefully retreated to the fountain. Upon returning to the fountain, Meng Lingtong crafted the true flame dragon twin blades from the light and agile phoenix dance sword he possessed. This equipment augmented both strength and agility by 20 points, increased the primary attributes by 12 points, and enhanced movement speed by 12 as well as attack speed by 25. It boasted a passive skill that inflicted debilitation upon attacking. There was a 15 chance to cripple the target, reducing their movement speed by 25 and attack speed by 20 for a duration of 4 seconds. At this moment, Dream Ling, now at level 19, added 3 points to his attributes. Alongside teammates equipped with exceptional gear and benefiting from the synergy of the super soldier, economic superiority, and level advantage, they sacrificed only the Mantis and Ma Liang. The opposing team's Lux, having flashed back to the fountain, was left with no one remaining. Subsequently, Dream Ling, the robot, and Varus decisively dismantled the enemy's crystal tower and crystal, thus concluding the battle. Why has the opposing pantheon fallen silent? Had he not played Dream Three Kingdoms? Was he not confident? Was he not equally inexperienced? The exhilaration of the kills was palpable, yet it irked him to witness those who pretended to be grandiose while lacking substance. In the live stream, players who cherished Dream Three Kingdoms began to express their disdain for the individual who boasted at the outset. Meanwhile, the wealthy player was unexpectedly kicked from the team by Xiao Qi, returning directly to the Dream Three Kingdoms interface. Upon testing, he found himself only able to enter the games room, and everything returned to normal. With resignation, he remarked in the live stream, "Xiao Qi, no hard feelings." That was truly exhilarating. Shall we have another round? Oh dear, wealthy brother, you are indeed affluent. But the rest of us have waited in line for quite some time too, someone pointed out. However, having concluded this match, may I participate in the next one? Xiao Qi, the wealthy brother, was instantly infuriated, exclaiming, "Come on, I'm paying to play here. If you have the means, feel free to compete with me. Xiao Qi, let us go for another round, and I'll even tip for a car." The wealthy brother was adamant, though he suspected that a female server was merely a plant. Xiao Qi, caught in the crossfire, felt the wrath of Xiao Qi's ire as she pinched Qi Hao's tender flesh at his waist. The pain caused him to wince, turning to Xiao Qi with tear-filled eyes. "It isn't my fault. If you continue this way, I might report you to the Business Bureau for employee abuse." With a chuckle, Xiao Qi covered her mouth, casting a playful glance at Qi Hao, and gently rubbed his waist, soothingly saying, "All right, my dear employee, does it hurt still?" "No, not anymore." Captivated by Xiao Qi's charm, Qi Hao felt himself utterly enchanted. "Indeed, the truth has emerged," someone from the livestream asserted. Others, quick to jump to conclusions, agreed that the wealthy brother was merely a plant. "I spit. If I were a plant, may my whole family perish." He retorted, "Fine, I'm done. Xiao Qi, I'm logging off. I'll return next time." Infuriated, the wealthy brother trembled with rage and exited the stream. Who among the affluent would tolerate such indignities? Who would willingly spend money to feel discomfort? Oh dear, he logged off in shame. "No way," the wealthy brother swore. "He cannot be a plant. You are too naive. Swearing now holds less weight than a mere fart. The one above is a loser. Do not presume everyone is like you." Observing the chaotic exchange in the live stream, Qi Hao interjected, "All right, everyone, listen to me. The next match as participants have been determined. It is the owner of the Xiao Qi live streaming platform, Xiao Qi herself, who is also an aficionado of Dream Three Kingdoms. Not only is she beautiful, but her skills surpass mine as well. Please anticipate the upcoming live stream. When did I ever agree to participate in the next live stream?" Though she feigned reluctance, a radiant smile bloomed on Xiao Qi's face, reminiscent of a blossoming flower. Qi Hao touched his nose, oblivious to the expression of Qi Yue behind him, and helplessly remarked, "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall seek another person in the live stream. Go to hell," Qi Yue retorted, delivering a swift slap to Qi Hao's head. Rubbing his head, Qi Hao turned back to glance at Qi Yue, and upon seeing the anticipation etched on her face, he bashfully touched the tip of his nose, falling silent. Meanwhile, the live stream was rife with discord and skepticism. What? Are we letting that female attendant play? Is that even permissible? She's bound to be a liability with that fiery temper. "Little Qi Yue, I'm undeniably a master. Please let me have a turn." "Little Qi Yue, have you been treated unfairly?" "Fear not. We stand by you. That female attendant can leave. We support you. Little Qi Yue, allow me to play just once." Observing Qi Yue's increasingly dark expression, Qi Hao hastily clarified, "Everyone, please refrain from speaking. Qi Yue has not mistreated me. Moreover, Qi Yue is truly skilled, even surpassing me. Please stay tuned for the next live stream." With that, Qi Hao directly invited Qi Yue to join his Dream of Three Kingdoms account, disregarding the uproar in the live stream. With a frown, Qiyu ascended to the second floor, retreated to her room, and logged into her Dream of Three Kingdoms account. Little Qiyu had her friends, and they had always enjoyed playing together. Indeed, although Qiyu started learning Dream of Three Kingdoms alongside little Qiyu, she had since surpassed her. Possibly due to her meticulous nature as a girl, Qiyu felt a surge of resentment and resolved to deliver a resounding blow to those arrogant fools with her skills. After Qi Hao invited Qiyu into the team, they matched and commenced a new game. Chapter 24, an unexpected encounter with an actor in this match. Qi Hao found himself on the blue side once more, feeling a certain affinity with it, perhaps due to the more visually captivating nature of the purple side's crystal explosions. Qi Hao was assigned the support role, and Qiyu was also in support, which pleased him, for he was quite confident in both her skills and their synergy. On the blue side, there was the top laner, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, equipped with Flash and Teleport, the mid laner, Katarina, the Sinister Blade, with Flash and Ignite, and the jungler, Lee Sin, the Blind Monk, with Flash and Smite. Qiyu chose Zhu Rong, the wife of the barbarian King Menghua, without summoner spells. Qi Hao had initially intended to select Menghua for a harmonious pairing, but upon sensing Qiyu's understanding of his thoughts, she threatened him in the chat. Reading her threatening words, Qi Hao sheepishly touched the tip of his nose, pondering whether he truly feared threats. Ultimately, he selected Fa Zheng instead. Alright, he conceded. Perhaps he did fear threats. After all, she was the boss. Qi Hao thought to himself, little Qiyu is too timid, haha. Clearly under the thumb of her wife. The female attendant exhibited quite the assertiveness. The viewers in the live stream witnessed their interaction and promptly derided little Qiyu. Qi Hao remained unfazed, reflecting that while they spoke from a place of comfort, he was the one who felt the sting. In the purple team, the top laner, Darius, the Hand of Noxus, is equipped with Flash and Ignite. The mid laner, Cassiopeia, the Serpent's Emissary, also carries Flash and Ignite. The jungler, Master Yi, the Wuju Bladesman, possesses Flash and Smite. The AD carry, Vayne, the Night Hunter, is similarly armed with Flash and Ignite. Lastly, the support, Morgana, the Fallen Angel, wields Flash and Exhaust. What is going on with the opposing heroes? The purple team has already identified the issue. Our support is lagging. The opponents should simply retreat to avoid wasting time. I can't believe it. I wish for hacks to download. Qi Hao smiled faintly, refraining from further comment, as the screen transitioned into the loading interface. Upon entering the game, the 5 heroes stood in the fountain, each purchasing their respective items. I apologize, everyone. I have disconnected, announced the blue team's blind monk. What is happening? Qi Hao was utterly perplexed. The opposing team found amusement in the situation. This is splendid. I was prepared to retreat, but I never expected them to leave first. We should be able to win in a 4 versus 5. The opponents continued to encourage their retreat, suggesting they could easily handle the 2 remaining players. Indeed. Let us teach those 2 how to play. At this moment, the blue team began to waver. Can we still fight with 1 less player? What is the strategy? Even if we attempt to play, defeat is inevitable, and it would be quite frustrating. Perhaps it is better to surrender. After all, this is just a casual match. Not ranked, so it hardly matters. Before Qi Hao could speak, Qiyu interjected, It's alright, we won't give up. Please cooperate. Everyone, do not lose heart. Inside, Qiyu was screaming in frustration, wondering why, of all times, she would disconnect, especially when she was finally ready to play. Would she be ridiculed in the livestream for this? Seeing Qiyu speak, Qi Hao quickly chimed in, Exactly, it's fine, we will win. Yet, deep down, he felt uncertain. He cautiously asked Qiyu in a private voice chat, So, who will take on the jungle role? You will, Qiyu replied without a moment's hesitation. Me. Qi Hao exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. You want me, a support to jungle? With a blind monk? How could this be? If we lose, my salary this month is at stake. Listening to Qiyu's icy voice through the headset, Qi Hao felt a surge of determination. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate the opponents. I may lose my life, but my salary must be secured. Is this blind monk for real? Disconnecting and knowing ahead of time? Indeed. Can't they at least show some decency as actors? With such skill, they clearly didn't graduate from our esteemed academy. Qi Hao chuckled helplessly at the various experts in the live stream, sighing at the absurdity of having a support jungle. He directly opted to enhance his overall abilities, adding 10 points to all attributes. After glancing at his items, he purchased a last-hitting Wormwood Staff, an Iron Shield, a Red Potion, and 2 Wood Spirit Charms. The Wood Spirit Charm absorbs the elemental essence of trees or certain ice pillars, restoring the user 7 health points per second for 16 seconds, and can be used 3 times without interruption during combat. The Iron Shield possesses a 60% chance to deflect 20 points of standard attacks, while range bearers can mitigate ordinary attack damage. Fortunately, Fa Zheng is a melee hero. After a brief glance at his abilities, he promptly selects the skill Dun Jia Tian Shu Sheng. This skill is a targeted single enemy ability that enhances attack speed for himself or an ally while absorbing damage taken. At level 1, it grants a 15% increase in attack speed and absorbs 80 points of damage, with a cooldown of 16 seconds. Without further ado, he heads to the fountain and joins Zhu Rong to confront the Red Father, needing Zhu Rong's assistance to secure the kill. Otherwise, Fa Zheng would have to expend all his health potions. Facing Vayne and Morgana, Qi Hao is unperturbed by the prospect of Zhu Rong's inability to hold her ground. Zhu Rong, a hero capable of offense and evasion, can dispel negative effects, accelerate, and create illusions, making her elusive, particularly to those unfamiliar with her skills. Even seasoned players can find themselves outmaneuvered by Zhu Rong's tactics. Upon the Red Father's respawn, he gazes at the poised Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong, welcoming them with open arms, accustomed to the challenge. The two do not hesitate. Fa Zheng activates Dun Jia Tian Shu Sheng to shield himself and charges at the Red Father. Zhu Rong employs Phantom Assault, with one of her illusions leaping onto the Red Father to unleash a flurry of attacks, while her true form follows up from behind. After a relentless assault, as Fa Zheng sacrifices a substantial portion of his health, the Red Father's vitality wanes significantly, prompting Zhu Rong to retreat to the minion lane to gather experience. After acquiring the red buff, Fa Zheng uses 2 wood spirit talismans to replenish his health. He then proceeds towards the small statue, and after dispatching it, he encounters the ghostly 4. Following this, he confronts the Wild Wolves trio and the Blue Father. Upon clearing the entire jungle, Fa Zheng reaches level 4, upgrading Dun Jia Tian Shu Sheng to level 2, which now provides a 25% increase in attack speed and absorbs 120 points of damage. He also learns Dun Jia Tian Shu Ling at level 1. This targeted skill allows him to restore health while positioned on a tree and grants invisibility after 3 seconds. At level 1, he can summon 1 tree spirit, restoring 6 health per second, with an 80-second cooldown. In Dream of the Three Kingdoms, it can only be cast on trees, but in League of Legends, trees are scarce, primarily replaced by bushes. This skill functions similarly to the Wood Spirit Talisman, proving effective when cast upon grass. Otherwise, Fa Zheng's ability would be rendered useless. Noticing the tension in the bottom lane, Fa Zheng casts a tree spirit at the first tower at level 2. Vayne and Morgana quickly realize, much to their frustration, that Zhu Rong intermittently becomes invisible and recovers health at an astonishing rate. Just moments ago, they had nearly depleted her health, but now she appears before them, fully revitalized and brimming with vitality, inciting their ire. Fa Zheng also learns Dun Jia Tian Shu Run at level 1. This area-targeted skill inflicts sustained damage within a designated zone and slows enemies for 5 seconds. At level 1, it deals 30 points of damage per second and reduces movement speed by 10%, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. During his jungle expedition, mid-lane Katarina incessantly pleads for assistance, feeling overwhelmed by the onslaught from Master Yi and Cassiopeia. However, Qi Hao finds himself unable to help. It is not a lack of willingness, but Fa Zheng's abilities render him vulnerable before level 6, risking a fruitless sacrifice. With a wry smile, Qi Hao could only offer words of comfort to Katarina through the subtitles, urging her to remain cautious. The prospects of our army are bright. The current darkness is merely transitory. There is no need for panic or irritation. Sustenance in the form of bananas and bread will surely come. Katarina found herself amused yet exasperated by Fa Zheng's nonsensical rambling, and with no other option, she decided to play it safe, content as long as she didn't become an easy target. Upon noticing that the jungle had respawned, Qi Hao meticulously cleared it once more, finally reaching level 6. After dispatching a small statue, he gazed at the lone figure in the bottom lane, struggling valiantly, yet evidently also at level 6, Zhurong. A faint smile graced Qi Hao's face, his pearly whites glinting under the illumination. Chapter 25. Zhurong's double kill. Now at level 6, Fa Zheng upgraded his Dun Jia Tian Shu Rin to level 2, inflicting 60 damage per second and reducing enemy movement speed by 20%. He also unlocked Sun Luo Wanxiang at level 1, an active skill that creates a realm around him, ensnaring enemies within its vicinity for 2 seconds. If similar units are in close proximity, they trigger the binding effect once more. The realm lasts 6 seconds, and the binding effect ignores spell immunity, dealing 120 damage per second with a cooldown of 110 seconds. At this moment, The opposing team could no longer contain their frustration. Apart from the top lane Sun Wukong, the blue side's mid laner and bottom lane Zhurong were exceedingly elusive. Fajing, the jungler, had been absent for several minutes, leading to speculation that he was the type of jungler who would only emerge from the shadows upon reaching maximum level. The lack of excitement was palpable. The opposing team felt aggrieved, yearning for a challenge. The mid-lane serpent woman could no longer hold her tongue, exclaiming, "What the hell? Get that jungler, Jian Sheng, to roll away. 2 against 1, what is that about?" The mid-laner Katarina felt particularly stifled, possessing a slight level advantage over the enemy serpent woman but lagging behind economically by several minions. Regarding the opposing Zhurong, she scoffed, "What else can you do besides running? If you have the skill, then don't flee. In this world, one cannot avoid getting hurt. If you're capable, maintain your cautious approach until the end." The opposing Vayne chimed in, "Exactly. What good is being level 6 if all you do is command others to run? You look down on us? Pathetic." The support Morgana added, "This Zhurong is too slippery. I barely managed to catch her once, and she managed to break free and speed away. The moment she drops to half health, she retreats to the tower to heal, more elusive than an eel, leaving no opportunities for a catch." Xiao remained unfazed, ignoring the two. Seeing his silence, Morgana grew bolder, directly mocking, "Trash. You should quit playing League of Legends. Kart racing suits you better." Haha. The opposing team erupted in laughter at the blue side's expense. Yet, the livestream audience rallied in support of Xiao Qi and the female attendant, expressing their sympathy. "Indeed, it's truly embarrassing for them." One user remarked, "I have a saying, don't pretend, or you'll invite misfortune." Another chimed in, "When did I ever say that? I am who I am. Those words are mine." The admiration flowed. "Listening to you is worth 10 years of study." As he gazed upon the teleportation shoes delivered by his pet, the little azure dragon, Xiao disregarded the sharp-tongued naysayers, promptly making his way to the tree spirit near the first tower of the bottom lane. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, he slipped into invisibility. Qiyu, noticing Xiao's arrival, directed Zhurong to retreat towards the jungle, distancing herself from the brush. When a matter can be resolved through action, there is no need for mere words. The opponents and their support were only at level 5, while Zhurong was solely absorbing experience from the bottom lane. They were 2 in number, rendering a comparison futile. Zhurong continuously exchanged blows with the enemy Vayne. Although both were ranged champions, they belonged to the category with shorter reach, their attack distances being nearly identical. The support, Morgana, observed Zhurong hiding behind the minion wave. Her dark binding could not ensnare Zhurong, leaving her with no choice but to employ Tormented Shadow to chip away at Zhurong's health. Seeing that Zhurong had dwindled to half health, Qiyu promptly retreated toward the tower. Witnessing Zhurong's retreat, reminiscent of previous occasions, Morgana refrained from her usual passive stance. Now that both she and Vayne had reached level 5, they were certainly capable of eliminating Zhurong in one decisive blow, and a brief engagement with the tower would pose no significant risk. With this in mind, Morgana executed her flash, vaulting over the minions to cast Dark Binding, a missile imbued with dark energy, which ensnared Zhurong. Subsequently, she unleashed Tormented Shadow directly at Zhurong's feet. Vayne, witnessing this development, felt a surge of excitement. The distance for her ambush was slightly inadequate, prompting her to activate her flash, positioning herself directly beneath Zhurong, where she executed a judgment that pinned Zhurong against the wall, triggering a stunning effect. At this juncture, Zhurong was critically injured. A single strike from Vayne would suffice to seal her fate. Morgana remained stationary, refraining from seizing the kill. As Vayne flashed into position, Qiyu simultaneously activated the teleportation shoes, landing between Vayne and Morgana. He initiated the Forest of Roots, where numerous thick green roots erupted from beneath, ensnaring both adversaries tightly. Following this, a technique known as the Book of Escape was unleashed beneath their feet, causing them to continuously lose health. Concurrently, Zhurong activated the Spirit Flame Curse, cleansing all negative effects, before employing Phantom Assault to leap towards Fa Zheng, evading the range of Morgana's Tormented Shadow. With only 11 health points remaining, Qiyu felt a rush of anxiety, her heart racing wildly, while Qiyu remained oblivious to the heart-stopping scene unfolding around her. Observing the still depleting health of Morgana and Vayne, who were on the verge of breaking free from Fa Zheng's grasp, Qiyu hastily cast a heavenly net, a vast web woven from thick ropes that descended from above, re-ensnaring Morgana and Vayne while inflicting sustained damage, albeit only 35 points, with the binding lasting 25 seconds. The higher their levels, the longer the duration. Thus, Zhurong and Fa Zheng relying solely on their skills, managed to reduce the level 5 Morgana and Vayne to a state of near death without even a basic attack. In the end, Zhu Rong delivered a final blow, triggering the passive effect of Fire Arrow Blade, thus slaying Vayne, with the damage ricocheting to Morgana and claiming her life as well. First blood, double kill, as the system notification flashed. And with Zhu Rong teetering on the brink of demise at only 11 health points, Morgana and Vayne, watching the black and white television back at the fountain, were on the verge of vomiting blood. As July gazed upon the lifeless forms of Vayne and Morgana, a smile crept upon her taut visage, as if the pent-up emotions within her had finally been liberated. The remarkable prophecy from above had truly impressed her. Her admiration for it flowed as ceaselessly as the waters of the Yellow River. The synergy between Xiao Qi and the female attendant had been exceptional, and this double kill had been utterly exhilarating. Indeed, that slap in the face was executed splendidly. The blue team's allies had been feeling quite frustrated. However, this double kill illuminated the prospect of victory for Sun Wukong in the top lane and Katarina in the mid lane, their faces adorned with smiles of hope. With no health remaining, Zhu Rong returned to the fountain to regain vitality and purchase equipment. Qi Hao, observing his near-zero expenditure, having only consumed a bit of mana without losing any health, requested that Qinglong deliver a frenzied demon claw and a scout's lantern to him. This equipment, while not augmenting attributes, possessed a spellball skill that enabled life steal, converting 17% of damage dealt into health. Additionally, it featured an active skill called Frenzy, which, when activated, increased attack speed by 75% and movement speed by 15%, albeit at the cost of receiving an extra 10% damage when attacked, lasting for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 25 seconds. With this equipment, Fajing's sustainability in combat became significantly more formidable. After last hitting a few minions and ascending to level 7, he upgraded the Book of Escape to level 3, inflicting 90 damage per second and reducing movement speed by 30%. Delegating the bot lane to the arriving Zhu Rong, Fajing ventured once more into the jungle, where Red Daddy had respawned. Chapter 26. The Life of a Support as Qi Hao commanded Fajing in the jungle. He noticed that both the Sword Saint and the Serpent Lady in the mid lane had reached level 6, leaving Katarina in a state of utter despair. Though he wished to assist, his ultimate ability was not yet available, compelling him to allow Katarina to play cautiously while awaiting his support. After vanquishing Red Daddy, Qi Hao casually placed the scout's lantern in the dragon pit, preparing to confront the Phantom Quartet when a bloody skirmish erupted in the mid lane. Katarina, positioned not far from the tower and possessing Flash, could return to safety with a mere instant. Yet, in this position, the Serpent Lady grew increasingly impatient, opting for a direct assault. With a petrifying gaze, she caught Katarina off guard, rendering her immobile for 2 seconds. Following this, the poisonous fog and twin venomous fangs were unleashed upon the stunned Katarina. Simultaneously, the Sword Saint, lurking behind the Serpent Lady, executed a lightning-fast alpha strike, activating his ultimate and swiftly dispatching Katarina. Though Katarina had reached level 6, her early game suppression left her with only a Hextech revolver, a Doran's ring, and boots of speed, rendering her exceedingly fragile. After enduring a mere 2 seconds, she had no opportunity to use her flash and fell beneath the Sword Saint's blade. Oh, how the tables have turned. Why not run away now? Weren't you the one who could play it safe? Taunted the Serpent Lady, reveling in her victory, even though the kill was not hers to claim. If I were you, I would have made the decision immediately, for against 5 is always an insufficient number of hands. Do not claim that we are bullying you due to your limited numbers. I speak nothing but the truth. Moreover, your jungler's absence renders the game rather uninteresting. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint was subtly inciting Katarina. Qi Hao glanced at the resurrected Katarina, fearing that she might succumb to despair following her recent demise and choose to withdraw from the match. To uplift her spirits, he encouraged, "Do not worry, Katarina. Victory and defeat are merely the vicissitudes of battle. Join me in the mid lane, and I shall assist you. There's no need to comfort me. I am perfectly fine," replied Katarina, a seasoned player who would not be disheartened by a minor setback. Furthermore, she had witnessed the synergy between Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong earlier and believed they still had a fighting chance. Upon hearing that Fa Zheng was on his way, she hurried excitedly toward the mid lane. After clearing the Phantom 4-man gang, Fa Zheng had ascended to level 8, upgrading his escape technique to level 4, capable of inflicting 120 damage per second while reducing movement speed by 40%. At that moment, the Serpent Woman and the Sword Saint were diligently attempting to push the tower. However, their poor equipment rendered their efforts ineffective for the time being. Upon seeing that Katarina had reached the second tower, Qi directed Fa Zheng to emerge from the jungle and head to the mid lane. The Sword Saint and the Serpent Woman noticed Fa Zheng's arrival, yet both possessed flash, and with the tower on the brink of destruction, they hesitated to retreat, unwilling to abandon the prize before them. Understanding the situation, Qi realized that destroying a tower would grant his entire team a bounty, while the opposing team's sneaky tactics made securing a kill exceedingly difficult. Thus, pushing the tower proved far more valuable. A smirk crept onto Qi's face as he thought, truly, man perishes for wealth, and birds for food. If he did not act now, would he not be betraying their collective efforts? Without hesitation, he refrained from approaching closer, wary of unforeseen mishaps. He donned an escape technique and activated the frenzied demon claw skill, enveloping himself in a thin veil of crimson mist before teleporting directly in front of the two, unleashing the cosmic manifestation, ensnaring both them and the minions beneath the tower in thick roots. Following this, the escape technique remained beneath their feet as he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes upon the Sword Saint, activating his skills alongside Fa Zheng's frenzy. The rapidity of his attacks rendered his staff a mere illusion, as Fa Zheng's abilities decimated the purple minions entirely. Simultaneously, Katarina approached the first tower, teleporting next to the Serpent Woman and hurling a bouncing blade at her, inflicting damage to both the Serpent Woman and the Sword Saint. Subsequently, she activated the Death Lotus, transforming into a whirlwind of blades, unleashing a barrage of daggers imbued with her ire and fury upon the Sword Saint and the Serpent Woman. With Fa Zheng's abilities and strikes having already diminished the Sword Saint's health significantly, Katarina was the first to claim his life, and the Serpent Woman soon followed, succumbing to Katarina's flying knives. A double kill. Witnessing Katarina's triumph and her ascent to level 8, Xiao touched the tip of his nose and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Ah, truly. I am destined to be but a support. 2 double kills, and not a single kill to my name. Thank you. Satisfied with her 2 kills, Katarina expressed her gratitude to Xiao. No need for thanks. We're comrades. Your damage output was impressive, Xiao humbly replied, complimenting Katarina. Observing the nearly depleted defensive tower, he promptly secured the last hit without hesitation. Witnessing their hard-fought efforts to bring down the tower being snatched by Fa Zheng, the Sword Saint and the Serpent Woman were filled with rage, nearly choking on their frustration. They had not only failed to advance their own economy, but had also unwittingly gifted Katarina, the enemy mid-laner, 2 kills. Having reached level 9, Xiao upgraded his Book of Evasion to level 3, absorbing 160 points of damage and increasing his attack speed by 35. Meanwhile, Katarina continued to level up in the mid lane, while Fa Zheng ventured to the wolf camp to farm. As he farmed, he noticed Sun Wukong and Nocturne fiercely dueling in the top lane, with neither side gaining a clear advantage, so Xiao decided not to intervene. In the bottom lane, although Zhu Rong had secured 2 kills and held a significant economic lead, the opposing duo coordinated well, possessing crowd control abilities that severely hindered Zhu Rong's progress. However, they could not claim Zhu Rong's life, as her ability to dispel negative effects was quite formidable, making her difficult to catch. After completing his jungle clear and reaching level 10, Xiao upgraded his Book of Evasion to level 2, allowing him to summon a Treant, which now restored 9 health points per second instead of 6. Noticing Fa Zheng's blue buff was nearly depleted, Xiao returned to the fountain to replenish his mana and purchase equipment. After assessing his finances, which had grown considerably from kills, assists, and jungle farming, he combined his fervent demon claw into the bloodthirsty Sky Smasher and also acquired a power axe and a return scroll, then proceeded to the bottom lane. The power axe granted an additional 10 points of strength, while the bloodthirsty Sky Smasher enhanced his primary attributes by 8, increased his attack by 20, boosted his attack speed by 25%, and doubled his mana regeneration. Its active skill, Fervor, enhanced his attack speed by 75% and movement speed by 15% for 8 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. Though it was slightly inferior to the Fervor skill of the Fervent Demon Claw, it did not increase the damage taken. The passive skill Lifesteal allowed him to convert 17% of the damage dealt into health, while the secondary passive skill Bloodthirst dealt absolute damage equal to 4% of the target's current health with each attack, a rather domineering ability. Upon arriving at the bottom lane, Xiao was astonished to find that the purple side's Vayne and her support Morgana were both absent, not facing Zhu Rong. A glance at the minimap brought a smile to Xiao's lips. Chapter 27. Action is the only word Xiao signaled to the equally alert Qiyu, directing Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong to approach the dragon from behind. The map clearly indicated that Xiao had placed a ward near the dragon, revealing the level 9 Sword Saint, along with the level 8 Vayne and Morgana, engaged in slaying the dragon. In this encounter, the dragon that was refreshed was a fire dragon. As Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong approached the dragon's lair, the opposing trio was on the verge of slaying it. Zhu Rong, who was no slouch herself, had already reached level 9. Xiao glanced at Zhu Rong's equipment and noted its impressive quality: a crystal shoe, a demon-repelling steel spear, and a frenzied demon claw, indicating her intention to unleash the bloodthirsty sky wheel. As the dragon neared its demise, Fa Zheng, having seen that his abilities had cooled down, activated the cloaking tome for himself, enhancing his shield and attack speed, followed by the activation of the bloodthirsty sky wheel's frenzy. In an instant, he teleported beneath the dragon, unleashing the myriad manifestations that ensnared the unsuspecting sword saint, Vayne, Morgana, and the beleaguered dragon within its range. Countless thick roots erupted from the ground, binding the three and the dragon securely. Subsequently, a cloaking tome blade was thrown at the feet of the trio, and Fa Zheng wielded his staff to launch a fierce assault on the nearest foe, the sword saint. Meanwhile, as Fa Zheng teleported, Zhu Rong executed a phantom assault, leaping over the wall behind the dragon to join the fray, leaving only her doppelganger behind. She struck Vayne directly, triggering the fire arrow blade skill, inflicting immense damage on the three adversaries and the dragon. As the purple team's members scrambled to free themselves, a celestial net was cast, ensnaring them and the dragon in an unyielding trap, causing them to steadily lose health. Under a relentless control that lasted 45 seconds, the trio and the dragon offered no resistance and ultimately perished. Vayne fell first, a double kill. Morgana followed suit, and Zhu Rong had claimed 4 lives in total. Fa Zheng collected the dragon and the sword saint's heads, finally securing a kill, an arduous feat indeed. Xiao nearly wept in despair. Being a support was a thankless task, and assisting in the jungle was even more harrowing. With the dragon slain, Fa Zheng, Zhu Rong, and their blue team allies all received the hellish Drakthar mark, granting them a permanent enhancement of 8%. The 3 captured opponents felt a sense of despair. The synergy between Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong was impeccable. Although they all had flash and their skills intact, they had initially considered placing wards while attacking the dragon. However, given that the opposing team had only 4 members, they assumed that only Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong would approach the dragon, and even if the mid-lane Katarina arrived, their own serpent woman would also come to aid them, thus maintaining a numerical advantage. So, the trio deliberately refrained from warding, waiting for the enemy to strike. Little did they know, when the attack came, they had not cast a single skill and met their untimely demise in a frustrating manner. The purple team began to strategize in their chat. Having secured the kills, Fa Zheng ascended to level 11 and upgraded his myriad manifestations to level 2, dealing 180 damage per second with unchanged binding duration, while reducing its cooldown from 110 seconds to 95 seconds. With that, Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong disregarded everything else and, taking advantage of the empty lane, pushed forward with the minion wave, demolishing the lower tower. At that moment, the 3 opponents had resurrected and stormed down to the lower lane in a furious rage. Without a grand gesture, Fa Zheng executed a swift teleportation, turning to engage in the jungle. Zhu Rong activated her spirit flame charm to hasten her retreat, avoiding confrontation with the enemy. By the time the lower lane's jungle was cleared, the opposing trio had already commenced their assault on the blue side's first turret. Observing Zhu Rong's futile attempts to resist the impending destruction, she ultimately relinquished the turret and retreated to the vicinity of the second turret. Having finished his jungle run, the now level 12 Fa Zheng learned new skills, advancing to level 2. At this stage, his elusive tome could only summon a single tree spirit, which restored 9 health points per second, with a cooldown reduced to 65 seconds. After casting the elusive tome in the thicket beneath the second turret, the tree spirit at the first turret vanished. Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong approached a cluster of grass radiating a faint azure glow. After 3 seconds, the pair entered a state of invisibility. Glancing at his currency, Xiao, equipped with a power axe, promptly acquired a demon-repelling steel spear. He then procured a great sword, enhancing his attack power by 21 points. Once equipped, he summoned his pet, a small azure dragon. Zhu Rong, on the other hand, acquired a double-strike ancient coin blade, augmenting her attack by 35 points, with a passive skill, critical strike, granting a 10% chance to inflict damage equivalent to 175 times. As their pets delivered the equipment, the opposing trio had already demolished the first turret and advanced towards the second, accompanied by minions. Noticing their audacious approach despite knowing they could not win in a team fight, Xiao was left in perplexity. Upon pressing a key, he discovered that all three opponents had equipped Mercury's treads, prompting a wry smile. They had learned from their previous encounters. The treads granted 30 magic resistance, significantly diminishing Fa Zheng's spell damage, while the sole active skill, Mercury, could remove all control effects from the hero. Qi Hao's companion, Qi Yue, recognized this development and boldly declared within the team, "Let us engage." Reflecting on his earnings, Qi Hao helplessly touched the tip of his nose. "Well then, engage it is. You need only say it once, for I shall express my intent through action." This time, the opposing trio had adopted a more strategic approach, instead of clustering together. They spread out, with the Sword Saint leading, flanked by Vayne and Morgana. As the minion waves collided, the Sword Saint executed an alpha strike, dispatching the blue minions before halting his advance, refraining from pushing the turret. Cautiously, the short-ranged Vayne approached to begin attacking the turret. Witnessing this, Qi Hao and Qi Yue exchanged concerned glances. The enemy's strategy was rather intricate. In this formation, with the three opponents dispersed, Fa Zheng could at most control one, rendering it impossible to achieve full control over them. With a raised brow and a cold smirk, Qi Yue stepped out from her concealed position, delivering a basic attack to Vayne, thus breaking her invisibility. The attack triggered the effect of the fire arrow blade, inflicting 2/5 of Vayne's health and subsequently bouncing to eliminate 3 minions. Shocked by Zhu Rong's overwhelming assault, Vayne, after being repelled by a demon judgment, hastily retreated, hesitant to advance further or engage in combat. On one hand, the damage inflicted by Zhu Rong instilled fear, while on the other, one remained within the range of the defensive tower's assault. Zhu Rong's economic advantage over Vayne was already pronounced, with equipment solely enhancing her offensive capabilities. Vayne, already lagging in resources, had opted for a Mercury treads, leaving her with merely a Berserker's Greaves, a Doran's Blade, and a Vampiric Scepter, without even having synthesized a blade of the Ruined King. How could she possibly compare to Zhu Rong, who was fully equipped with a significant item and 3 smaller ones? Moreover, that strike not only triggered the effect of the fire arrow blade, but also activated the double strike effect. One could only say that Vayne was rather unfortunate. Glancing at Vayne's retreating position, Qi Hao's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 28. The frustration of Qi Yu observing Vayne's movement drawing closer to Morgana. Qi Hao estimated the range of Fa Zheng's abilities and promptly activated his teleportation, emerging from his stealth to position himself between the two. The all-encompassing roots were unleashed, ensnaring both Vayne and Morgana in an intricate web of thick roots. The Book of Stealth was cast at his feet, inflicting continuous damage upon the two. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint had been vigilant regarding the unfolding events. Upon witnessing Fa Zheng activate his ultimate, he promptly initiated the Highland Bloodline and the Boundless Sword Path. An alpha strike propelled him to Fa Zheng's side, and just as he intended to slash at Fa Zheng, he was astonished to find numerous roots erupting from beneath him, binding him in place. Unbeknownst to the Sword Saint, Fa Zheng's ultimate ensnared any newly arrived units directly, meaning that evading it and re-entering would not prevent being trapped. As Vayne, Morgana, and the Sword Saint were ensnared, the three quickly activated the Mercury Treads effect, dispelling the binding. Having already been ensnared, they could not be bound again within the range of the all-encompassing roots, yet they continued to suffer persistent damage. At that moment, Zhu Rong, having been repelled, activated the Crystal Shoe's acceleration effect, executing a phantom assault to swap places with her original form. As the three from the purple side freed themselves from the binding, they were instantly ensnared once more by Zhu Rong's ultimate. Zhu Rong then activated the Frenzied Demon Claw skill's Frenzy effect, striking the Sword Saint and triggering the Fire Arrow Blades effect, which once again inflicted damage upon Vayne and Morgana. In contrast to the other two, the Sword Saint, having activated the Highland Bloodline and the Boundless Sword Path, posed a more significant threat. Observing Zhu Rong's relentless assault on the Sword Saint, Fa Zheng cast the Book of Stealth upon himself, increasing his attack speed. He then activated the Bloodthirsty Skyward Swing's Frenzy effect, further enhancing his attack speed. As flowers danced in the air from his staff, continuously raining down upon the Sword Saint, the unfortunate Sword Saint, slightly stronger than before as he had managed to utilize some skills, still met his end before the binding concluded, falling victim to Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong's relentless attacks. Ultimately, it was Fa Zheng who claimed the kill, tallying 2 victories. Once liberated from their bindings, Vayne and Morgana found that Morgana's health had dwindled to half, while Vayne faced an even graver situation, having been left with but a sliver of health following her confrontation with Zhu Rong. After Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong vanquished the Sword Saint, they simultaneously activated the demonic effect of the Azure Steel Spear. An oval-shaped, translucent green halo enveloped both of them. And with remarkable synergy, they lunged towards the weakened Vayne. Morgana, tragically realizing that her soul shackles were ineffective against Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong, remained unperturbed as she prepared to shield Vayne with a dark shield. Attempting to cast a weakening curse upon the two, she found herself unable to do so, prompting a wry smile as she blinked away to safety. The battered Vayne, having no intention of lingering, attempted to use demon judgment to repel the distant Zhu Rong, only to discover her inability to do so. She resorted to a blink, retreating to the jungle and splitting paths with Morgana. Once in the jungle, she executed an evasive roll, increasing the distance between herself and Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong before sprinting towards her tower. Qi Hao, observing their trajectories, opted to hasten towards the slower Morgana, while Qi Yu directed Zhu Rong to pursue Vayne. Zhu Rong activated his Spirit Flame Curse, enhancing his movement speed as he fervently chased Vayne. Just as she was about to exit the jungle, Zhu Rong caught up to her. Noticing that the green halo surrounding Zhu Rong had dissipated, Vayne unleashed Demon Judgment in an attempt to knock him back. Calmly assessing the situation, Qi Yu discerned Vayne's intent as she turned to face them. With a perfectly timed phantom assault, he propelled himself forward, landing parallel to Vayne, while the illusion left behind was shattered by her attack. Aware of the impending danger as Zhu Rong leapt, Vayne spared no effort and activated her ultimate ability, executing an evasive roll to momentarily cloak herself, evading Zhu Rong's descending blow. Realizing Vayne had vanished, Qi Yu raised an eyebrow and activated his crystal shoes, accelerating forward. A moment later, Vayne reappeared before Zhu Rong. Her speed markedly increased, leaving Zhu Rong unable to catch her. As she sought refuge beneath her tower, heading towards the fountain, Zhu Rong, lacking any control abilities, had no choice but to relent. Qi Yu, though disheartened, recognized the limitations of his control skills. Meanwhile, Fa Zheng pursued Morgana, encountering considerable difficulty due to the absence of crowd control abilities. As they raced along the minion lane, Fa Zheng capitalized on his superior speed to gradually close the gap. Just as they approached a parallel position, Fa Zheng's demonic effect faded. Morgana seized the moment, casting Dark Binding, and with the distance between them too narrow, Fa Zheng was struck by a dark energy projectile, immobilizing him. Following this, Morgana unleashed Suffering Corruption at his feet, transforming the earth beneath him into a blighted ground, relentlessly eroding Fa Zheng's health. Observing the dwindling health of Fa Zheng, Morgana let out a soft sigh. As a support character, her magical power was far too meager. Had she been a mid-lane mage, perhaps she could have turned the tide and avenged herself. At that moment, Morgana noticed Zhu Rong and Vayne appearing from the jungle path. She dared not continue fleeing along the minion line and swiftly pivoted, entering the jungle to return to her territory via the dragon area before retreating to the fountain. Qi Hao watched helplessly as Morgana vanished from his sight. Once the binding was lifted, he too turned and entered the jungle. After a brief 3 seconds, his teleportation was off cooldown, allowing him to reappear and catch sight of Morgana again, who had already made her way behind the dragon. Lacking acceleration skills, Fa Zheng had no choice but to rely on his long strides to pursue her relentlessly. As Morgana ran, she encouraged herself, "Brave sister, stride forward and do not look back." But when she glanced back, she was surprised to see Fa Zheng had indeed caught up, though his health was only at 3/5. A thought crossed her mind. This is promising. As she noticed Fa Zheng barreling towards her, she also saw the mid-lane serpent woman hastening to join her. Their reunion imminent. Her heart raced with excitement. "Oh, you think you're so fast? Watch me now." Morgana ceased her flight and turned to face him. With a swift incantation, she unleashed a Dark Binding, launching a missile imbued with dark energy that ensnared Fa Zheng once more. Following that, she cast Corrupting Pain, cursing the ground beneath him, causing his wounds to deepen significantly. After casting her 2 spells, Morgana refrained from using her ultimate ability. She was aware that her ally from mid-lane was approaching, and surely the enemy's Katarina would not be far behind. It was wise to conserve her ultimate for the potential of a double kill, and Morgana felt a swell of delight at the prospect. Chapter 29. Crush the Blue Crystal. Qi Hao glanced at Katarina approaching from mid-lane. With no one else in sight there, it was evident that the serpent woman was nearby as well. Noticing his skills, he realized that his son Luo Wanxiang was still on cooldown, with the remaining 60 seconds. Zhu Rong, not too far from the bottom lane, likely had her control skill on cooldown as well. None of the three had control abilities, and with Katarina also lacking such skills, they faced an uphill battle against the enemy's full control arsenal. In this precarious moment, the most prudent course of action would be to retreat, biding his time for a better opportunity. However, Xiao's gaze fell upon his inventory, and an idea sparked. Perhaps he could try something daring. He commanded Fa Zheng without hesitation to break free from the binding and deliberately lag behind Morgana, who was feigning a slow escape. Morgana, noticing Fa Zheng following closely behind without hesitation, felt a surge of delight. She assessed the distance between herself and the serpent woman, and upon realizing her skills had cooled down, she pivoted once more to ensnare Fa Zheng in a dark binding. Xiao saw the dark energy missile racing towards him and promptly cast the Book of Escape, absorbing 200 points of damage due to its 4th level power, nullifying the majority of Morgana's spell damage. Simultaneously, the Book of Escape's blade was unleashed at the location where Morgana stood firm. After Morgana unleashed her power, the Pain Corruption followed suit, cursing the area around Fa Zheng and shrouding it in darkness, relentlessly eroding Fa Zheng's health. At this moment, the serpent woman had approached Xiao, unleashing her twin venomous fangs, casting a cloud of toxic mist directly upon Fa Zheng, which instantly reduced his health to a mere sliver. Meanwhile, behind Fa Zheng, Katarina blinked swiftly to Morgana's side, inflicting damage upon her. Morgana had been anticipating Katarina's arrival. As Katarina materialized beside her, she silently rejoiced. Without waiting for Katarina to unleash her combo, Morgana swiftly cast Soul Shackles, ensnaring both Fa Zheng and Katarina in dark shackles. Morgana's Soul Shackles drained the last vestige of health from Fa Zheng, fulfilling his role as a support by drawing fire away from his allies. Simultaneously, as Katarina was shackled, she unleashed a dagger from her hand, which struck both Morgana and the serpent woman, causing them harm. At this juncture, Morgana was gravely wounded. Should Katarina release another attack, she would surely be vanquished. Sensing Morgana's urgency, the serpent woman swiftly positioned herself in front of Katarina, her eyes emanating an eerie glow as she cast petrifying gaze, stunning Katarina just as she prepared to unleash her assault. Witnessing the serpent woman's rapidly cooling twin venomous fangs wreak havoc upon Katarina, reducing her health by half, Morgana felt a surge of excitement. The unfolding events were proceeding precisely as she had envisioned. However, it dawned on her that she had neglected something crucial. A glance at the mini-map revealed a large red dot, and it suddenly struck her that she had forgotten about Zhu Rong. But it was too late. She felt a fiery blaze ignite upon her, draining her last sliver of health, which subsequently ricocheted onto the serpent woman, inflicting significant damage that reduced her health by 1/5. A mere basic attack from Zhu Rong triggered the fire arrow effect, leading to Morgana's demise. Zhu Rong, emboldened, had now claimed 5 lives. She then approached the serpent woman, activating her recently cooled frenzied demon claw, dramatically increasing her attack speed. Numerous arrows rained down from Zhu Rong's hands, striking the serpent woman with deadly accuracy. As the serpent woman witnessed her health plummet like a breached dam, panic ensued, and upon glancing at Katarina, who was left with only 1/3 of her health, she contemplated a desperate confrontation. Yet, fearing her own demise, she sighed and turned to flee, confident in her ability to escape. She anticipated that her soon-to-cool ability would enhance her speed while hindering her foes, perhaps even outlasting Zhu Rong in the process. Morgana, witnessing this unfold from beyond the grave, felt a surge of urgency. With no flash available, the serpent woman stood no chance against Zhu Rong's speed. She considered the possibility of a desperate gambit to eliminate Katarina. Yet she knew it was too late to intervene. The serpent woman did not return to the mid lane, but instead fled into the jungle. In July, she certainly would not let this splendid opportunity slip away, having already fallen behind Vayne, which left her somewhat vexed. If the snake woman were to escape without shoes, it would be akin to dashing headlong into a wall. The mechanics of League of Legends are quite intriguing. The snake woman is unable to wear shoes, which adds an amusing twist. With this thought, a faint smile graced the corner of her crimson lips, despite the snake woman gaining speed as her level increased. At level 11, she had only just attained that after assisting in the demise of Fa Zheng. Her mobility still lagged behind Zhu Rong by a considerable margin. For heroes in this realm generally possess swifter agility than those in the Dream of the Three Kingdoms. The snake woman lamented that she had yet to escape the second turret, only to be pursued by Zhu Rong. At last, her poison explosion cooled down, enhancing her speed by a mere 30%, while Zhu Rong, with a leap, left a clone behind, drawing closer to her original self. At this moment, she deeply regretted not upgrading her skill to level 3. The toxic mist slowed her down, yet Zhu Rong was enveloped by a golden glow, rendering her immune to the effects of deceleration, and astonishingly, she moved even faster than before. Observing her dwindling health, the snake woman bitterly smiled. Had she known, perhaps she should have fought back, potentially taking down Katarina with her, at least ensuring she wouldn't leave empty-handed. Xiao commanded Zhu Rong with calm precision, gradually closing in on the snake woman. Just as the serpent was about to reach the safety of the second turret, she activated her cooled-down crystal shoes, enhancing her speed. The final blow triggered the fire arrow blade, swiftly ending the life of the weakened snake woman. A double kill. Zhu Rong triumphed over 6 foes. Afterward, she retreated into the brush. A beam of white light shot skyward, heralding her return to the fountain. I knew you would perish. You shouldn't have fled. Didn't you see how swiftly Zhu Rong was moving, barely escaping Vane's ultimate? Morgana lamented within the team, for the outcome had strayed far from her expectations. Initially, she could have escaped, but her desire for a double kill made her linger. Unexpectedly, it was the enemy who achieved a double kill, trading only a half-health Fajing for 2 lives, a stark contrast to her anticipations. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're just playing the blame game now. I haven't faced Zhu Rong directly. How would I know she would be so fast? The snake woman, having met her end, was filled with frustration. All right, enough of the complaints. Everyone purchase a Mercury's treads, and let's unite for a team fight. We shall strike with vigor and obliterate them, annihilating the blue team's nexus. Vane suggested, attempting to rally her teammates. Indeed, they are outnumbered. 5 against 4, we can surely prevail. Jiansheng concurred with Vane's proposal. Let's engage. This monkey is too slippery. It's no fun. I wasted so many wards on him. He's far too cunning. The top laner, who had been toyed with by Sun Wukong, also agreed. Seeing her teammates in accord, Morgana and the snake woman joined in the agreement, having been thoroughly toyed with by the duo of Fajing and Zhu Rong, who had played them with utter disdain. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, I called my teammates to gather at the fountain to purchase necessary equipment while we awaited the resurrection of our fallen ally. Chapter 30. The screenwriter is an undercover agent. While waiting for the revival of Fa Zhang, Xiao pressed a key to review the battle statistics. The score stood at 12-4 in favor of the blue team. Both the top lane champions, Wukong and Draven, were at level 12, while the mid lane champions, Katarina and Cassiopeia, were at level 11. The blue team's Zhu Rong and the support Fa Zhang were at level 14. This was understandable, as Fa Zhang had garnered numerous assists and Zhu Rong had secured several kills, leading to their level advantage. Conversely, the opposing Vane was only at level 10, while Morgana had claimed 1 kill from Fa Zhang, surpassing Vane to reach level 11. At that moment, Xiao noticed that the enemy's Draven had returned to base. The purple team had equipped all 5 members with Mercury treads. Upon seeing this, Xiao raised an eyebrow, instantly comprehending the enemy's intentions, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, the naive children. They're planning to group up. Let us do the same. Zhu Rong proposed within the team. It appeared that Xiao shared the same insight, possessing a keen perception akin to his own. Xiao silently praised Xiao's cleverness, while also giving himself a pat on the back for his own astuteness. 5 of them against 4 of us. Can we manage? Wukong inquired from the top lane. We can. Xiao replied confidently. Did you not see how Zhu Rong and I forced their support and jungler to flee earlier? We cannot afford to delay into the late game. Once they acquire their items, our 4 will stand no chance against their 5. He first emphasized the strength of himself and Xiao, then expressed his concerns. I agree on the engagement. However, how should we proceed? Katarina and Fa Zhang had indeed coordinated once before, instilling a sense of confidence. I'll position myself at the front as bait, while Wukong will stand behind me to intercept the incoming Draven and Master Yi, shielding Zhu Rong and Katarina. Zhu Rong, you will be beside Wukong. Katarina, take the rear and be prepared to unleash your ultimate when the time is right. Our attack sequence will follow our positioning. Xiao articulated the formation of the blue team. Everyone, stay sharp and adaptable, Zhu Rong added. By the way, Katarina, refrain from purchasing defensive items. Focus solely on offensive gear. The more aggressive, the better, Xiao reiterated. Understood, both Katarina and Wukong acknowledged, gazing at his own equipment and gold. Xiao decided against purchasing the Phoenix Featherblade. Initially, he intended to pursue a more aggressive build, but plans must adapt to circumstances. He swiftly sold his great sword for half its value, acquiring a refreshed Commander S-Mark instead. Next, he upgraded his Shadow Book to level 4, enabling the placement of 3 trance that would restore 15 health per second, with a cooldown of merely 35 seconds. He promptly deployed the refreshed ability into the brush beneath the mid-lane tower, transforming the area into a pale green hue, adorned with a gentle, ethereal glow. Subsequently, Qi directed Fa Zheng to venture into the jungle for farming. Now that the refresh was complete, he feared his blue mana would soon dwindle, necessitating the purchase of a mana-increasing gem, though he found himself lacking the necessary funds. Upon witnessing Qi venturing into the jungle, Qi glanced at his equipment and grasped his intentions. Without hesitation, Qi led Sun Wukong and Katarina to the mid lane, pushing the minion wave all the way to the enemy's second turret. At that moment, all members of the opposing team had respawned and stood beneath their second turret. Observing this, Qi promptly ordered her teammates to retreat, disregarding the enemy's heroes. The purple team, noticing the three adversaries congregating in the mid lane, anticipated a team fight but hesitated to pursue, wary of potential ambushes, especially since they had not seen Fa Zheng. Their suspicion lingered, and none dared to charge forward, fearing a trap. Meanwhile, Fa Zheng, now equipped with 2 magic stones bestowed by his pets, observed the enemy's movements and chuckled to himself. After all, it was merely a casual matchmaking game, far less challenging than ranked play. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. Contemplating this, Qi swiftly cast his ability into the bush along the mid-lane waterway, instigating a transformation that summoned a treant, providing them with stealth. Realizing Qi's intention, Qi led her teammates into the bushes beneath the second turret, while Qi directed Fa Zheng to the bush in the mid-lane waterway. The purple team advanced alongside the minion wave, with the top laner, Draven, at the forefront, followed by Master Yi and support Morgana, with the mid-lane duo, Cassiopeia and Vayne, trailing behind. Assessing the distance, Qi calculated that he could ensnare only 3 of them within the range of his abilities. The enemy, too, had discerned the pattern and refrained from clustering together. As the purple minion wave passed by, Qi remained motionless, and the other 3, noticing the initial advance had not acted, were even less inclined to make a move. After Draven, Master Yi, and Morgana passed, Cassiopeia and Vayne approached swiftly, calculating the distance. Fa Zheng activated his teleportation boots and materialized between Morgana and Cassiopeia, unleashing his ultimate ability, Nature's Grasp. Countless robust roots erupted from the earth, firmly ensnaring the 3 adversaries. Subsequently, he released Shadow Blade beneath their feet, causing numerous green blades to emerge from the ground, steadily depleting their health. Surprised, Morgana, Cassiopeia, and Vayne simultaneously used their Quicksilver items to break free from the bindings. Draven and Master Yi hesitated to assist immediately, as Master Yi, having learned from experience, understood that advancing would result in further entrapment, thus conserving their Quicksilver for potential future encounters, especially with Zhu Rong still in play. Once the trio escaped their confines, they all flashed away from the area of Nature's Grasp, aware that although they had freed themselves, the lingering damage remained. They regrouped with Draven and Master Yi as previously discussed. Concurrently, Fa Zheng activated his commander's mark to refresh all his skills, including his teleportation boots. Observing the 5 opponents clustered together, Qi couldn't help but smile at their impeccable coordination. Once gathered, they would surely regret it. Fa Zheng teleported once more, positioning himself before the astonished 5, and unleashed Nature's Grasp again, this time ensnaring all 5 adversaries firmly within its grasp. Subsequently, the celestial blade of the Book of Concealment was cast directly at the feet of the 5 individuals, who reveled in the delightful foot massage provided by the verdant blade. This foot massage was rather pleasant, albeit it charged not in currency, but in blood. None among the 5 had ever experienced the game dream of the 3 kingdoms, and thus they were oblivious to the existence of items that could refresh skills, a concept absent in League of Legends. At that moment, all 5 were momentarily dumbfounded. Something was amiss. This was not right, too cunning. The narrative we had previously discussed was quite consistent, yet the unfolding events had taken an unexpected turn. The director among them, Vayne, was equally bewildered. There was no script to follow here. It dawned upon her. The screenwriter was an undercover agent. Vayne felt a deep sense of despair. The Great Wall of Revolution often collapses from within. Chapter 31. The 3-second man. Though the script had altered, the Bound Sword Saint and Nasus were compelled to continue their performance. A strike would lead them all to an unceremonious return to the fountain. Simultaneously, both activated the skill Mercury from their silver adornments, liberating themselves from their restraints. Nasus swiftly pulled Fizz back with a merciless grip, wreaking havoc as he swung his bloody axe in a deadly arc, inflicting substantial damage upon Fizz. He then unleashed the way of the Infinite Blade, drawing upon his Highland lineage to elevate his attack power. Following this, he executed an Alpha Strike, traversing through Fizz's form and halting beside him. Glancing menacingly at the detestable Fizz, Just as they were on the verge of eliminating Fizz, the three members of the blue team emerged from the brush. Sensing impending doom, Wukong abandoned any pretense of stealth and flashed beside Fizz, the distance for his cloud assault insufficient, forcing him to resort to a flash. With a resounding roar, he unleashed the havoc of the heavenly palace, extending his golden staff in a whirling motion, sending both Nasus and Yi sprawling. The three purple team members, who had been ensnared, were likewise cast aside. Simultaneously, Zhu Rong executed a phantom assault, leaping forward as the heavenly net descended from above, ensnaring the purple team as they landed after being struck by Wukong. Following this, Katarina blinked to Morgana's side, transforming into a whirlwind of blades, releasing daggers in all directions as she activated the effect of Death Lotus. The five purple members were severely wounded by the onslaught of the four, Morgana, Vayne, and the Serpent Woman were ultimately taken down by Katarina's ultimate. Zhu Rong dispatched Nasus, while Wukong performed a cloud assault, joining forces with his clone to eliminate the Sword Saint. The five purple members returned to the fountain to witness the black and white television, bringing the team fight to a close. Katarina claimed 3 kills, achieving a triple kill, while Zhu Rong and Wukong each secured 1. Fizz, managing to survive, was fortunate to be alive. The enemy team was utterly annihilated. The four hastily advanced the minion wave, and despite Fizz's low health, he did not falter, leading the push with the purple team. The second tower, the high ground tower, and the barracks were all dismantled. Observing the resurrection of the opposing five, Fizz signaled for a collective retreat, awaiting the cooldown of their abilities before embarking on another team fight. The ensuing battle was a mere replay of the earlier skirmish. The blue team's composition was remarkably well chosen, featuring 3 formidable crowd control champions and a devastating area of effect damage dealer, rendering their opponents utterly defenseless. In the end, the purple team made a grave mistake by splitting their forces, while one group staunchly defended the mid lane. Vayne and Master Yi ventured to the bottom lane to attempt a sneaky tower take, hoping to lure the blue team apart and diminish their control. Little did they know that the blue team, undeterred by the bottom lane, swiftly dispatched Dr. Mundo, Cassiopeia, and Morgana under the leadership of Qi Hao, advancing directly towards the enemy's crystal tower and core. Ultimately, Vayne and Master Yi managed to destroy the bottom lane barracks, only to realize, in dismay, that their own crystal was on the verge of destruction, forcing their return. A mere delay as the crystal ultimately transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks before their eyes. Observing the victory screen, Qi Hao exhaled in relief, having successfully safeguarded his earnings. It is well known that in today's society, while money may not be everything, its absence can lead to dire consequences. Countless heroes have fallen from grace due to financial woes, with many even straying onto dark paths, a frequent lament. The execution was splendid. A score of 45 could indeed secure victory. This battle was exhilarating, primarily due to the exceptional skills of his teammates, particularly Xiao Qi, whose crowd control abilities were pivotal. 3 crowd controls and 1 area damage dealer were indispensable. Losing even one would have been detrimental. The performance of the blind monk was commendable. Without him, such a thrilling contest would not have been possible. Indeed, the blind monk's prowess was remarkable. Some speculated whether the player of the blind monk was deliberately chosen by Xiao Qi. As noted upstairs, one could hardly predict such a team composition. It was a synergy that demanded every member's contribution. The sentiments expressed were spot on. Applause was warranted. Overcome with excitement, one felt compelled to indulge in a game of Dream of the Three Kingdoms to satiate their yearning, having been inspired by Xiao Qi's performance. I, too, wished to download Dream of the Three Kingdoms to familiarize myself, lest I encounter Xiao Qi in the future, unprepared, remarked another, identifying as a League of Legends player. Qi Hao smiled at the lively discussions in the streaming room, pleased by the attention Dream of the Three Kingdoms was garnering. Naturally, the derogatory comments aimed at him were effortlessly filtered out by Qi Hao. Casting a glance at the time, he realized it was nearing 10 o'clock, and fatigue was beginning to set in. Addressing the audience through the microphone, he warmly stated, "I am delighted that so many of you have tuned into the Qiyue livestream. Today's broadcast will conclude here. Thank you, everyone." Upon hearing Qi Hao announce the end of the stream, many expressed their reluctance, while a few purists insisted he ought to have stopped streaming long ago. "Xiao Qi, let us have another match. We still wish to see the grand performance of Fa Zheng and Zhu Rong." "Yes, we want more." The waitress Zhu Rong was quite impressive. "We shan't criticize her further." "Waitress, do persuade Xiao Qi for another round. I too wish to partake in a match." In unison, they echoed their desires. At that moment, Qiyue had descended from upstairs, her face beaming with satisfaction, having secured 20 kills in the previous match, a truly exhilarating experience, especially in the immensely popular game League of Legends. There is a profound sense of accomplishment. When she observed the discussions in the live stream, surprisingly, she did not feel anger. Rather, she genuinely attempted to persuade the viewers on behalf of Xiao. I truly cannot manage it any longer. I've grown too old for late-night sessions. Just look at me. I'm nearly dozing off. If I were 4 or 5 years younger, staying up all night would be a breeze. Xiao interjected, waving his hand to interrupt Chiyue's counsel. Chiyue, with a look of astonishment on her beautiful face, softly covered her cherry-like lips and remarked, I never imagined your health was so frail. It seems you won't even qualify as a backup option. Upon hearing this, Chihao's eyes reddened. A man must never falter in such matters. Gazing at Chiyue, who was examining him with curiosity, he clenched his teeth and declared, You cannot insult me in such a manner. Shall we engage in a duel one evening to test this? From what you imply, it seems you are quite experienced, Chiyue said, retracting her scrutinizing gaze. Her lovely eyes fixated on Chihao, filled with ambiguous meanings. Well, that isn't quite the case. I am still a virgin, Chihao responded, his cheeks flushing. He was bewildered at how virginity had transformed into a pejorative term over time, especially for older virgins, admitting it could invite ridicule, and in rural areas. It might even hinder one's chances of finding a spouse, as it implied some inherent flaw. Really? You are still a virgin? Chiyue shook her head in disbelief. You know full well that during my university days, all my energy was devoted to Dream 3 Kingdoms. I had no time for romance. I did have a brief relationship in my freshman year, but it ended within a month. Who would be attracted to someone who spends all day glued to a computer screen, indifferent to the charms of the opposite sex? As he recounted this, Chihao's expression dimmed. He had genuinely liked that girl, but he had been too engrossed in gaming at the time. By the time he realized his feelings, it was too late to reclaim that lost affection. Noticing the somber expression on Chihao's face, Chiyue felt remorseful for inadvertently dredging up his painful memories. Her own countenance fell, and she thought to herself, who says no one likes boys who enjoy playing Dream 3? You simply remain unaware. Observing that Chihao was no longer in the mood to continue with Dream 3 Kingdoms, Chiyue decided against preventing him from ending the live stream. Having reached a resolution, Chiyue turned to Chihao and said, You should take a rest. Make sure to start your stream early tomorrow. All right, Chihao replied. After announcing in the live stream that he would commence at 6 in the afternoon the following day, he expressed his genuine fatigue and apologized profusely before finally shutting down the broadcast. As he watched Chiyue, with her devilish figure, ascend the stairs to rest, Chihao called out with a smile, My queen, do you require my company for the night? At this remark, Chiyue stumbled slightly but quickly regained her balance. She turned back to glare at Chihao, disdain evident in her voice as she retorted, All virgins are mere 3-second men. I'm not interested. With that, she turned, swaying her alluring figure, ignoring the astonished Chihao as she made her way upstairs. Chapter 32, Lin Tianyu in the morning. As a ray of dawn light fell upon Chihao's face, he was awakened by the blinding sunlight. Even in the early hours of summer, the sun was scorching. For a fleeting moment, Chihao was momentarily perplexed. No, he thought, he intended to indulge in a brief reverie of slumber. Yet he suddenly recalled having drawn the curtains closed before sleeping. How could sunlight possibly penetrate the confines of his room? Could it be that the door he had deliberately left ajar for Qiyu had served its purpose? Had Qiyu, unable to withstand the solitude, succumbed to her feelings and ventured into his chamber? With excitement, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find no one there. He reached out, but the absence of warmth confirmed his solitude. What are you doing? The sudden voice of a man startled Chihao, compelling him to glance up, and he was instantly taken aback. Was this truly a man? Could he have just returned from a surgical procedure in Thailand? Why did Chihao entertain such thoughts? It was because he was extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, beautiful was the only word that could encapsulate his essence. This young man possessed a face seemingly carved from marble, with eyes that flowed like ink in a traditional painting, complemented by a refined, elegant nose and lips reminiscent of cherry blossoms. The arc of his lips was impeccably perfect, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, exuding warmth and ease. His figure was tall and graceful, clad in a tasteful beige casual suit. With a hand adorned with a sapphire ring pointing at Chihao, his delicate brows slightly furrowed. Chihao found himself utterly defeated by the allure of this handsome stranger. Though he had always considered himself rather handsome, he now felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Simultaneously, he experienced an unprecedented awe towards this young man. I'm asking you a question. The man arched an eyebrow, his voice tinged with impatience, evidently displeased by Chihao's unabashed scrutiny of his visage. I was merely inquiring who opened my curtains. Qi Hao replied candidly. Stop searching. It was I who opened them. Who are you, and why are you in this villa? Spending the night here? The youth promptly addressed Qi Hao's query, then posed his own. My name is Qi Hao. And you are? Qi Hao asked. Your beauty is a testament to your parents' fine genes. But could you possibly temper your arrogance? I am neither a criminal nor your servant, the young man retorted. Qi Hao? I don't recognize you. The young man pondered briefly before responding. I am Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu? I do not know you. Qi Hao countered with the same words the young man had used earlier, yet it was indeed the truth. He had never encountered this youth before. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? I am the owner of this villa, Lin Tianyu exclaimed, his expression one of indignation. Qi Hao was momentarily rendered speechless. This villa belonged to him. Could it be that he was Qi Yu's husband? No, that was implausible. Qi Yu was merely a university student. Was it possible that Qi Yu was not the rumored wealthy second generation, but rather a kept mistress? Wait a moment, Lin Tianyu? Wasn't Qi Yu's real name Lin Tianyu? Could he be Qi Yu's brother? Upon closer inspection of Lin Tianyu's youthful features, it became increasingly apparent that he must be the younger sibling. There were indeed some similarities to Qi Yu upon closer examination. Are you Lin Tianyu's brother? Qi Hao inquired. Indeed, I am her one and only brother, her biological brother, Lin Tianyu replied with a hint of pride. Your sister allowed me to stay here. Upon realizing he was speaking to Qi Yu's brother, Qi Hao's tone softened considerably. Lin Tianyu's brows furrowed further, and with a somewhat sharp tone, he declared, I do not care who you are. You must pack your belongings and leave this villa at once. Furthermore, allow me to inform you, do not cast your gaze upon my sister, for she is already spoken for. You may as well forget the notion of a toad aspiring to dine on swan meat. Lin Tianyu, without a hint of courtesy, issued an unequivocal eviction order. Qi Hao, momentarily taken aback, pondered this unexpected insult. A toad? For reasons unknown, a surge of indignation welled within him. What did he think of himself? A shameless leech clinging to a wealthy beauty? This villa belongs to me. When did it become your domain? Just then, Qi Yue entered the room, her exquisite visage marred by fury. Sister. Upon seeing Qi Yue, Lin Tianyu immediately reined in his arrogance, and upon observing the ire etched upon her face, he instinctively shrank back, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. What brings you here? Qi Yue glared at Lin Tianyu, chastising him. No one sent me. I simply missed you, sister, and decided to come and see you, Lin Tianyu mumbled, his gaze fixated on his shoelaces as if they bore a flower. Was it that woman who prompted your visit? Dare you lie? Qi Yue, amused yet vexed, inquired as Lin Tianyu averted his eyes. Lin Tianyu hesitated for a moment before looking up at Qi Yue. It seemed a realization struck him, and he dejectedly replied, It was Aunt Lu who asked me to come. You should leave for now. I shall deal with you later, Qi Yue commanded, dismissing Lin Tianyu. With a look of reluctance, Lin Tianyu cast a glance at Qi Yue and exited, closing the door with a forceful slam as if to vent his frustration. Once Qi Yue had calmed herself, she turned to Qi Hao and said, I apologize, Qi Hao. There have been some chaotic matters at home recently. My brother means well. He just cares a bit too much. Qi Hao gazed at Qi Yue, speechless. So, expressing concern equates to being likened to a toad? Observing Qi Hao's silence, Qi Yue chuckled softly. All right. Do not sulk. Be good. I am not a child. Qi Hao rolled his eyes in response. Oh, this is how I normally coax my brother, Qi Yue remarked, her expression one of surprise. That's because he is foolish. Qi Hao candidly expressed his thoughts. You mustn't speak of him that way. He is my brother. And only I can call him foolish, Qi Yue retorted, her gaze disapproving. At this, Qi Hao was left utterly speechless. Quickly rise. I have prepared breakfast. Come and eat, Qi Yue stated before departing Qi Hao's room to seek out her brother, as there were numerous matters she needed to clarify. Awoken by Lin Tianyu's commotion, Qi Hao found himself unable to return to sleep. He donned his clothes, washed up in the bathroom, and made his way to the living room. Sister, what merits does that bumpkin possess? Is he truly worth your affection? Qi Hao overheard Lin Tianyu's voice before even stepping into the living room. Though his tone was subdued and lacked conviction, Qi Hao discerned the words clearly. The term bumpkin was unmistakably directed at him, and it was far from an affectionate label. Your affairs are none of your concern. Tend to your own matters, Qi Yue's voice responded. Qi Hao was aware that eavesdropping was an impropriety, and he let out a dismissive snort to alert Qi Yue and her brother of his presence. His arrival was unceremonious, and Lin Tianyu was displeased with Qi Hao for interrupting their conversation. How can you speak like that? Qi Yue shot Lin Tianyu a glare. In response, he lowered his head, gazing at his shoelaces, mumbling something incomprehensible, which Qi Hao presumed was disparaging remarks about him. Apologies, Xiao. Please go ahead and eat. I need to discuss some matters with my brother, Qiyu said apologetically. Very well, you two carry on. I shall take my leave for now. Xiao replied before heading to the dining area. Chapter 33. Qiyue's thoughts upon returning to the living room after finishing his breakfast. Xiao discovered that the rather irksome Lin Tianyu had already departed, leaving Qiyue alone, serenely seated on the couch. Her enchanting eyes stared blankly at the unlit television, lost in her own thoughts. Has your brother left? Xiao approached Qiyue, noticing she seemed oblivious to his presence. At the sound of his voice, Qiyue emerged from her reverie. Gazing at him, she offered a faint smile. Yes, he has left. Please, take a seat. Xiao settled beside her in a comfortable posture, his gaze drawn to the subtle sorrow that marred her exquisite features. His brows knitted together as he cautiously inquired, What was your brother here for? Was it concerning me? Qiyue slowly shook her head, her expression revealing a struggle to articulate her thoughts. Eventually, she sighed, conveying a sense of helplessness. Is there anything you wish to share with me? Though I may not be of significant assistance, I am more than willing to help in any way I can. Xiao offered earnestly, as Qiyue looked into Qihao's sincere eyes, which reflected both concern and compassion. A warmth enveloped her heart. Her father was engrossed in his career. Her mother had passed away, and her stepmother was solely focused on marrying her off. Meanwhile, her somewhat timid and naive brother remained oblivious to the complexities of human relationships, due to her prolonged absence from home for university. Her brother had been easily swayed by their stepmother, who conspired to marry her off to that detestable scion of the Qin family, disregarding her feelings entirely. Currently, her father's research had led to significant financial difficulties at home. Although the potential rewards of his successful research promised unimaginable wealth and prestige, the initial investments were substantial. Despite his insistence against her marrying for financial gain to support his work as a daughter, she could not bear to see her father's lifelong efforts come to an abrupt halt due to monetary constraints, especially after her last visit home. Witnessing the graying hairs at her father's temples and hearing his sighs from the study while he carried her, left her feeling utterly powerless. Qiyue had initially contemplated selling the villa, but her father had refused, for it was the sole inheritance left to her by her mother, and he could not bring himself to strip his daughter of her last tangible connection to her mother. Moreover, even if this villa were to be sold, it would not resolve any significant issues concerning my father's research. The Qiyue live streaming platform was established when I first met Xiao Qi, during a time when I was deeply infatuated with the game Dream 3 Kingdoms. I harbored grand ambitions to transform Qiyue into the premier live streaming platform for Dream 3 Kingdoms, providing a warm haven for enthusiasts like Xiao Qi, ensuring that they would not be compelled to abandon their passions due to life's hardships. Though Qiyue's intentions and aspirations were noble, renowned streamers showed little interest in joining a platform with no reputation, even with the offer of an 80-20 revenue split. Subsequently, as League of Legends surged in popularity, Dream 3 Kingdoms fell further into obscurity, leaving the Qiyue live streaming platform indefinitely shelved. It wasn't until the controversy surrounding Xiao Qi's cheating incident that Qiyue revived the platform. Deep down, I genuinely cherished the spirited, slightly mischievous, and youthful exuberance of the boy who enjoyed playful banter. I felt compelled to extend him a helping hand, knowing that I might not have another opportunity to engage with Dream 3 Kingdoms. Regarding the streaming revenue, I did not truly intend to take half. I merely covered my costs, returning the rest to Qihao, thus offering him my final assistance. As for these matters, I had no intention of informing Qihao, as his knowledge would serve no purpose and only create unnecessary complications. However, the upcoming gathering that I found distasteful yet felt obliged to attend could provide an opportunity for him to accompany me, broadening his horizons. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I would have a valid excuse to leave early, I thought wickedly. With this in mind, I directly told Qihao, my brother came today to inform me about a gathering this Sunday. Will you accompany me? A gathering? What sort of gathering? Qihao inquired. His curiosity piqued since he had never attended a formal event. It's merely a private gathering. Your primary role is to accompany me, I explained. I've only attended a wedding banquet, so I have no experience, Qihao admitted, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Hearing this, I chuckled lightly. No worries, just act casually. Treat it like a wedding banquet. Eat whatever you like. Qihao raised an eyebrow, astonished. Is that permissible? Hey, Qiyue, you mustn't lead me astray. Although I haven't participated, I've read enough in novels. Who was it that said they would never hesitate to help? Now you're getting cold feet over a mere gathering. I remarked disdainfully at Qihao. Come on, I'm just concerned about embarrassing you, he replied, his face flushed. A man must stand firm. As long as you're not worried about losing face, I have nothing to fear. Very well, I shall take that as your agreement, I said cheerfully. Let us go then. Who is afraid of whom? Qiao retorted. At this moment, Qiao remained blissfully unaware that he had been sold out by Qiyu, which would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation at the forthcoming banquet. Very well, do as you wish. I must attend my class now. Upon hearing Qiao's acquiescence, Qiyu beamed with delight and headed off to school, for she was still a student after all. Watching her retreating figure, Qiao stroked his chin. Pondering the implications of Lin Tianyou's earlier remarks, something felt amiss. Indeed, this banquet was likely to attract admirers of Qiyu's beauty, and her insistence on his attendance suggested she intended to use him as a shield. How audacious of this girl to employ me as a human shield, he mused. Yet, one could not deny her discerning taste in choosing such a dashing companion. Perhaps he should request a token of gratitude from her for his services. After all, one must not squander such striking good looks. Moreover, he ought to clarify with Qiyu that he would engage only in performance, not in the sale of his person. However, considering that Qiyu held a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, he surmised he might not stand a chance against her. If she were to take liberties, he would likely find himself outmatched. Would he then simply acquiesce? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Qiao's mind. Chapter 34. The Best Friends of University After Qiyu's Departure. The bored Qiao returned to his computer, logging into his account, and perusing information online. Unsurprisingly, the rumors regarding his alleged use of cheats had escalated, and his gameplay videos had been disseminated widely across the internet, inciting countless League of Legends enthusiasts to demand an explanation from Tencent. The manager and technicians of Tencent's technical department, having spent a sleepless night, felt utterly powerless. The pressure mounted upon them was overwhelming, and their esteemed positions could be jeopardized. Despite employing various strategies, they could not uncover a single lead regarding Xiao Qi. You claim to have cheats, yet you also assert that you cannot sell them. If that is the case, refrain from using them, or at least play discreetly. Why must you broadcast it to the world? They lamented. If you are in need of money, simply cease the streaming. Tencent, a colossal corporation, would undoubtedly invest heavily to mitigate any negative repercussions. Is it necessary to earn money gradually through streaming? Unbeknownst to them, higher-ups had already conferred with Qiyu, yet her demand of 500 million was deemed exorbitant. Of course, Qiyu was merely toying with them, dissuading them from pursuing the matter further. Especially since Qiao had mentioned he needed to log into the game daily to complete his tasks. Should Tencent agree to 500 million, Qiyu had ample means to negotiate her terms. League of Legends, being Tencent's sole conscientious game to date, had not deliberately exploited players financially, which was why it had surged in popularity across the nation in such a short span. However, this also signified that, compared to other games, its profit margins were considerably less substantial. 500 million seemed excessive, leaving Tencent's executives in a quandary as they awaited a final decision. As Qiao skimmed through the information, he noted that Tencent had neither issued a denial nor a clarification. They remained silent, allowing speculation to abound. Upon witnessing this, Qiao let out a sigh of relief. The remainder of the discussion consisted largely of fervent exchanges between ardent fans of League of Legends and enthusiasts of Dream Three Kingdoms, with the overwhelming majority of comments directed at disparaging Xiao Qi, accusing him of disrupting the delicate balance of the game. Given the predominance of League of Legends aficionados, a handful of envious Dream Three Kingdoms players also hurled insults at Xiao Qi. However, some individuals took to the forum to defend him, asserting that only Xiao Qi possessed the ability to utilize cheats, and that in the end, only 2 players could team up. Even if they were to engage in gaming for a full 24 hours, the impact on the player base would be minimal. The primary entity affected would be Tencent itself. Moreover, although Xiao Qi could employ heroes from Dream Three Kingdoms within League of Legends, he had not altered any data or declared himself invincible with maxed out gear. Players could still defeat him, provided they coordinated effectively, merely adding a modicum of challenge to the game. This sentiment garnered considerable support, swiftly propelling the post to prominence. The thread was filled with an array of peculiar responses, with one expert noting that Xiao Qi was merely playing in casual matches populated by novices lacking in skill. Should he enter ranked play, he would swiftly be taught a lesson. Qiao did not scrutinize the other replies in detail, instead fixating on the author of the post. When Wu Shuangquan, a chuckle escaped him as he touched the tip of his nose. He was all too familiar with this individual, as it was none other than his university comrade, the rotund Li Wenbin. Reflecting on Li Wenbin, it was he who had introduced Qiao to Dream Three Kingdoms. Unlike Qiao, who considered himself an underdog, Li Wenbin was a bona fide second-generation affluent heir, having interned at his father's company immediately after graduating from university, with the intention of inheriting the family business. At that time, Li Wenbin had strongly urged Qi Hao to join him at his father's firm, but Qi Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed and content with his own streaming income, had declined the offer. Since then, their communication had dwindled to sporadic phone calls. Little did he expect to encounter him again today, albeit online. Qi Hao held a deep sense of gratitude towards Li Wenbin, for he had very few friends from university. And Li Wenbin was undoubtedly a steadfast ally who had supported him throughout their 4 years together. Suddenly, Qi Hao's device beeped with an incoming message, and upon glancing at it, he couldn't help but smile. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil. For it was none other than Li Wenbin reaching out to him. Hey, are you still alive? Without hesitation, Qi Hao activated the voice chat, yearning to hear Li Wenbin's voice once more. What's up, young masterly? What brings you to contact this mere underdog? He teased as the call connected. Get lost. Stop with the envy and jealousy. I have something serious to ask you. I remember your streaming name is Xiao Qi. You wouldn't happen to be the one cheating in League of Legends online, would you? Be honest with me. Li Wenbin's deep voice came through, laced with urgency. Well, brace yourself. Don't be startled. That streamer is indeed me. Haha. Don't be too envious. Qi Hao replied joyfully. No way, it really is you. How on earth did you manage to get cheats without leaving a trace for a colossal company like Tencent to find you? Li Wenbin's voice brimmed with excitement. It's quite a lengthy story. The intricacies within are rather convoluted, Qi Hao remarked. Then take your time, articulate it word by word. I have all the time in the world, Li Wenbin responded directly from across the table. As he absorbed Li Wenbin's words, Qi Hao contemplated for a moment before deciding to be forthright, recounting the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the cheat, the demands and drawbacks associated with it, and everything concerning the current situation on the Qiyue live streaming platform. Wait, are you cohabiting with Lin Tianyu? My heavens, that's hard to believe, came Li Wenbin's astonished voice from the other end. Upon hearing this, Qi Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes and exclaimed in a fit of frustration, Dude, using cheats is a matter of life and death for me. I need your input on this. That's the crux of the matter. Yet here you are, more concerned about Lin Tianyu. You've truly disappointed me. What do you understand? Lin Tianyu, the daughter of Lin Chu, the chairman of Lin's holographic imaging technology company, one of the most beautiful women in Shanghai, is living with you? Isn't that astounding enough? As for your life and death situation, you're still alive, so why the rush? Li Wenbin reiterated his astonishment regarding Qi Hao's cohabitation with Lin Tianyu. Even if I am living with her, what does that have to do with you? Do you harbor feelings for Lin Tianyu? No. Wait, your tone sounds a bit gleeful, Qi Hao inquired, puzzled. You know I already have a fiancée, so I certainly have no intentions towards Lin Tianyu. But did you hear? That college rival of mine, Qi Hao, has publicly declared that Lin Tianyu will become his fiancée. The thought of you living with her brings me such amusement. Li Wenbin's laughter echoed through the line. Our relationship is purely platonic, Qi Hao retorted, displeased with Li Wenbin's insinuations. Moreover, the mention of Qin Yihao stirred a twinge of discomfort within him. He recognized Qin Yihao as a prominent figure from their university days, hailing from a prestigious family with significant influence in Shanghai's elite circles. Hearing that Qin Yihao was pursuing Lin Tianyu left Qi Hao feeling somewhat unsettled. Look at you. The heavens have favored you, with good looks and a fine family. Yet you still covet Lin Tianyu. Don't be so unrealistic about your own appeal, Li Wenbin remarked casually. And you haven't succeeded yet? That's rather slow. You don't intend to remain a bachelor for life, do you? I would like to, but she probably lacks any romantic feelings for me. Qi Hao confessed without reservation. Then take decisive action. Make it happen, Li Wenbin encouraged, urging Qi Hao to take the plunge. I can't overpower her. Even with your help, it wouldn't suffice. She's a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. She could easily defeat us both, Qi Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. How about we resort to some enhancements? Like Indian herbal oils or Spanish fly powder, Li Wenbin suggested playfully. Could you refrain from such base thoughts? I seek not only to win her body, but also her heart, Qi Hao responded, exasperated. Well, let's forget it. Pretend I never said anything, Li Wenbin remarked, aware that his words may have crossed a line. But are those things expensive? Can they be purchased on Tmall? Qi Hao inquired of Li Wenbin. You scoundrel, came Li Wenbin's disdainful retort from across the table. I was merely asking, just asking, Qi Hao replied, slightly embarrassed. Their banter harkened back to their university days, a time filled with fond memories. Chapter 35, Zhao Tong. The barbarian King Qi Hao and Li Wenbin reminisced about their college days and the events that transpired over the past year, a mix of joy and sorrow. Eventually, they agreed to share a meal together, for it had been quite some time since they last met, and both felt a sense of longing. Most importantly, Qi Hao wished to inquire about the relationship between Qin Yihao and Lin Tianyu. Li Wenbin readily agreed, promising to share all he knew with Qi Hao. However, he had one request. He wanted to experience the thrill of cheating in League of Legends. Li Wenbin had a fervent passion for such exploits. During a period when cheats were rampant in Dream 3 Kingdoms, he would spend 500 yuan each month to purchase legitimate cheats. Relishing the sensation of being a seer within the game, Qi Hao acquiesced to Li Wenbin's request, as he too had not played alongside him in quite a while. Nostalgically recalling their days of gaming with their dormitory mates. Once seated at his computer, Qi Hao accessed the League of Legends login interface and signed into his Dream 3 Kingdoms account, inviting Li Wenbin's account, Wanashwanquan, to join the team. Li Wenbin was particularly fond of the moniker Wanashwanquan, despite the teasing from their dorm mates about its implications. As Qi Hao was about to engage in matchmaking, a peculiar voice resonated in his mind, neither distinctly male nor female. Please, host, participate in a ranked match. If victorious, you may make one request related to the game. Huh, what's going on? Why isn't this voice threatening me this time? Could it be that familiarity breeds comfort? Qi Hao mused aloud, perplexed. Why is there no punishment this time? The host has successfully passed the preliminary assessment and will no longer face penalties, the voice replied in his mind. How delightful to have a dialogue, Qi Hao thought, intrigued. Who are you, and why are you in my mind? 5 minutes later, despite Li Wenbin's persistent urging, the voice remained silent. Undeterred, Qi Hao posed another question. What request can I make? Any request is permissible, provided it pertains to the game. A friendly reminder. Requests can be made at any time and may accumulate. Alright, one last question that you must answer. Have you been here all along? If I were to engage in intimate activities with my girlfriend, would you be watching? Qi Hao inquired, voicing his foremost concern. As he certainly did not wish for a voyeur to linger nearby. This will not occur unless the host opens the computer and engages in the game. I have no inclination to intrude upon others' private lives, as stated by the enigmatic figure. Ah, that is reassuring. When Qi Hao posed further inquiries, he noticed that the figure had once again lapsed into silence. Meanwhile, Li Wenbin and the team continued to urge him, and with no other recourse. Qi Hao had to abandon his questioning. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Furthermore, his dialogue with the figure had already yielded a wealth of valuable information. The figure made no demands for a live broadcast, so Qi Hao refrained from initiating one. He merely sought a simple diversion with Li Wenbin, without the need for streaming. As for his ability to compete in ranked matches, he did not concern himself with his level. If the figure claimed he could rank, then he certainly could. In ranked matches, teams are composed of 5 players, and whether 1 or 2 players queue alone, they are still counted as part of the team. The point system for team matches and solo ranked matches is distinct. Upon clicking to enter ranked, Qi Hao and Li Wenbin seamlessly joined a duo queue, subsequently matching with the team. This time, Qi Hao found himself in the purple faction, as both teams commenced selecting champions, which held no bearing on him. Qi Hao took on the role of top laner, while Li Wenbin assumed the jungler position. The mid lane was occupied by a solo player, and the duo in the bottom lane, comprising an ADC and a support, insisted on queuing together. Although Qi Hao and Li Wenbin had intended to team up, they had to concede to the 2 players, agreeing to the arrangement. After champion selection, the choices were clear. In the blue faction, the top laner was the Barbarian King, Tryndamere, wielding the summoner skills Ignite and Teleport. The mid lane was occupied by Brand, the Burning Vengeance, equipped with Flash and Ignite. The jungler was Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver, utilizing Flash and Smite. The ADC was Twitch, the Plague Rat, with Flash and Barrier. Lastly, the support was Malphite, the monolithic beast, who carried Flash and Weakness. On the purple side, Qi Hao selected Zhao Yun for the top lane. The mid lane was Luminary Lux, armed with Flash and Ignite. Li Wenbin chose Su Huang for the jungle role, while Caitlyn, the Sheriff of Piltover, wielded Flash and Ignite as the ADC. The support was Amumu, the Sad Mummy, who carried Flash and Weakness. Upon reviewing their ranks, all were in the bronze tier, their abilities comparable to typical players, as this was the lowest tier for ranked matches. Of course, this was not absolute. There was a possibility of a seasoned player honing a secondary account or utilizing a booster. There are those among us who employ cheats. Cool, I am in a promotion match, I seek victory. Upon Qi Hao completing his champion selection, he also recognized the situation. As major platforms had been trending for 2 days, it was unlikely many players remained unaware of the news. It's over, the promotion match is doomed. Oh no, there are cheats. Do not be disheartened. Cheats are inconsequential. I assist my brother in playing. I am in gold too, as long as we do not feed. Victory is assured. Just watch me perform. The speaker was the Barbarian King, his tone imbued with confidence and disdain. Qi Hao smiled, remaining silent. I seek guidance. Li Wenbin retorted defiantly, provoking the opposing team. Before they could respond, the screen transitioned into the loading interface, and the 5 players materialized at their fountain. Xiao made a wish to enhance his overall abilities, bestowing Zhao Tong with an increase of 10 points to all attributes. His initial equipment consisted of a last-hitting Wolf Fang Club, Spirit Stones, 2 red potions, and a blue potion. He opted for the skill Lone Knight's Salvation, which allows the creation of a protective aura around any allied unit, capable of absorbing damage and dispelling negative effects. Should the aura be broken, it reflects all absorbed damage back to any enemy units within a 500-unit radius for a duration of 16 seconds, and the aura can stack. At level 1, it can absorb a total of 110 points of damage, with a cooldown of 18 seconds. Instead of directing Zhao Tong to the minion lane, Xiao, accompanied by Li Wenbin's Su Huang, ventured into the jungle to assist Li Wenbin in farming. The duo concealed themselves in the bushes near the red buff territory. And just a second before its respawn, Zhao Tong cast Lone Knight's Salvation on Su Huang, enveloping him in an oval white shield. The red buff shattered Su Huang's shield with a swift kick, yet was met with a rebound, losing 110 hit points in the process. After depleting half of the red buff's health together, Xiao commanded Zhao Tong to traverse the jungle and head to the top lane, where they confronted the already present Barbarian King, who was busy last-hitting minions. Chapter 36. First Blood. Xiao directed Zhao Tong to grant him Lone Knight's Salvation. As he maneuvered through last-hitting minions, the player controlling the Barbarian King sat at his computer, accompanied by his younger brother. Initially reluctant to play that day, he could not ignore his brother's disappointed expression upon encountering a notorious cheater. Thus he decided to step in, playing the very champion his brother had selected, the Barbarian King. A character he mastered. Watch how my brother plays the Barbarian King and learn from him. He is a skilled player with a golden rank and has never lost in the top lane. Encouragement flowed as he instructed his brother to observe how to wear down the opponent's health. Following a counter hit on a local minion, the Barbarian King executed a whirlwind slash, twirling his great sword as he approached Zhao Tong, landing a critical hit that shattered Zhao Tong's protective aura, only to be met with a rebound that cost him 110 hit points. Zhao Tong retaliated with 2 swift thrusts of his spear, forcing the Barbarian King to retreat with half health, as he had drawn the ire of the purple minions. Realizing the precariousness of his position, he thought, "Brother, that was a mistake, it won't happen again." Observing the retreating Barbarian King, Xiao smiled, refraining from pursuit, and continued to last-hit minions. After his initial attack, the Barbarian King ceased hostilities, focusing on farming minions, while his rage meter reached its peak. Zhao Tong mirrored this restraint, ushering both into a brief period of tranquility. Upon reaching level 2, Zhao Tong learned the skill White Dragon's Battle Soul, a targeted ability that could restore health when cast on allies and inflict damage on foes, at the cost of a small portion of his own health. At level 1, it sacrifices 50 health points to either heal or damage 100 health points. With a cooldown of 7 seconds, the Barbarian King glanced at Zhao Tong, who was devoid of a protective shield, and noted that his own health was fully restored. With only 2 minions remaining in the lane, he executed another whirlwind slash, spinning before Zhao Tong, and delivered a basic attack that triggered a critical hit, severing 1/6 of Zhao Tong's health in a single stroke. In response, Zhao Tong landed a basic attack and promptly activated his cooldown-reduced skill, Single Knight to the rescue, enveloping himself in a protective shield. Yet, the Barbarian King turned to depart, choosing not to strike Zhao Tong again. A true master, Xiao mused. Observing the Barbarian King's graceful exit, having seized the advantage, he departed without hesitation, his movements fluid and seamless. It appeared his earlier claim of being a gold-tier expert was not mere bravado. He indeed possessed remarkable skill. "Brother, that was incredible. Not a drop of health lost," exclaimed his younger sibling. "Indeed, watch closely. I shall soon reach level 3 and demonstrate how to eliminate him," the elder replied proudly. After dispatching the remaining minions, both brothers were illuminated by the radiant light of leveling up. They had reached level 3. Reflecting on the Barbarian King's tactics, Xiao observed the King's approach as he farmed minions, and he promptly allocated his newly acquired skill points to Single Knight to the rescue. The level 2 skill could absorb 140 points of damage, with a cooldown reduced to 15 seconds. As anticipated, the Barbarian King executed another whirlwind slash, positioning himself beside Zhao Tong. Ignoring the protective shield surrounding Zhao Tong, he struck once more, causing the shield to shatter and inflict damage upon himself. Yet, he continued to attack rather than retreat. Zhao Tong retaliated with a basic strike, followed by a sweep of his spear, the White Dragon Battle Soul inflicting 100 damage upon the Barbarian King, before launching another attack. Despite Xiao Tong's previous injuries leaving him less than fully healed, he still retained a substantial portion of his health. Yet, the Barbarian King, having sustained only this single hit, found his own health diminished, but not as significantly as Xiao Tong's, leaving him with half of his health remaining. The two continued to exchange blows. Their attacks nearly equal. However, the Barbarian King's critical strikes proved formidable. Despite Xiao Tong's greater health pool, he remained at a disadvantage. The Barbarian King chuckled inwardly at Xiao Tong's meager damage output. At this rate, he was certain to claim Xiao Tong's life. After yet another exchange, the Barbarian King landed another critical hit, leaving both combatants in a precarious state. The Barbarian King was down to 180 health, while Xiao Tong was even worse off at just 91 health. After Xiao Tong's next attack, he assessed the cooldowns of his skills. Rather than retreating, he activated Single Knight to the rescue once more. Witnessing this, the Barbarian King smirked, seizing the opportunity during the attack interval to hurl a Ignite at Xiao Tong. Observing Xiao Tong's shield, the Barbarian King sneered. Activating his level 1 Bloodthirsty Slaughter skill instantly restored him to 260 health, albeit at the cost of his critical strike capability. After landing 2 basic attacks, he simply awaited Xiao Tong's demise from the burning damage over time. Knowing it required time to take effect, the protective shield was merely a desperate struggle for survival. He also deployed Contempt, originally reserved for slowing Xiao Tong should he attempt to flee. With Xiao Tong remaining steadfast, the timing for its use was impeccable. It directly reduced Xiao Tong's attack power by 20. The Barbarian King laughed, confident that even should the shield explode, he would surely survive without Xiao Tong's attack power. The elder brother was confident that he could defeat Xiao Tong this time. His strategy was remarkably potent. The younger brother gazed at his elder sibling with admiration. However, the elder brother did not respond, nor did he fully comprehend his brother's words, for the moment was too critical. Observing the Barbarian King regain health, he continued to strike. But the damage dealt was pitifully meager, merely 30 points. After both sides exchanged blows, the combination of Ignite and the Barbarian King's attack caused Xiao Tong's protective shield to shatter. To the Barbarian King's astonishment, the damage inflicted amounted to 140 points, leaving him with only 90 health remaining. Noticing that Xiao Tong still had 91 health and that Ignite could inflict an additional 30 points, the Barbarian King thought that with one more attack, Xiao Tong would surely perish. The defenseless Xiao Tong could at most deal 30 points of damage in return. As the interval for the Barbarian King's attack elapsed, he prepared to strike again when Xiao commanded Xiao Tong to unleash a well-timed white dragon battle soul upon the Barbarian King. A sinuous white dragon rose from the Barbarian King, ultimately depleting his last vestige of health. First blood. The Barbarian King stared at his black and white screen in disbelief, nearly throwing his computer when Ignite reduced Xiao Tong's health to a mere 16 points. What are you babbling about? Didn't you see the critical moment? Look, if it weren't for you, I would have killed him. The elder brother, filled with frustration, scolded his younger sibling. The 13-year-old brother, witnessing his elder brother's fury, wore an expression of grievance but dared not retort. Instead, he softly remarked, "Wasn't I cheering you on?" Seeing his brother's distressed demeanor, the elder brother softened his tone and said, "I'm sorry, little brother. I didn't mean to. Please don't be upset. It's all right, brother. I'm not angry. Just don't be mad. Next time, you'll surely defeat him," the understanding younger brother reassured him. "Indeed, this time it was my oversight. Next time, he shall not be so fortunate." The elder brother replied with a cold smile, fixing his gaze on Xiao Tong on the screen. Chapter 37. Su Huang's double kill. Well done. You managed to slay that Barbarian King without my assistance. In the early game, lacking 2 summoner spells puts the Dream 3 Kingdoms heroes at a disadvantage. Li Wenbin's voice echoed in Qihao's headset. Qiao instructed Xiao Tong to retreat into the bushes and consume both his health and mana potions. As Xiao Tong's health gradually recovered, Qiao remarked, "That Barbarian King played quite well. I nearly met my demise. You should come over. The Barbarian King and the Mantis are likely to launch an attack." "No worries, that's not a problem," Li Wenbin replied, swiftly positioning himself in ambush in the upper lane's brush, while the fully healed Xiao Tong returned to the lane to continue farming. The first blood bounty was substantial, and coupled with his farming, Qiao promptly hatched a pet egg, leveling up his pet, purchasing 2 health potions, 1 mana potion, a pair of boots for increased speed, and a short sword that granted 9 points of attack. After respawning, the Barbarian King teleported directly to the upper lane's first turret to continue his lane confrontation with Xiao Tong, who was now level 4. Fully equipped with the items provided by his pet, the Azure Dragon. In the realm of the 4th level, Xiao Tong has mastered the Xiao family spear techniques. an innate ability that passively hinders the target's movement and attack speed with each ordinary strike, lasting for 2 seconds. Any allied units attacking the slowed adversary will experience an enhancement in their own movement and attack speed for 4 seconds. At its first level, this skill reduces movement and attack speed by 5% while augmenting the attacker's speed by 10%. This ability exemplifies a classic case of self-benefit at the expense of others, particularly advantageous for Xiao Tong's allies. Upon noticing the arrival of the Barbarian King, Xiao scrutinized the Barbarian King's equipment, which consisted only of a short sword and a Doran's blade. He activated his own ability, Single Horse Rescue, and continued to farm minions, unperturbed by the Barbarian King, confident in his level superiority. As he farmed, Xiao observed the Barbarian King's positioning, noting the deliberate display of weakness as the Barbarian King lured him towards the river's brush. With a knowing smile, Xiao feigned ignorance, trailing the Barbarian King step by step. Can you see it? The opposing Xiao Tong has taken the bait, convinced of his level advantage and brimming with overconfidence. This time, he shall surely meet his demise, the Barbarian King's controller remarked to his brother. Indeed, he is doomed, the brother concurred, fully aware of the mantis's explosive potential. After dispatching a wave of minions, Xiao Tong grew increasingly certain that the mantis was lurking in the nearby brush, having shared a portion of experience. Otherwise, the Barbarian King would have reached level 4. Similarly, Xiao Tong's experience from farming had also benefited Su Huang. However, Xiao felt a tinge of frustration. Had the Barbarian King become timid after a single death? His hesitation was excessive, as the final minion remained. Xiao instructed Xiao Tong to discreetly reposition himself 2 steps upward. Though seemingly inconsequential, these steps placed him beyond the mantis's skill range. Having faced the mantis several times, Xiao was well acquainted with its ability range. Once both players completed their minion farming, the Barbarian King realized that Xiao Tong had reached the anticipated location, and the mantis, hidden in the brush, could barely contain its eagerness, signaling the Barbarian King. With a full rage meter, the Barbarian King turned, no longer retreating, and unleashed his Cyclone Slash, charging toward Xiao Tong. Upon reaching him, a basic attack shattered Xiao Tong's shield, followed by a flurry of strikes, nearly half of which were critical hits. Simultaneously, the mantis, vexed to discover that Xiao Tong had swiftly exited its skill range in less than a second, noted that Xiao Tong was now advancing toward the brush. Eager to prevent Xiao Tong from entering the brush, the impatient mantis hastily activated its flash, followed by leap, landing directly upon Xiao Tong, unleashing a barrage of void stabs that reduced Xiao Tong's health to a third. Unperturbed, Xiao calculated the cooldown times, promptly activating his ready Single Horse Rescue ability, enveloping himself in a shield before striking the Barbarian King, disregarding the now defenseless mantis. At this moment, a symbol of dizziness suddenly appeared above the Barbarian King's head, a result of Su Huang's soul-seizing magic axe, which induced a 2-second stun effect. Following this, Su Huang emerged from the thicket, brandishing his dual blades, approaching the Barbarian King who had been lured near the bushes by Xiao Tong, and together they engaged the Barbarian King. Both Xiao Tong and Su Huang were power-type heroes, boasting substantial health and formidable abilities. With Xiao Tong's passive skill enhancing their attack speed, Su Huang, further empowered by the red buff, unleashed a relentless assault, causing the Barbarian King's health to plummet dramatically, reducing it by more than half in merely 2 seconds. As misfortune would have it, Xiao Tong's protective shield shattered under the dread feast of the mantis, leaving the Barbarian King in a critically weakened state, while the agile mantis also suffered a fifth of its health. Upon awakening from the stun, the Barbarian King found himself severely wounded. Hastily invoking bloodthirsty slaughter to regain 80 health, simultaneously activating contempt to diminish Xiao Tong's and Su Huang's attack power. Despite this, the Barbarian King still lost 100 health in a mere second and attempted to flee, only to realize, to his dismay, that his movement speed had been significantly reduced by the passive skills of Su Huang and Xiao Tong, and he had not equipped Flash. Within a second, he was overtaken by the swifter Xiao Tong and Su Huang, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Su Huang. For the first time, the Barbarian King lamented his choice to take teleport over Flash, oblivious to the fact that his overconfidence in his own prowess and his disdain for the bronze rank had led to his downfall. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong's mantis, undeterred, relentlessly pursued Xiao Tong, managing to reduce his health to a critical state. Just as the mantis was poised to claim Xiao Tong's life, Xiao Tong retaliated, striking back at the mantis before swiftly retreating towards the upper lane bushes. At this point, only 5 seconds had elapsed in the battle, and the mantis's skills were still on cooldown, with a full 22 seconds for the level 1 ability. Equipped only with a longsword and a healing gem, the Mantis found it increasingly impossible to catch up to Xiao Tong, who benefited from his boots of speed. As the Mantis contemplated fleeing to the safety of the tower, he noticed that his skills were about to become available again. Ignoring Su Huang's continual harassment, he dashed into the bushes after Xiao Tong. Upon entering the thicket, the Mantis was astonished to discover that Xiao Tong had not fled but remained just outside the range of his now recharged Void Spike. The minimap displayed persistent markings from the Barbarian King in this vicinity, and the Mantis, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity for an easy kill, pursued Xiao Tong relentlessly. However, he failed to notice that his health had dwindled to half, gradually diminished by Su Huang's persistent slowing effects and inconspicuous damage. Unbeknownst to the Mantis, Xiao Tong, who had previously moved with great speed, was now deliberately maneuvering to maintain a distance just beyond the Mantis's reach. When the Mantis realized that his health was reduced to a mere quarter, panic set in. Having already used his flash, he found himself with no means of escape. At that moment, if he did not act swiftly, he would surely meet his end. Thus, the Mantis ceased its pursuit of Xiao Tong, unleashing the Void Spike upon Su Huang nearby, restoring 60 health points and slowing Su Huang down before attempting to flee. Li Wenbin, observing the Mantis, which had consistently disregarded him, smirked and thought, "Ah, now you wish to retreat. Is it not a tad too late?" With his skill, the Soul Reaver, off cooldown, he unleashed a bloodied axe upon the Mantis' head, inflicting damage and stunning it, followed by 2 swift strikes that ultimately dispatched the Mantis, sending it back to the fountain to keep the Barbarian King company. A double kill. Li Wenbin's Su Huang had claimed 2 lives. Chapter 38. The eruption of 2 lanes. Upon witnessing the demise of the Mantis and Su Huang achieving a double kill, Xiao Tong, still alive, nearly succumbed to frustration. "Did you not see my message? Were you still pursuing? Did you not notice your own health?" The Barbarian King ranted in the team chat. "I thought you wanted me to eliminate Xiao Tong. Who knew you intended for me to flee?" The slain Mantis expressed its indignation. "I am truly exasperated. A novice remains a novice," the Barbarian King remarked directly in the chat. "Alas, you are a master. How could a master be slain twice?" The Mantis retorted sarcastically. All right, let us refrain from further comments and continue the game," urged the fireman from the mid lane. "Indeed, dying once or twice is inconsequential. Let us focus on our development," the rat encouraged. "Precisely, Barbarian King. Wait until level 6, and you shall undoubtedly vanquish Xiao Tong." The support stone man rallied to boost the Barbarian King's morale, knowing well the significance of this match for their rankings. Perhaps swayed by his teammates' encouragement, or more likely influenced by the stone man's words, the Barbarian King fell silent. Upon respawning, he acquired a fighting glove and ventured once more to the top lane. The Mantis, stifling its irritation at the Barbarian King's taunts, chose not to engage further. After respawning, it crafted a vampiric scepter and proceeded to the jungle in the bottom lane, disregarding the Barbarian King entirely and resolutely refraining from offering assistance. Qi commanded Xiao Tong to consume all his red and blue potions, then, alongside Su Huang, began to last-hit minions and push the lane. With 2 assists, Xiao Tong and Su Huang both ascended to level 5, while Qi elevated Xiao Tong to level 3, enabling him to absorb 170 points of damage. He also summoned his pet, the Azure Dragon, to deliver a crippled Dragon Dance sword and a recall scroll. With the crippled Dragon Dance sword, not only did his attack power increase, but his health surged as well, for as a strength hero, this item granted him an additional 16 points of strength. When the Barbarian King returned to the lane, the blue side's first turret was on the verge of collapsing under the combined efforts of Qi and Su Huang. Witnessing the two, the Barbarian King resorted to a cautious approach. Su Huang, realizing he could not secure a kill, retreated to the jungle to avoid hindering Xiao Tong's level advantage. Once Su Huang departed, the Barbarian King began to last-hit minions, as Xiao Tong lacked control abilities, and the Barbarian King's shield rendered Xiao Tong's attacks ineffective against him. Although my White Dragon Battle Soul can also restore health, the Bloodthirsty Barbarian can recover through his Bloodthirsty Carnage, and the Doran's Blade provides additional healing, rendering it inconsequential. At this moment, a skirmish erupted in the mid lane. The level 5 Lux made a positional error and was struck by the level 5 Fire Mage's Flame Mark, triggering a stunning effect. Subsequently, the Fire Mage unleashed both Pillar of Flame and Blaze, shattering Lux's shield and depleting half of her health. From the nearby bushes, a level 4 Kha'Zix pounced upon Lux, simultaneously executing Fear and Void Spike. With Lux lacking health, she was unable to escape the stunning state and fell to the ground, granting Kha'Zix a kill. Meanwhile, the level 6 Su Huang arrived at the bottom lane, activating his instantaneous boots to relay a signal to his allies. He then executed a swift teleport behind the level 4 Caitlyn, casting Soul Reaver to immobilize the opposing level 4 rat. Following this, he began to unleash a barrage of attacks upon the rat. Caitlyn advanced a couple of steps and deployed her Peacekeeper, resulting in a piercing shot that detonated upon the rat, inflicting damage. Subsequently, she placed a Yordle trap beneath the rat and resumed her assault. In the bushes, a level 4 Malphite observed the chaos and activated his seismic shard, hurling a rock fragment from underground towards Caitlyn. He then emerged from the foliage, positioning himself between Su Huang and Caitlyn, and unleashed a ground tremor, reducing both of their attack speeds while fortifying his own defenses and launching attacks against Caitlyn. At the same time, a level 4 Amumu emerged from the bushes, positioning himself beside Malphite, activating both the Despair Aura and Amumu's Wrath to inflict damage upon Malphite. Meanwhile, the rat remained ensnared by Su Huang's stun and Caitlyn's binding, ultimately succumbing to Caitlyn's critical hit, granting her a kill. Witnessing the demise of the rat and realizing his own fate was sealed, Malphite attempted to escape with a flash. However, Amumu promptly followed suit, utilizing Bandage Toss to ensnare Malphite, drawing himself closer and stunning the rock golem. Caitlyn swiftly followed up with her own flash, relentlessly attacking Malphite. As Malphite regained consciousness from the stun, Caitlyn's 90 caliber net struck, having his movement speed. Retreating laterally, Caitlyn maintained her assault on Malphite, triggering a critical hit. Su Huang soon joined the fray, and together they continued to pummel Malphite. By the time Malphite staggered beneath the tower, he was already severely weakened. Amumu absorbed a couple of tower hits, and Su Huang's Soul Reaver was off cooldown, stunning the now-recovered Malphite. Caitlyn delivered the final blow, claiming Malphite's last shred of life. With Amumu hastily retreating from the tower's range, he was left with minimal health. After clearing the minions, the trio proceeded to demolish the blue side's bottom tower, while the purple side's mid-tower succumbed to the relentless assault of the Fire Mage and Kha'Zix. As Qi observed the fierce battles unfolding on two fronts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration at the tranquility of his own lane. When yet another wave of minions arrived, he glanced at his experience points and realized he was on the cusp of reaching level 6. His spirits lifted as he began to farm minions mindlessly, consistently attacking them rather than waiting for them to dwindle to their last breath. The opposing Renekton, noticing Xiao Tong's fervent minion farming, sensed something was amiss but was unable to pinpoint the cause. He suppressed his suspicions and continued to farm, ignoring Xiao Tong. As Xiao Tong finished off the blue minions, Renekton succeeded in slaying the third minion from the purple side. Simultaneously, two beams of experience light burst forth. Xiao Tong reached level 6, while Renekton only ascended to level 5, having been severely stifled in experience earlier. With his newfound level, Renekton cautiously retreated toward the tower, realizing his side had no minions left. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of another wave of minions, confident that he would soon achieve level 6, allowing him to deliver a resounding blow to Xiao Tong, reminding him who truly reigned supreme in the top lane. Seeing Xiao Tong reach level 6 brought a smile to Qi's face. His calculations had proven correct. Observing Renekton retreating toward the tower, he activated his ultimate skill, bestowing upon himself a protective boon, and advanced alongside the minions toward the enemy tower. Chapter 39. Double kill. Xiao commanded Xiao Tong to strike the tower, which was now barely half health. Nearby, Renekton glanced at the mini-map and his eyes brightened. He swiftly swung his greatsword, spinning toward Xiao Tong and unleashing his whirlwind slash. At that moment, a mantis suddenly appeared beside Xiao Tong, inflicting damage with his void spike. It turned out that the mantis had pushed down the mid-tower and, evading Xiao Tong's vision, had stealthily positioned himself in the brush near the river, waiting for the opportune moment. As Xiao Tong attacked the tower, the mantis closed the distance with a leap, following up with a flurry of strikes. At that instant, Xiao Tong's protective shield shattered, causing damage to both Renekton and the mantis. The two were momentarily stunned, witnessing their health plummet by half. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Tong's ultimate ability, which had a cooldown of merely 12 seconds, had already stacked twice, resulting in double the damage dealt. Although Xiao Tong had not targeted the tower directly, the shield's damage was inflicted upon it, causing the tower's aggro to shift toward him and unleashing a powerful shot. Despite having 2 layers of shields, Xiao Tong found himself losing a fifth of his health from the combined onslaught of Renekton and the mantis, along with the tower's attack, leaving him with just over half of his health. It is well known that the initial hit from a tower is not particularly painful, yet each subsequent strike increases in damage. Observing the situation, Renekton and the Mantis disregarded their own peril and relentlessly targeted Xiao Tong, eager to claim his life. In such dire circumstances, with no flash available, Xiao Tong had little chance of escape. Xiao calmly assessed the situation, his mouse clicking rapidly as his left hand danced across the keyboard. He swiftly subdued the Barbarian King, diminishing his attack speed while augmenting his own. At that moment, the turret unleashed two powerful shots at Xiao Tong. The first strike left Xiao Tong with merely 500 health points, while the second blow reduced him to approximately 100. The Barbarian King and the Mantis experienced a brief pause between their normal attacks, allowing the turret to fire upon Xiao Tong, who was engaged in combat with the Barbarian King. In this precarious moment, the wounded Barbarian King smirked, recalling with clarity that the final strike would belong to him. It seemed that Xiao Tong's life would be claimed by his hand. Simultaneously, Xiao Tong activated his White Dragon Battle Spirit, inflicting damage upon the Barbarian King and reducing him to a sliver of health. He then struck the Barbarian King again. Observing this, the Mantis caught a glimpse of the Barbarian King's smile, curling his lips in a cold smirk. With his skill, Taste Fear, now off cooldown, he unleashed it upon Xiao Tong, leaving him with barely any health remaining. At this juncture, the Barbarian King's eyes turned red with fury. His basic attack was still on cooldown, rendering him incapable of retaliating against Xiao Tong. He could only watch helplessly as the Mantis claimed Xiao Tong's life. Nevertheless, he inwardly cursed the Mantis for snatching the kill and berated Xiao Tong for his foolishness. Had he known Xiao Tong would be so reckless as to engage under the turret's wrath, he could have secured the kill without the Mantis's assistance. The Barbarian King dismissed Xiao Tong's skills, deeming them nothing but desperate flails. Xiao Tong's basic attacks were far slower than the turret's strikes, and he had not utilized Bloodthirst to restore health. The Barbarian King aimed to make Xiao Tong suffer, forcing him to witness his own impending demise without the means to retaliate. It seemed both players anticipated Xiao Tong's demise and sought to finish off the minions, especially as a cannon and two additional minions were relentlessly assaulting the turret. The turret was on the verge of collapse with just two more waves of minion attacks, and the next wave of minions had already arrived. Neither player noticed the sudden enveloping of Xiao Tong in a radiant white light. Xiao Tong appeared oblivious to the turret's assault, turning its attention back to him, and subsequently struck the Barbarian King with a basic attack. Xiao Tong executed the Barbarian King. Upon receiving the system notification and witnessing his own black and white screen, the Barbarian King was left dumbfounded, questioning how this had transpired. Why had he perished while Xiao Tong remained unscathed? Only after Xiao Tong's basic attack hit the Mantis did he realize that Xiao Tong had survived, while the Barbarian King lay dead. Moreover, Xiao Tong was enveloped in a brilliant white glow, astonishingly restoring a portion of his health. As the turret's second attack struck Xiao Tong, he astonishingly regained a significant amount of health. The Mantis was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. This radiant light was the effect of Xiao Tong's ultimate skill, One's Life is Courage. Upon activation, this skill converts all received damage into health points while dispelling all negative effects. Should Xiao Tong's health fall below 400 and the skill not be active, it would automatically trigger, lasting 3 seconds at level 1 with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Under the relentless onslaught of the turret, Xiao Tong pressed on, delivering unyielding strikes upon the Mantis. The Mantis attempted to flee, yet was hindered by Xiao Tong's slowing effects, unable to match his speed. Its skills were still on cooldown, leaving it with no means of escape, and its flash ability would not be ready for several more seconds. With no other options, the Mantis circled the turret, hoping to stall Xiao Tong's advance. While it remained unaware of Xiao Tong's condition, it was certain that this exasperating skill could not persist indefinitely. If it could just endure until the end, the turret's assault would surely vanquish Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong dealt 2 swift blows to the Mantis within mere seconds, only to be struck by the turret in retaliation. Despite having restored his health, he was abruptly reduced to half his vitality by the turret's powerful shot. His frequent engagements with the turret had taken their toll. The Mantis, witnessing the turret's impending strike, felt a glimmer of hope. One more hit would undoubtedly seal Xiao Tong's fate. At that moment, Xiao calmly directed Xiao Tong to strike the turret, and in the brief interval between the turret's attacks, the purple minions launched their assault. The turret succumbed to the relentless barrage of the minions, crumbling into ruins before it could deliver a final blow. With the turret destroyed, Xiao Tong withstood the blue minions' attacks while pursuing the Mantis. The Mantis, taken aback by the collapse of its turret, realized too late that it was on the brink of destruction. Still a distance from the second turret, and with its health dwindling, it forced a wry smile, but refused to surrender. With its cooldowns reset, It unleashed a devastating void spike combined with the minion's assault, inflicting significant damage upon Xiao Tong, reducing his health to a mere fifth. If only it had reached level 6, it could have slowed Xiao Tong with the void spike, granting it a chance to escape. Ultimately, the mantis absorbed the last of the minion's attacks before Xiao Tong's decisive strike ended its existence, resulting in a double kill, a slaughter indeed. At this juncture, Xiao Tong had claimed 3 lives. Qi Hao, maintaining his composure, commanded Xiao Tong to disengage from the blue minion's enmity, as his own health was also precarious. After dispatching the remaining minions, he finally activated the recall spell to return to the fountain.